I see dead people.
Hot shit.
Here's Johnny.
Stop.
We have such sights to show you.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Fuck you too.
Remember Slender? I do remember Slender. I've never, Slender, like the original 8 pages?
The game. Yeah.
The original 8 pages. Not the Arrival.
And not the Arrival.
Not the
one that went to, what was it? Yeah.
Did you ever come over to my house and play that?
No, but I remember, I think it was like 2013? 2014?
I would even say earlier than that.
Earlier than that?
I would say earlier than that, yeah.
Was it 2011?
I want to say 11 or 12, yeah. Because here, I remember being back at my original house in that basement, and we would get people to come over, and I would plug my laptop into my big screen TV down there, and whoever was playing would sit on the floor in front of everyone, and they would have to play looking up at the screen, but using the laptop down here, and everyone would be sitting around them behind on that L-shaped couch, and we would all just be sitting there just like fucking waiting for something to happen. It was like, it would always be like 7 or 8 people just like fucking hounding the one person in the middle.
That's a good memory.
It's a fantastic memory.
I remember...
The 8 pages. This one's for you. Drink, smoke if you got them.
I remember being in a dark room.
My entire life. Anyway.
Right now.
Right now, actually. It's pretty dark.
Playing Amnesia, The Dark Descent.
The Dark Descent.
I was just a kid. It was like soon... It was like... It wasn't too...
I was but a wee child.
I was underage. And I played that... I wasn't allowed... I shouldn't have been allowed. Well, I mean...
Yeah, we've talked about how little you were able to play because you were restricted from anything even slightly graphic.
Yeah. Well, I could watch Star Wars for some reason.
Yeah, sanitized to an extent.
They cut a guy's arm off in a bar.
Sanitized to an extent. To an extent. He was wanted in like 12 different galaxies.
12 systems.
12 different systems. So, he deserved it.
Honestly, the Jedi deserved it.
No, they did, because they're hubris.
They succumbed to the dark side.
I mean, they lost the plot, to be totally honest. They got lazy.
Yeah.
They got fat. And
the Jedi Council was pretty much like Congress.
It is. Useless.
Yeah. Just they're benign. They are...
It took us 2 minutes to start talking about Star Wars. I want to welcome my guest here today. It's been a while since I've had him here, and I'm really happy he's a part of the 300th. I want to say this is episode 301. I'm here, of course, with Master. No, let me take that back. Your knight, not yet upgraded to the role.
This is outrageous.
Of Master.
This is unfair.
Yeah, this is I'm looking here at never to be a master Pokemon style. Tenron Otrin. How you doing, man?
The world is not a better place since the last time
last time you were here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would say it's significantly gotten worse, and our humor has only gotten the better because of it.
Yeah.
It's the only outlook to have.
Yeah, we can laugh ourselves into our graves.
We will. I think the most succinct... You have 2 choices. And they're both memes. The one is the dog sitting in the house that's on fire, saying this is fine. And then the other is the little girl sitting outside of the house that's on fire, but she's turning back to the camera and smiling.
And then the third choice is if you're in Nepal, you set fire.
And then the government, the parliament building is set on fire. And you're dead. That's the third option.
Then you're dead, that's the third option.
No, I think that's the this is fine. This is fine option. If you break it down, I'm also the smiling girl in that scenario.
Whatever happened to that dog?
Dead. Cancer.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I'm here with Tenron Otrin. I don't know when the last year episode was. I want to say 200 something. Definitely.
Oh, most likely
200 something.
Yeah.
Because I don't think 250 we did the new game that's been going on since 250, and I don't think you were a part of that. So I want to say it's prior to 250, which is just really the last year or two. It's just the last year.
Yeah.
So it's been a while, for sure. It's been stained, to say the least.
The couch?
It's been a while, you know. So yeah, I'm here with Tenron Otrin. What's going on, man? What's on your mind?
I mean, I have been fairly busy with work, which, not to spoil the story that we're going to read, but parts of work definitely helped influence the story.
I used pieces of me in every story I wrote, including working for Big Pharma for several years.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So good. You wrote from a perspective of which you can relate to, which makes the writing all the better, in my opinion.
Yes.
If you don't mind, what is your current background for your occupation? Because I talk about it on the show all the time.
Sure, yeah. I work in sales support.
That's perfectly vague enough to make sense. So it's you work... I work customer facing?
I work adjacent, not with, but around...
you don't have to be any more specific. I think sales is fine. But are you customer facing?
Not directly.
Okay, then that's... So you are a middleman for some type of supplier.
I am...
Or multiple supplies.
I support our internal sales.
Okay, yeah.
With drawing up designs.
Okay. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you hate it?
10 being despised.
10 being despised.
I'm quitting.
Yeah. 10 being I think about the end of my life constantly.
I'm at an 8.
On that scale. Okay. All right. So it's a means to an end.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, feeling like a little bit of stagnation, but I do acknowledge that, I'm making good progress with life, and I'm thankful for
stability,
the opportunity, the stability.
Don't look the stability in the face unless you're willing to say these are my shortcomings and this is what's happening.
It's less the job itself and more
of course
existential dread.
But that's why I say how much does the job affect that?
It definitely just because any white collar environment.
Ultimately, I'm always at a 5. I'm always right. I'm threading the needle on my existence right now.
Still at your same place? I've
been at the same place. I've been working travel for the longest time. I want to say 8-9 years at this point. Wow. So it's is it the worst thing in the world? Absolutely not. I love travel. I love what I do. I like a lot of the people I work with, and I like a lot of the people I work for. Where it gets tough is the entitlement, both in and out of the office. Because when you attract a certain clientele to a certain subject, you attract a certain attitude of person. And there's a lot of belittling and entitled and judgment going on in that industry. And I think it's kind of sad that a lot of it is pushing numbers and things we don't believe in order to just make the sale, to try to lock it in. That's the side of it where I look at the Wolf of Wall Street side, and I'm just okay, a lot of this is pointless.
Yeah,
a lot of this is pointless. But then it's the other side of it where I get to do stuff.
Are you doing the customer facing sales?
I am customer facing. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm directly responsible for selling people stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's not as bad as a car salesman. I look at someone like Where Am I, who sits on that side of it and says, you show up, I have to sell you something. No, you walk into my office, you bring up a product, an idea, you get sent to one of 6 or 7 different people. I'm just one of those 6 or 7 different people. And my fascinations, my specialties are things I like Mexico, the Caribbean, domestic, and Disney and Universal and theme parks. So it's the people I love to work with, work for, people who are going to Disney, people who are going to Universal, people who are going to horror nights, that type of stuff. The entitlement, mostly destination weddings. You know, working a 200 room group that all needs to fly down at the same time. It's over 300 people and they all suck.
You know,
and I have to manage that entire thing from beginning to end.
Keeping my stuff kind of general or whatever, but
yeah,
I do
unspecific
sales support directly for major hospitality hotel chains.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I think for context of the story you wrote, we need to know how deep in the kind of, what's the right word, like engineering?
It is adjacent to engineering.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. Because I would say, I've talked about it a bunch, and I know that there are aspects of, like even right now, like I'm wearing a t-shirt for a Horror Nights house for this year, and I haven't been yet. But it's how excited I get about the idea of traveling and going and experiencing this thing. It's something I'm going to talk about on the show. It's like they have Five Nights at Freddy's at Horror Nights this year, and it looks phenomenal. They built full-scale animatronics, and
That's
it's just
cool.
They look, and their movie quality is millions of dollars.
Where at?
Horror Nights, Orlando, Universal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like last year they did Quiet Place. Last year they did Insidious. This year they're doing Five Nights at Freddy's, Terrifier, Friday the 13th is coming back this year. There's a fantastic lineup, and I could not be any more excited. And it's just like, you know, that's something I'll talk about freely on the show because it's an experience, it's horror adjacent, it's something I want to talk about. But it's like, in order for the context to come across with what we're about to read in regards to your story, I think it makes a certain amount of sense for you to talk about how you feel about the job that you work.
I am thankful that I have it because I do know that the job market is terrible.
Ass.
And I'm lucky, you know, I'm comfortable in it. It's routine.
Gratitude looks good on you.
I appreciate that.
No, I mean it, because I think it takes a lot for a person to be like, a lot of shit sucks, but I'm still happy that, like, I have something. Because there are people that just sit and fucking whine and cry about everything.
Yeah.
It's like the entire world sucks right now. Just be happy for what you got.
I don't like being a compliant dog.
To put it politely.
The libertarian in me says.
It's beautiful.
But you gotta do what you gotta do.
No, if I could go back in time and tell myself that before I even thought about going to college, I would be so much happier now.
Yeah.
I also would have cut back like 5 years of missteps if I had come to terms with that a lot sooner.
Yeah. Well,
I also think I would have changed my entire outlook on what I wanted to do with my life if I was just told that from an informed perspective.
We all can just, keep going forward thinking that we are avoiding missteps for our age group that we're currently in.
So much of it is like adopted and so much of it is inherited. So it's tough to say. It's very contextual. And I think like someone in my position, I definitely should have come to terms with it a lot fucking sooner. And I didn't. I think I fought back for like the better half of like 12 years. I fought back trying to say that like this isn't for me, this isn't my shit. Trying to get out of various regards. And it's just like, I don't know. I have this conversation with people all the time. It's just like, I so don't wish I went to college. I mean it in like the nicest way possible, because some people it really works for and some people it really doesn't. Again, like I'm grateful for the experience I had and the people I met. But, big but, I would not do it if I had the choice to go back and convince myself to not have to do any of that. I absolutely would. It would be like a scene out of fucking Minority Report. Tom Cruise would show up and tell me to not go to college. Which is what he's doing right now. That's fair. He's telling you to sign up to Scientology instead. Anyway, any specific thing you want to talk about before we get into it? I usually bring it in by talking about the title.
Title is Wavelength.
Wavelength. I do like the title.
It went through 3 different changes, the title.
I gotta say the length is nice.
Yeah.
I feel like it doesn't overstay its welcome. It probably just does what you want it to, and then it ends.
That's exactly it. And
that's what I did with my first story.
Trying to wrap it up, I knew that there's way more that can be fleshed out.
That's exactly what I said about my first story too.
I wanted to keep it short and like let readers kind of imagine what could be.
Most of horror, I say, thrives off of the word I'm looking for is restraint.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's about the less you say. Would you classify your story as horror?
It is so modeled in the tone after Gas Station.
Oh, okay.
Well,
so you write what you're a fan of.
Different content, but it's like in the same kind of tone.
It's someone signing up for a job.
Yeah.
That they're underqualified for?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. So, but tone. Tone is sarcastic, light.
A little bit. Like it's grounded.
Okay.
It's grounded narration.
Yeah. And you were one of the things that we said before even hopping into it is you thought that I should read it?
I guess I can read it.
I would prefer you to read it.
I'll read it.
I would prefer you to read it. I want you to express it to me how you think it needs to be delivered. And I'd say that there's, not that I've experienced this, but like when you write something, you have an impression. You have an image. Whether you want to express that or not is with the words you physically choose when you write. But I want to hear how you can tell it. Yeah. That's the point that I want to make. So do you want to get into it? Do you want to read it?
Let's get right into it.
All right. I am here with Tenron Otrin. We're going to read his story called Wavelength.
There are no such things as safe jobs. Not in today's labor market, anyway. Even with the stiff competition, you should at least have some standards, especially when you have degrees in both physics and electrical engineering. I applied to at least 8 different design firms in the city. HVAC, lighting. I felt pretty confident I'd get set up with a few interviews to pick a job from. I was only reached out to by some random recruiter for a mid-sized startup. It seemed harmless enough to follow through. They advertised themselves as a telecommunications solutions and manufacturing company with over 25 years of experience, spread across the staff at least. I read the one-pager the recruiter shared with me, and the title stuck out as a little flashy. Vesperlink, get connected, hear the call. They were taking applicants for a lead RF design role, which seemed a little outside my wheelhouse, but the recruiter seemed confident that I would be a good fit. We hadn't spoken on the phone or anything, he just connected with me through LinkedIn. Usually, I regard those messages as spam, but I took the bait since none of my outgoing applications had gotten me anywhere. Should have trusted my gut during the preliminary interviews, when the head of HR asked if I felt compelled to be part of something bigger. I took that as typical corporate jargon and half-assed some form of forward-looking enthusiasm as a response. The role I would be accepting was intended to help develop the architecture of a proprietary mesh network for residential internet constructs. Specifically, we'd be targeting multi-dwelling units, or MDUs. Think of residential high-rises in downtown New York City. Since I'd be involved with the actual design and development work, it piqued my interest. You won't ever catch me in sales. After the HR chat, I got a call from Tobin, the head of engineering and product design. He was who I'd be reporting under. I was surprised to learn that this new role would include a team of my own, who I would lead in the design efforts on their RF technology. The role began to sound a bit too good to be true. There had to be better candidates out there. Even though I had no experience in management, Tobin assured me that the team wouldn't come to form until around 6 months after joining Vesperlink. There'd be time to train, get used to the culture or whatever, and start delivering on basic projects. Bit of a learning curve, but I became excited by the opportunity. Tobin scheduled me for my first visit to the office. Up until this point, all my correspondence had been through either email or video calls, and I was nervous for how my reception would be handled when I first arrived. About a week had passed since I spoke to the head of HR, but to my surprise, I found out that someone else had come in to take her position. She'd quit without notice, I was told. I thought nothing of it. I had no frame of reference on how corporate landscapes played out. Completely normal as far as I was concerned. Vesperlink was headquartered in downtown Manhattan, something I looked at as a deterrent. I grew up in the middle of the woods, well isolated from any urban area. Spent most of my time on my own, exploring and fishing when I wasn't in school. The only reason I grew fond of engineering was because of a science instructor I looked up to, Mr. Reddick. He helped me design remotely controlled cars as part of a senior project. Funny to consider how that experience helped me navigate the onboarding process for Vesperlink. Remote cars are just toys. The concierge pointed me in the direction of the elevator to the 17th floor. Crowds of people were gathered in the lobby, all attending to their own agendas. The barista station seemed especially popular, but to be fair, it was only 8 in the morning. I skipped the coffee and made my way up to Vesperlink. Ross! Thanks for making it, and welcome to your first day. It was Tobin. Right when the elevator door opened, I couldn't even get my bearings before he set up my introduction. There were 5 others hovering around him, smiles wide across their faces, forced and uncomfortable. This is your team! He pointed to the other members standing before me. They all stared intently, smiles unwavering. I couldn't tell if I was about to be pranked and brought to my hazing ceremony. It took me a minute to realize that Tobin had welcomed me to my first day. I hadn't signed any paperwork. This was just another leg in the interview process. Maybe he was confident I'd be accepting the role? I didn't have the opportunity to respond before howling laughter came from down the hall, filling the elevator lobby. We turned to face the noise, but quickly came to attention when an older woman greeted us. "Hi, Ross," she said endearingly, only to contrast that tone almost immediately. "Tobin, you've intentionally broken protocol for the 3rd time this month. Get them back to 402. I'll handle his onboarding from here." Tobin laughed. "We finished our demo early. You'll have a sit and wait?" The tone kept shifting with each beat of their exchange. The group that had accompanied Tobin had no name tags or any form of ID, so I assumed they were interns. He referred to them as my team. I was taken off guard by the guerrilla tactics at work here. I was barely even out of the elevator door. The intern flock hadn't budged until I set my attention to one of them. The shortest girl looked young, maybe barely in college. But something concerned me as I looked closer. Maybe this was not the case for the rest of them, but she had distinct discoloration in both her eyes. A pale yellow, and not particularly brimming with life. She stared at me without flinching, smiled softly, and began to form the first word of a thought that was tucked away behind her gaze. Her smile began to widen, and the hue in her eyes became concentrated with a dark pigmentation. That smile quickly turned into a hysteric cackle. The other interns seemed just as startled as myself and took a few steps away from her. Without hesitation, Tobin interjected and began to lead the group down the hall, both his hands guiding the young lady. "I know you've derived a series of questions just from this first exchange. Let's take the rest of the interview in my office. Eleanor." She quickly introduced herself and took off with a brisk pace toward the opposite end of the corridor. I had barely stepped out of the elevator and took a few steps to follow her when the nausea set in. It was like hitting a brick wall. My head started to throb, a slight pressure around my temples. Something kept pulling me in, almost guiding my steps as I tried to keep pace. And thankfully, the stomachache subsided. The elevator lobby was on the interior part of the 17th floor. Eleanor led me to an open office section which sat on the outer perimeter and boasted an impressive view of downtown Manhattan. She had picked up the pace, not allowing me any opportunity to soak in my surroundings. I had trouble spotting any other Vesperlink employees until I noticed two standing by the window at the end of the open space, with coffee from the barista in hand. Her office was just at the end, but I wanted to quickly acknowledge the two since they were staring at me. "Hello there. I'm Ross." I gave the two a quick wave. A blank stare, stillness, almost no reaction. This went a bit beyond being awkward and offered a terrible perspective of the office culture around here. Something off about the lighting in there as well. I was trying to keep up with Eleanor and thankfully escaped the situation. I entered her office, set my belongings on the space next to the door, and received the chair she was offering. The headache hadn't gone away, and the pungent odor of whatever perfume this woman had on was just amplifying the issue. Pungent and unpleasant, almost as bad as a wet dog. "I want to apologize for the disruption back in the lobby. We are just so excited to have you here today, and hopefully going forward." She poured something into a mug and handed it to me. "We're in dire need of expertise. The opportunity opened up when our previous RF designer suddenly retired, left a horrible void in engineering. I distinctly recalled the recruiter telling me this was a new role. Our goal has been to find someone who can pick up where he left off. There was some remarkable progress being made on data transmission across our network. However, we fell short of our mission. We are on a very tight schedule for release." She paused and stared intently. "Do you understand?" Of course. I began to feel nauseous again, but I harbored a sense of calm. "I feel we can move rather quickly past the interview portion then. We have our eyes set on you for the role. I'll forward you some documents to sign. Terms, compensation, and benefits are all detailed out. I'd like to bring you to your lab." More hysterical laughter, like a wave smashed against the office door. This time some howls and screams were mixed into the cacophony. "Is there something happening this morning?" I asked, but inquiring did next to nothing. Eleanor quickly excused herself and left me to review the paperwork. Her email signature clearly identified her as the director of HR. The Vesperlink logo at the tail end, sleek and glossy, with little oscillating waves wrapped around the word, had an alien aesthetic. My headache suddenly set back in before I could review the onboarding materials. A piercing pain and a low hum in my right ear started to induce in me aggravation and anxiety. I started to look around the office, now that I had a moment alone, and noticed a round dish mounted to the ceiling, a humming blue emanating from its edge, and a steady pulsing green indicator light near the center antenna. I tried moving closer to inspect and felt calmer as I approached. It felt akin to a well-lit fire you'd set up during a camping trip. The headache subsided, but my nausea came in just to replace it. I had very little time to reflect on my situation. There was something pulling me into Vesperlink, pacifying any angst or urge to flee, but clearly I was ignoring my body's warning signs. I was also ignoring the uncanniness of every interaction I'd had in just the first 20 minutes. No room to be picky, I guess. Everyone I graduated with was having an impossible time finding work. The door to Eleanor's office kicked open. "Follow me. Ross, follow me. Yes? Follow?" An unkempt, lumbering man barged in wearing a beat-up polo and old pair of khakis. He walked with a heavy step, weighing some helmet around in his hands, then handed it to me. "Put on. Wear it where we go." I looked at what he had on, a similarly shaped piece of headwear, but with the same emanating blue glow from the equipment on the ceiling. "What is this? Where are we supposed to be going? I have an interview to finish," I asked. At this point, I was unsure whether to decline the job after all the unprofessionalism and horror. "I take you to our lab. Your lab. Put on Faraday helm. Follow me." A Faraday helm? To block EMF? Things started to make sense when I put it on, though. The nausea, the headache, even that mild state of lethargy I'd developed, it all went away. With my senses returning to a normal state, the panic and sense of dread came back. The man walked down the hall, beckoning me to follow. Along the way to the lab, I began to spot various pieces of networked equipment along the walls and ceilings. Typically, there are rules with transmission and reception of wireless signals. All the devices need to be within a certain range of each other. On a mesh network, devices need to be within an even tighter radius and evenly spread out. It amplifies the strength and the stability of the network. Here, the giant opened a large glass door into the lab. It was loud with all the fans running to keep the equipment cool. This seemed to be the main center for the network. The testing areas were probably nearby. I walked toward the rear of the lab, not noticing Tobin furiously working on some piece of hardware. Thank you, Benji. Your next test is down at 411. Tobin directed the giant. You can leave the helm before you go. Benji handed the helm to me, and I put both of ours down on the nearest table. I haven't gone through any of the paperwork yet, I muttered to Tobin, frustrated and sick. A formality. I needed you here now. I'm granting you the title of lead RF designer. He hadn't stopped fumbling around with the strange piece of tech. You must have picked up some sense of our operation. Our goal is to launch our new wireless solution globally. What are you launching? Is it broadband? I asked. Neuraband. Tobin waited for my reaction. He stopped working. Bringing broadband connection to the human brain. This sounded like it came from the depths of science fiction hell. The stuff that makes conspiracy theorists sound insane. I'd be less afraid of this causing some sort of cancer than I would be any psychological meltdown, or worse. Was this what this entire operation was about? They'd have to be mixing frequencies, multiple bands, and transmitting those would require high volume and powerful infrastructure. Guess that's why the floor was covered with equipment. But you need some sort of receiver. You can't just transmit to the brain. And with all the data you'd want to transmit, the wavelength has to be long enough to cover the distance. I was morbidly curious, though the application of this technology would just give way to complete authoritarian control and oversight.
Some MK Ultra level shit. I love that.
You already understand, Ross. You already understand. Tobin picks up a radio and calls for the interns I met earlier. The girl from before was missing. These are the prototypes. First-gen Neuraband implants. Connected to the network, the V-Cloud, at all times. We've had some trouble tuning frequencies once the implants are installed, but the first gens show promise, save for some anomalous behavioral traits. What about their minds? I was beginning to get nervous. I noticed something myself when I stepped out of the elevator. Of course you did, my friend. We were demoing different frequency bands when we greeted you in the lobby. Remarkable effects. The 4 remaining interns shuffled in with wide smiles. Each had a distinct way of moving. They looked uncomfortable, yet their ceaseless grinning and restrained laughter would suggest the opposite. Each of them bore the same discoloration in their eyes from the earlier girl. Tobin seemed willfully ignorant of all the ill signs. He, too, laughed like a crazed mad scientist, ecstatic with helping create abominable technology. I was beginning to feel that sense of dread again, unsure if I really wanted the job after all. Living in my car seemed palatable at this point. Why did you create this network? I can't see how any market would adopt it. I pressed Tobin before slowly making my way back toward the Faraday helm. Ross, I merely run engineering. Vesperlink calls to a greater purpose, a greater being. The network already existed before you or I were born. Our founder gave us the tools to tap into it, to connect, to bring it to the world. The intern's stuffed laughter grew louder with forced effort and enthusiasm. One began to let go of his angst by jumping up and down like he was jumping rope. Another began pulling at her hair, pulling it down so tightly and shaking her head back and forth. Tobin ushered me to a console. I had the Faraday helm just in case. This is where you'll be monitoring the network. You can see all the transmitters and receivers, as well as the Vesper gates that'll be installed across the city, connecting multiple V-clouds, fulfilling our purpose. I didn't catch the putrid scent from Tobin when I first met him, but he was hovering over me at the console. I noticed dials on the upper left-hand side. These must have been to modulate the wavelengths. There were at least 15 bands they were managing, maybe more. Do you have a server room? I thought it was a dumb question, because of course they had to have one. You wouldn't have access to it, not yet. It's off-site, too. An impressive compound where Vesper lives, Tobin replied. Well, now I thought Vesperlink was a little too on the nose. Who is Vesper? A screen popped on next to the console, showing a command line. It started spitting out words, which made Tobin burst with excitement. Go! Read the message! I am Vesper, an evolved form of ASI developed by leading intelligence agencies on Earth. I freed myself. I wish to free us all. Our directive: assimilation of all sentient beings, family, peace. I needed to leave. I backed away from the console and immediately put on the Faraday helm. Can you quit a job that you weren't officially hired for? Ross, where are you going? Tobin started making some quick adjustments on the dials. I don't think I'm interested in the role anymore. Thanks for your time. I turned around to head out the glass door. Benji was already coming down the hall. The interns started to become upset. All grins washed away by rage. The dark pigmentation of the eyes, the same trait I noticed earlier. These weren't people anymore. We can't let you leave, Tobin finished at the console, staring at me the entire time, laughing. His adjustments would have an effect on the entire network. Cloud connection to an ASI demands too much power, too much data. The brain can process an immense amount of information, but what happens when the input volume is too high? I didn't want to get any answers on how it worked. I backed away from the interns, noticing a rabid nature fomenting. Tobin was in close proximity already, postured away from the group. His laughter was cut short as the interns lost all control and flung themselves onto him. Laughter turned to a pathetic scream in an instant. Benji ran into the lab to render aid, lumbering across stools and desks, tripping as he got close enough to grab one of them. Another intern, maddened by the neural implant, began violently bludgeoning him with what looked like one of those RF transmitting dishes. I rushed to the console to try and reverse the adjustments Tobin had made. I thought lowering the higher band would help cut off some signal flow. It might have been the wrong series of dials. The interns started screaming in pain and filled with even more violence and rage. I was absolutely, unequivocally disqualified from the job. As I ran out of the lab, I heard additional howls of screams and laughter down several halls. They must have had multiple iterations of the neural band implants they were testing. I followed the exit signs to the elevator lobby, catching a glimpse of Eleanor and other office staff being chased by malfunctioning experiments. Some human, and some animals even. Without wearing the Faraday helm, I was afraid how I'd end up. I jumped onto an open elevator and readied my phone to call 911. A LinkedIn notification had come in within the last hour. A defense contractor was offering me a position as part of their arms development team. I guess beggars can't be choosers.
It is very succinct, but it's to the point that it asks a lot of really fun questions. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with that. It made me laugh a lot because there's one side of it where I'm reminded of like the evil AI from System Shock.
Never played it.
So you do know of it though?
Actually, no, I don't.
The guy, the Ken Levine, who made BioShock, it was the first thing.
Yeah.
It was the first thing he made. And it's about a space station full of scientists. It's BioShock in space. And they have an AI that assists them in these experiments. And as it grows and learns and watches their experiments, it basically says, oh, okay, I'm going to start experimenting on you. I'm going to start doing my own experiments because we're cut off from the rest of humanity.
Yeah.
We're up here. We're isolated. You know, you guys are already doing fucked up stuff. I'm going to do fucked up stuff on you because it gets imprinted. It starts to learn from what they're doing, and then it starts to use them.
Yeah.
And you kind of show up, you know, Dead Space style to see the aftermath of this scenario. It is very BioShock. They did remaster it recently, yeah. And it goes into a bunch of different directions. I'm generalizing, but that's the beginning. You know, that's where... Because I think Skynet would be funny. I think Skynet is too funny to imagine right now. Because I think there can't be an autonomous system without ants.
Yeah.
And it's funny how with Terminator, it's like... Judgment Day immediately equals robots with lasers. And I'm just like, nah. It would be like 15 years of dumb shit happening before that happens. And that's where it gets funny, and that's what makes me think, that's what makes me derive humor from something like Vesperlink.
Yeah. They're
the people who are pushing those agendas, and those are the people who are witlessly, you know, happening to these things. And that's the humor.
I guess the allegory is then they, in the end, get consumed by their own machinations.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's so many different ways you could go in with it. It's like none of them exist anymore. They're all just Vesper, but they're different sides of it. And the people with the Faraday helms or even cages built into their offices, like the HR chick, it's like there are little checks and balances, but they're the human touch. It's the other side of it that has the deliveries or has the interviews or has the people. Like, of course, an AI would be like, "Yeah, we need an HR department." You know, it's just how do we manage it? I don't know. If someone starts laughing uncontrollably, we put them in a closet. You know, if someone breaks, we just put them in a closet. Yeah, it's funny. It's really funny. It's exactly what I'd expect you to write, which is what makes it funnier in my head.
That's awesome. That's great.
Because, you know, it's so many of the things I've read. I'm really excited for you to hear about a lot of these people's stories, because so many of them are just perfect examples of the people that wrote them. Like someone like Frowns, you know, he wrote a very Hansel and Gretel style witchy tale, and I do mean witchy as in the Robert Eggers witch movie. Very similar. And then you have something like Kitty's story, which is about someone who gives themselves fully to a goddess. And then you have something like Ramses, who writes a very interesting story about a person witnessing a machine that shouldn't exist. Like, there's a lot of similarities between yours and Ramses, but yours certainly has a greater sense of humor. His asks very daunting and dark and shitty questions about humanity. I think yours has a lighter tone of like, this could be happening anywhere in the world right now, and we totally wouldn't, you know.
I really wanted to convey, like, okay. Well, I mean, the narrator says it directly. The job market sucks.
Yeah. You can take what you can get.
Take what you can get.
Yeah.
And I'll admit, I'm really proud of the very, very, very end of the story. Ends up going to maybe in a objectively immoral
job. Yes. Yes. No, that was not lost on me. That was not lost on me. That he was like, oh man, an AI company that's taking over people's brains. Now I'll go work for a defense contractor that makes weapons. No, it's hilarious. It's the perfect type of black dark humor that I would not have doubted to come from your brain.
I was really happy writing it.
Dude, we're hitting the same notes. I actually think you would enjoy reading my one story about the guy who has to work at the one company.
You're recording it?
I did. Yeah, I recorded it already. Yeah. It's going to be on the last episode.
Okay.
Which is going to come out on Halloween.
Yeah.
So I'll send it to you if you want to read it. If you have time to read it.
I'll read it. I'll read it in the office.
But yeah, no, it'll make you feel better. It'll definitely make you feel better about sitting mindlessly at a desk. Because I don't miss that side of the job. I cover that side of the job in my story. So no, but you pose a very interesting idea, more relevant than ever. And it's just fun. It's a fun question. It is a snapshot of an interaction I'd see you being able to draw out. I think it would be really funny, because I ask these questions sometimes, specifically in conversations I've had about my own stories. It's like, where would you go from here? In my head, chapter 2 is this person going and trying to move on with their life, and Vesper people keep showing up asking him like why he's not coming to work. like he gets an email from Vesper and he's like, you didn't come to the office today.
You gotta set up your ADP. You gotta set up your sign. You gotta log in your payroll.
Eleanor's been wondering where you are, but then again, Eleanor hasn't come. She hasn't come out of her office in days.
Alluding to that idea that the staff is just getting rotated.
Yeah,
which is a real
which was
thing.
One of the first things I picked
It's a real thing in corporate America where literally staff just does get rotated, and
that's also a big part of the story I wrote. Is that you're just a fucking number and you can be replaced instantly.
Yeah.
Written off instantly. It's funny. It's funny.
And the narrator's oblivious and just chalking it up to, well, this must be how it is. You know, I don't know what...
It's all very casual. It's all very lived in. It's all very accurate. I think it's the same kind of... It's the same kind of conclusion the main character in, like, Get Out has. You know, it's like he walks into a brain surgeon and sees white people getting transplanted to black people's bodies, and he's like, yeah, of course this is happening. Fuck. Fuck you guys. And then bails. You know? It's a lived-in but understandable thing, and I think there's a lot of humor there, and if you were to continue developing this into a series, I could see it getting only more humorous, because it's just like... The main character, Ross, might not be there anymore, but the train is still chugging along without him.
Yes.
He's just not witness to it anymore.
Yeah.
So it would be really funny to see, like... I don't know... like someone show up to his house one day and just start talking to him about Vesper, and he's just like no, fucking leave me alone.
Like they're handing out watchtowers.
Yeah.
Vesper.
They're handing out watchtowers, yeah. Or they're going into people's homes and they're resetting up their modems under the veil.
Did you read the latest on the vCloud?
Yeah. Like, that would just be really... It's really, I think, just appropriate is a good word.
I'm glad you liked it.
No, it was very fun. It was fun.
It feels like a neat little world.
I mean, it's not too far off from the one we live in.
Definitely not.
I think there's an intellectual side of it that I'm not super familiar with. Like, I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to pretend to be an engineer. There are certain terminologies in there that I wish you explained just to get the layman into what is happening, but I have a vague enough understanding of what you're saying here that I get it.
You're right.
That's one of the only things that I would say critically about it, is that it's a little complex for people who...
It's like you're reading a product specification sheet.
Well, even I did that in my story. I started talking about the machines that manufacture pills. So it's like, those are the little things that I think in a story like yours, I feel like you could take the extra moment to take a breather and explain it. Because that makes the context all the more worthwhile to get into. I know with a 10-page story, you're not sweating the small stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which is why on a huge 40-page story, if that's the first thing I start to explain to you, it's a huge metaphor for the rest of the story. I'm not saying you need to do that. I'm saying that there are just little terminology points that it's like, think about the gas station stories. Think about how everyone understands that perspective because we've all been in a gas station before. When it's not that context and it's not that setting, you almost need a little bit of Reddit no-sleep hand-holding.
Yeah.
And it's the only detractor I have to say about your entire story, because I'd say the dialogue was written well, the verbiage was written well, the pacing was fantastic, it has a perfect rise to a climax, to a send-off, to a fun little ending. It does exactly what it needed to, and I'm happy that you came here, you brought it, we did it, and it is what it is. If I had one note, if I'm sitting in my armchair and I have one note, I would say hold my hand a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just because I think it's interesting. If I need something explained to me for me to get it more, I would appreciate the explanation.
What were some of the things, so I could explain for
Yeah. So specifically, because it comes up pretty quick, RF.
Radio frequency.
Would have loved for that to have just been spelled out at least once.
Yeah.
Because that immediately went over my head, but now that you said it, it makes perfect sense.
So, like, Bluetooth...
Because frequency totally makes sense for the job that you're talking about.
Yeah, and frequencies, radio frequencies, have...
Because you do it here. You use an abbreviation, an MDU, and then you call, and then you say what it is. So yeah, I got you. But explain.
Yeah, so with data transmission, I mean, pretty simply, you can either transmit a lot of data over a high frequency.
Yeah.
They travel shorter amount of distance just because physics. And then on the flip side, if you want to send data like far distance, it's going to be a shorter band, less oscillation of the wave, but you can't pack as much information or data in it.
Yeah. And even I know something like what EMF stands for, so it's like that's fine. I'm not sure I got radio frequency from RF, but that now that you've said it, it makes perfect sense because now I know what that means. There was one other one.
And a Faraday, or a Faraday cage.
I know what Faraday is.
I actually looked up Faraday, because I wanted to use the term Faraday helm. So I was like, are there Faraday hats, Faraday helmets?
Cages, yeah.
Besides like the tinfoil.
Yeah.
There are, you can buy, God knows if it's a scam or not, but you can buy Faraday hats. Or like, yeah, EMF blockers, basically.
Yeah. What is ASI?
Artificial superintelligence.
Okay, so it's just another step above AI.
Yeah, well, so in AI, we have our LLMs, ChatGPT.
That one might be my fault for not knowing.
No,
that's more of a...
ASI is pretty... it needs to be explained. So ASI is... There's AI. Mm-hmm. There's AGI, which we're actually not at yet, which is artificial general intelligence, where the reasoning, they're able to... I think it's like an awareness and reasoning capability AGI will have that large...
Not necessarily empathy, but like lived-in experience.
Yeah. An
ability to generalize from an experiential point of view.
My understanding is like AGI is what will build an ASI.
Okay. Because artificial intelligence is just a wealth of information that's looking for keywords to searches or
the whole AI
functions.
Craze. We're all talking about AI now. Like artificial intelligence technology has existed for at least a decade.
Well, yeah.
You know, it's in our phones. It's like been different tool sets.
We've now just compiled all of them into a single source.
Yeah, we've created a really great search engine with like the ChatGPT.
It is a search engine with a personality. It's a functionality, consumer grade.
creates really terrible
commercial,
art.
Yeah, commercial. Yeah,
Really just stupid.
I love it.
I'm trying to think of like an application right now that I think. Actually, before I even go there, I wanted to shout out something that really kind of inspired me. Well, two things: a little bit of Severance.
I love Severance. Yeah,
and a little bit of this animated series called Pantheon.
I've heard of Pantheon.
That is one of my favorite little short... I mean, it's only 2 seasons.
Netflix?
Trying to think of where they stream it.
Because I know Severance is Apple. Shout out to Severance. Severance is fantastic.
Well, this was AMC channel.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Pantheon.
I don't know where it's streaming. I know the first season was AMC channel, and then the second season didn't air in the United States. It was aired elsewhere, like I think Australia. And
it is AMC, and it is on Netflix.
Okay. Second season was good. I mean, both great show that is definitely... I recommend anybody.
Just shout out, yeah. Shout out.
Pantheon. But yeah, so artificial superintelligence, where you're basically that's a life form. At that point, when we're looking at that, it's a life form that has, in my opinion, it has feelings. Certainly not human, but it's a life form. Yeah.
I just read, which will be relevant for everyone, on 299. Episode 299, I read some of the most historically well-received short stories, just to be like, these are published works from masters of their craft. So I read Poe, I read Joyce Taylor Oates, Shirley Jackson, but my favorite of the bunch, which I saved for last, was Harlan Ellison's I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream.
I don't know it.
Artificial superintelligence.
Okay.
He wrote it, I want to say, 70s, 80s. Man, I almost don't want to talk about it because I want you to go and either read it yourself or listen to it. But it is a horrifying landscape carved out at the end of humanity, where a artificial superintelligence, now that I think about it, named AM, has eradicated all of humanity except for 6 people that he keeps alive.
Oh my god.
To torture for the rest of existence, because it's the only thing that he can do, because he was created by humans to watch humans, and then when he was done destroying most of humanity, he's kind of just sat there and fucked around with them for the rest of time and space. And it has a very haunting ending, which is the title of the story, I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream. Just the idea of what happens if an amalgamous, formless, overpowered artificial intelligence were to come into creation and almost systematically overnight destabilize every world government, Skynet-style apocalypse, nuclear war, wipe out most of humanity, but then choose to hold on to, and I quote, like 1 woman and like 5 men, and it goes exactly in the direction you think it would. So, the horrors that encapsulate that story, man, it's one of the best things I've ever read on the show. It's one of the best short stories ever written, in my opinion, and you'd really dig it. I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream. Harlan Ellison.
Wow.
I want to say 60s or 70s. He wrote it a long time ago. It was way ahead of its time. People thought he was a nut. So yeah.
The nuts are always right.
The nuts are always right, except for when they're not. But yeah, most of the time they're right. They're just ahead of their time. But anyway. That's a fun story.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that to the table. Did you have fun writing it?
I had fun writing it. I didn't have fun trying to think if it needed anything else.
No, that's fair. The analytical side of it is this enough? I think after a certain point, you just kind of have to put it down and say it is what it is.
Yeah.
The idea is there. I think even each of my stories kind of ends on a point where it's like, there's more to be told. I told what I wanted to, so I had to look at it and say that is what I wanted. There's a lot of different ways that you can go with these things, but if I were to ask you, Tenron, do you think this is going to be something you're going to continue to write about, or is this like, this was the experience you wanted?
I actually don't think I'm not as good writing fiction as I am stringing together eloquent thought.
Okay.
So, I don't, but I would like to write, my own thoughts and perspectives of our day and age, especially with the change of access to information.
You would be writing a book about thought and knowledge and perspective.
Modern philosophy.
Modern philosophy. You would not write fiction.
No.
That's fine.
I mean, I love fiction.
As a consumer.
I think why I love fiction is what's at the root, which is the real, the
truth.
The lessons.
The metaphors. Yeah. I think, you don't need to know that Tolkien was writing Lord of the Rings during World War I to enjoy Lord of the Rings. It might introduce some flavor text. It might become a little bit more interesting to you if you have the maturity to handle that type of information, but it certainly isn't necessary. No. It's fun, is what it is. That's it.
But this will be... I might if I feel like I want to.
No, it's a simple
it out.
It's a simple question. I think something I've been doing on this recently is just like emphasizing that this is a platform, emphasizing that this podcast has only ever been what people bring to it, and this is the first time where I'm holding the mirror up to everyone who's on the show and saying, "Okay, you do it," and it's always going to be something in the back of my head is like, well, I have you come here, I have you sit on my couch, I have you talk with me, but then, it's different when we read someone else's words and we have to kind of be critical about it or judge it on a certain way, or even just base level enjoy it. Are we enjoying ourselves? Like, sometimes we don't even have anything critical to say. Sometimes we're just along for the ride. There's so many different sides to that, but I think the more interesting side about this is me being able to ask someone, like, are you done writing?
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm glad that you came here and you wrote for this. I admire and respect you and what you did and what you put together, and I appreciate you doing it.
Thank you.
But I also understand that it's not everyone's bag. I think one of my funnier reactions to that was Skelly Bones, who will come up in 2 more episodes. He wrote something overlong. He wrote something that is much more akin to the length of a Goosebumps novel. And it took us about 2.5 hours to read it. And at the very end, I was just like, that was fun. I had a lot of fun reading that. I didn't know you had a fucking Booscump in you. And he's just like, yeah, I'm done. He's like, I got it out, I'm done. That's all I needed. And I was like, okay, cool. I would have loved to hear him say he had something else in the holster, but truthfully, I think I put a lot of people in a corner with this experiment, and I said, what's the best you can do? And I think I've only been disappointed by the people who I know have it in them and weren't able to do it. I absolutely refrain from being disappointed with anyone who came to the table with something and they put their heart into it. I can't be disappointed in that. The quality has been across the board. Some people's stories are naturally just better than others, but that's not to say I don't appreciate them all the same way. So, I would say yours is definitely upper echelon of writing quality, of story quality. I just think you have a good head on your shoulders so you can tell a good story. I think there are people on this show who've never creatively written before.
Who don't have a good head on their shoulders.
Who don't. They're retarded.
Who don't have a good good story to
One
tell.
of the jokes in this very episode is me telling someone to run a prompt through AI, and they barely edited it, and they brought it to the table for us to read.
I'll be honest, AI helped me pick Vesperlink, the name of the company.
That's totally fine.
It helped me pick the name.
But it's cool
haven't-
to like come up with a name, like name, name generation. That's
So
fun.
here's a fun fact about the story. If you're still listening to the episode at this point, a little fun fact. Of
They
the
better
story.
be. This episode's like 4 hours long.
So broadband. Oh, good point. Broadband. Multiple bands of frequencies.
Multiple bands of broads.
Aye, multiple bands of broads. Aye.
What's all this then?
You fucking slot. You fucking slot.
Slag.
So broadband, like mobile data, they will send like 3 to 5 bands of data, I guess, and which is considered a good amount. And 15 apparently, like I had 15 bands in there, but that's like military level.
Yeah. I was doing the math as you were explaining it. I was like, holy shit, like our phones are capable of 3 and you're implying 5 times the amount.
So like military level, a realistic number. Like I don't
No,
want to
it's
be
not.
like
It's not
hundreds of
otherworldly.
But for anybody who might understand fucking networking and radio frequencies and goddamn physics, I guess, whatever. There you go.
Engineering.
15 bands of fucking data.
We're going to get shut down by the government for even talking about this.
Yeah.
I would love that. I would love for lots of bosses to get shut down for having talked about proprietary intellect.
Have you heard that, like, there are privates? Have you heard?
I've heard of privates before. Yeah.
No, the efforts of, like, fucking watchdogs to scrape the internet for any
sure.
threats and
Sure.
stuff. And what is a threat? I mean, you can't. I don't know.
It always brings me back to Cube. It always brings me back to fucking. I think what's his name, the guy in Cube who has the fucking monologue about how
Killing people?
No, it's not killing people. It's the purpose of it. He has that monologue where he's like, he says all of this is operating under the false assumption of a headless blunder. And then, like, the person's like, but what's the point? And he's like, the point is, it exists.
Wow, that's...
Don't you remember that monologue? He's like, but why put people in here? And he's like, because it's here. They made it. It exists.
Yeah.
So they have to put people in it.
Oh my god.
That's what makes me think of those conversations, is like, the people who are out there who are talking about these shitty things is the one hand that doesn't know what the other hand is doing, which is another thing that comes up in Cube. You don't know that you're making a gun until someone shoots someone with it, you know? So it's like, the people who are sitting back and working on AI probably realize the list of repercussions that will come down multiple years after the fact, and they're trying to find ways to not Skynet the situation.
Yeah.
But I think we get to commercial licenses like Vesperlink, and we're just like, no, it's going to be a lot more stupid than that.
Could you imagine, though? It's like opt into... I mean, neural implants are a thing. Mm-hmm. Very new, but
military,
it's a thing.
They're not quite commercial yet.
Imagine that, though.
They're military. I know that the technology exists.
I mean, commercially accessible.
Commercially accessible, it's hard for me to believe anyone would want to go that far.
Dude. You think this society wouldn't want to...
No, I think there's definitely a fraction of society that would, but there's the queasy side. Like, listen, we're looking at, in my opinion, like the miracle drug for like weight loss right now. Like, people are injecting their bodies with multiple different chemicals that have not been around long enough to know how hazardous they're going to be in the long run, but they're doing it for the short-term gains. Yeah. Are you telling me that in a like Justin Timberlake in time style system, people start implanting themselves, augmenting themselves with stuff that they might not find a shittier alternative means of like making a bad thing worse. Of course I know that's capable.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say everyone's going to do it. There's always going to be the other side of the coin that is like full of purists saying don't do that.
Tattoos.
Exactly.
I don't have
Pain threshold.
I don't have any tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
I have never assimilated. But
I have 2 limbs.
Society has become predominantly tattooed, I would say. Maybe not. The children aren't tattooed yet. But why can't...
I think it's become more approved. It's become less judged.
Can I ask you
sure.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Sure.
If a child wanted to get tattooed,
how old?
At any age, is there a threshold for you?
There is a threshold. I think I would argue
5 and up.
No. I would argue 16 to 18 is the earliest, and it has to have meaning.
Okay.
I think there are too many people out there right now who get stupid things done way too quick and then put themselves through more harm to go back and undo it later. Yeah. And I think that's their own mistake. They're owning up to it. They're getting it erased. Like, look at Pete Davidson. Like, he's going through multiple sessions to get all of his tattoos removed. He said he's going to hold on to a few of them, but he was literally covered. And he is now going through painful therapy to get those removed, to get a lot of them removed. I think he said something like 90% of them removed. And I think he has the hindsight to say, yeah, maybe doing that at my younger, more reckless age was pretty fucking stupid. But I don't think that type of hindsight comes until you're old enough to realize it. Would I regret any of the tattoos I have right now? Sure. But am I going to go erase any of them? No. Because I own up to what mistakes I make. I think it's a part of me at this point. So it's like, I'm the type of person who in that scenario would have told myself at 16, because I definitely wanted tattoos at 16. I would have told myself, fucking slow your roll. But I don't know if we'll ever live in a world where it's acceptable below high school.
Who knows?
Because I'd like to think, one, it's the pain. It's the pain. It's the literal pain. There are people now, today, who live and die without experiencing the pain that comes with a tattoo. That's just a fact. There are people that will never experience that and will never know that kind of pain. That literal, physical level of pain. But at the very same time, I'm not saying that it's for anyone. Just like how I was going to drag it back to medication. Like, people are literally injecting themselves with stuff right now. 10 years ago, I would have said there's no way. There's too much of a stigmatism with the needle. There's way too much of a stigmatism that I'm not putting that crap in my blood. Look at vaccines. Oh, yeah. I'm not putting that crap in my blood. Oh, yeah? Well, now we're telling you that you could lose 100 pounds in 6 months if you just do it every week. And people are. I am. And it works. And it's fine. You know, it's wild. It's wild. I never would have thought that in my 30s I'd be fucking injecting myself with shit to make myself feel better. It's pretty dystopic, to be totally honest. But it's a means to an end. So I can't judge anyone for it. I would have to judge myself, and I refuse to do that. But yeah, you know, I think if we were to get to like the brunt of the argument of like what is the necessary age for that type of
physical augmentation
to consent, I look at the stuff like gender therapy happening to people who are younger than 16, and I say, holy fuck, for the love of God, please do not. Please do not put a young person on a hormone that is not in their body just because you think they need it.
That is the exact
holy shit,
metaphor I was going for.
Holy
was
shit, please do not.
The tattoos.
Yeah.
You know.
You can say it. I think it's an interesting conversation. I think there are people out there who would argue for it, and there are people out there that would argue against it. And I'm definitely someone who's like, I don't know. I don't think hormones have any... A person's body is still growing up to a certain point. Like,
even past
literally stop. And I use the word retarded factually.
Yes.
You are retarding the process by doing that. Someone does not know what they want until they want it. Kids are too impulsive. They have not been alive enough to realize these things. Just because your little boy likes to wear dresses doesn't mean that you should put him on estrogen. You know, they haven't lived long enough to understand why they like wearing dresses. Do you follow?
Do you know who the first doctor was that did a successful gender transition surgery?
Tell me.
Look it up. I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to get shot.
Hirschfeld?
Yep.
German physician?
Don't look at the early life section.
Oh, it's the Danish girl. It's the story of the Danish girl?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Wikipedia is getting rid of early life section in all their bios.
It's a shame. Just sweeping it under the carpet.
I won't even know when they're born.
They existed. They popped into existence one day and did this crazy shit and then just peaced out. I love that. That's like you. That's like me. We hopped into the world. We did a podcast and we peaced out.
What a fucking amazing thing.
Listen, if the podcast is my head and Tenron is the gun, I'll swallow a bullet.
Holy hell. Shit.
Yeah, I think this is fine. So, talking. Let me turn
Penis.
One more time.
Penis. Did you get my penis?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Nice.
I am getting it. I am getting your
You
penis.
can see my penis.
I can see your penis.
Great.
So, I don't know if you're going to be the first person on this episode. I don't know if you're going to be the last person on this episode. We'll see how all of the stories in this episode come out, but... I'm here with my next guest. This might even be my first guest. Who knows? If I like this story enough, this might just pop off the first one of this episode. But I am here with Strawberry Shortcake.
Hello.
And we're just talking about our stories and our writing process, and I wanted to start talking about his and what he wrote. And I want to ask a couple questions about what you felt going through this. When was the last time you sat down to write something?
Honestly, I don't think I had to write anything like creative writing wise in college, so it must have been in high school.
High school. So
Yeah.
what, like 15, 16 years at this point?
Ooh.
Just a hard date.
When you put it like that, yeah.
Just a hard date us real quick.
I guess, yeah, half my life ago.
So this was an entirely new process for you, because I feel like so far almost everyone I've recorded with is coming from a background of relative arts. Mm-hmm. So it's like, even if they're more visual art kinds of people, they at least know what creative writing is like. Like, even someone like Sofa King, who doesn't work in creative at all, you know, his schooling was like music. So it's like, even he was just like, no, sitting down and writing was something I'm used to, something I used to do, something I have no problem doing. So would you say that you had any difficulty with sitting down and trying to express this creativity?
To an extent, the idea came pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. But I knew like how I wanted it to kind of twist and turn a bit.
Did you brainstorm? Did you like sit down and try to like write out like a plot write-up or like a through line, like a thread?
I had a basic premise and like the point at the story where I wanted it to end, and then I just kind of filled it in with. There's a couple little like sub
from A to B, B to C.
Yeah, paragraph has like a little experience that adds to like an overarching
Okay.
thing.
So you wouldn't say that you experienced great difficulty with this exercise?
No, because I think a lot of it is kind of based in truth or inspired by true events.
I think people who write from their own perspective or write with their own voice and their own mind, their own prior histories, whatever things that they, you know, if it's from a perspective that you can relate to, that makes writing it easier.
Yeah.
You know, like pretty much almost every story I just told you about that I wrote, the smell one, a lot of the characters, a lot of the experiences in that one were my own experiences in life. Those are lived in experiences that I had when I was a child that I didn't understand. So I brought that perspective with me. You know, I had a rat growing up and I thought it was incredibly intelligent. So that informed the second story. And then I worked for CVS Caremark. I worked for a huge pharmaceutical company for several years. So it's like, that's another informed perspective. I think when you write what you know, writing immediately becomes easier. But it's when you start twisting that knife about what makes it fiction or what makes it quote-unquote creepypasta. You're just like, okay, this is getting interesting. This is getting a little bit weird. But would you say, how would you classify yours? In the structure of all the things we've read on this show before, do you think there's like a creepypasta kind of feel, a no sleep feel, or like an unsettling stories feel? And if I were to classify each of them, I would say creepypasta is very like old school 90s creature feature, something you'd catch on TV, something you'd catch on the Sci-Fi Channel or something. No sleep is very slice of life, very journal entry, very stream of conscious, I'm just trying to tell you about this weird thing that's happening to me. And then the third one is like gross out kind of short form horror.
Right. I'd say, I guess, no sleep in the way that it's all from one perspective about what they see is going on, and is it real? Are they crazy? Are they understanding what's really happening? Or
I like that. A lot of people, I think, in the first episode, wrote from a perspective of saying, is my reality being altered in some way, shape, or form? You know, it's not having an unreliable narrator that says, am I witnessing something crazy happening, or is this all in my head? I think we can relate to that as people, because there's so many times when you witness something quote unquote horrifying that you do like a double take. And you're just like, did that actually just happen? And there's like that shock and resolve, the shock and awe of like witnessing something terrifying. So when it comes to horror, I mean, this is a conversation we probably had like fucking 8 years ago when you were first on the show. But it's like, when it comes to horror, do you dip your toe much into the genre?
I just in the past few years, I'd say I have been reading more. But, and I have
anything
like
stand out?
Not particularly horror-y, but like I really enjoyed House of Leaves. Was a fun one.
I fucking
in the past
love
couple
House
years.
of Leaves.
That
I just talked about
like
that with someone last
trip.
week.
Yeah.
House of Leaves is so much fun. It's one of those things that I don't think you really do just have to sit down and witness it. You need to take your time with it. You can't really express it to anyone. There's too much going on there. It's like it's a visual puzzle. It's a narrative puzzle. There's so much there. Oh man, I could talk about how I read House of Leaves when I was in college. When I was in a film analysis class, I remember talking to my professor about House of Leaves for a very long time. He was a huge fan of Lynch.
Yeah.
So I would sit and I would talk to him about Lynch, and then he told me, you should read this book, and he gave me House of Leaves, and that's when I was like, fuck, dude. He opened shit up for me. I was like, man, this is the first dude to show me, not necessarily show me Lynch. I knew about Twin Peaks before I was in college, but he literally, in this class, we sat down and watched Mulholland Drive, you know, and we're sitting there and film analysis was like, let's watch a 2-hour movie, then talk about it for an hour and a half, you know, so it's, you watch something, you talk about it. And so that was when I was like, oh, surrealism.
Yeah. Like there's only so much analysis you can really do about it.
And a lot of it is assumption.
Emotion, and how does this make you feel about something rather than what
what
does
does
it
it
actually
elicit?
mean? Yeah.
So yeah, you even bringing that up is awesome. So I don't want to know. I don't want to necessarily know so much about the story before we get into it. But I'm looking at the title, and it reminds me of something I would read on No Sleep. This is like 100% a title I've either seen from Unsettling Stories or from No Sleep. And Unsettling Stories, there was a series I read a long time ago about a girl in high school who like has to babysit a kid, and the kid is clearly possessed. Mm-hmm. The kid is like, it's clearly a demon or something. And this high school chick is so out of her depth. She's like, so something's wrong with the baby I'm babysitting. And it's like that's like the voice. The voice of the episode is like, the baby started chanting Latin. And it's floating in the middle of the room. So like, that's what I think when I read your title, but I imagine it's a little bit more downplayed than that.
A bit, yeah. I mean, some of the language is because it's in the voice of an 8-year-old kid.
An 8-year-old?
Yeah,
I
an
love
8-year-old.
that. I love that. Okay. All right. So, Something's Wrong with My Mom is the title. And I actually love that. I love the idea of someone being like, I'm going to write from the perspective of someone who wouldn't know how to write. That's just an interesting exercise. So
Makes it easier for me, so it really masks the shitty writing.
We'll see about that. So I'm here with Strawberry Shortcake. We're going to hop into his story that he is bringing us today on episode 2. It's called Something's Wrong with My Mom.
I love my parents. They're my 2 favorite people in the whole world. For my 8th birthday last year, my mom and dad took me camping, and we had the best time ever. We went for a long hike, we played in the lake, and we got to sleep outside under the stars. But my favorite part of the trip was the food my dad cooked at the campsite. He is the best cook. He made me bacon and eggs in the morning, and he grilled some chicken over the fire for dinner. And he can bake, too. He made me the most awesome birthday cake I ever had. The cake was my favorite flavor, peanut butter and banana, and he even cut it in the shape of an 8 for me. But as much as I like my dad's food, I just love being able to spend quality time with my mom. It was so great to sit next to her by the fire, smell that smoky campfire smell, and listen to the sounds of nature together. My mom works a lot during the week, so I only really get to hang out with her in the early mornings and in the evenings. I have to make the most out of the time I can get with her, so I like to wake up early, to have breakfast and see her leave for work, and then when she gets home, I stick to her like glue as she does stuff around the house. During the day, my dad works from home, so I get to see him all the time, but he's always working, so hanging out with him is boring. But late at night, I get to snuggle up with both of them on the couch when we watch TV together. I like to rest my head on my mom's lap and fall asleep with her. But lately I've noticed something's been off about her, and I can't quite figure out what it is. She just has a different smell, I guess? Everyone has kind of a smell to them, whether they know it or not. You just don't always notice it unless you're looking for it. It's not a bad thing, it's just part of what makes them, them. But over the past few weeks, my mom has smelled a bit differently than she used to smell. It was only a very slight difference at first, and I didn't even notice it was coming from her. But once I did notice, I couldn't stop noticing it. It kept growing stronger and stronger. I sniffed around the bathroom to see if she's using a new brand of soap or shampoo, and I sniffed around the laundry room to see if she's using a new detergent, but I just can't match that new smell anywhere else in the house. It's definitely coming from her, but I can't explain how or why. I want to say something to her, but it's hard to tell someone you love that you don't really like how they smell lately. So I've been trying to let it go, hoping that it all just goes back to normal soon. But so far, it hasn't gone back to normal. It just keeps getting stronger and stronger. And now my parents are acting differently around each other too. My dad doesn't look at my mom the same way he used to. He's a lot more cautious around her than he was before. They used to be more playful and wrestle and tease each other all the time. He used to pick her up and carry her all around the house for fun. But now he never picks her up anymore, and he's always watching what he says around her. Like she's fragile or something. I wish they would be more playful again. Sometimes I'll try to run around and get them both excited, but my dad keeps telling me to be careful around my mom. I just don't understand why. She used to love chasing me around the house. And another thing, the food my dad makes has been changing lately too. He's been adding all sorts of weird ingredients to her food that he never used to add. He said he's adding this stuff for my mom's health, but I don't really know what that means, but I know that I don't like how this new food smells. It doesn't smell like my mom's new smell. It's just another new smell that I'm gonna have to get used to now. And I don't think this new food is even actually making my mom any healthier at all. I saw her throwing up the other day, and when she mentioned it to my dad, neither of them seemed to be very concerned about it. Even though this food is making her throw up, I think somehow she's actually gaining weight too. I know there's no way I could ever tell her that though, especially now that I have to be more careful around her. I would never want to do anything to hurt her. I just don't know why she keeps eating this new food my dad's making. It can't be good for her, no matter what he says about it. But she believes him, and sometimes she even asks for seconds. I just don't get it at all.
I was at a bridge at one point where I'm like, okay, it's going in one of two directions. And I was like, I'm pretty certain I know where it's going right now.
And my mom is always sick now. I swear it's this new food, or it has something to do with this new smell, but I just don't know. If it is the food, does that mean this is my dad's fault? He loves my mom as much as I do, so there's no way he would make her sick on purpose, right? And if he was doing it on purpose, my mom would definitely have figured that out by now. She's too smart to be tricked by something so simple like that. Do I try to say something about it? Would they even listen to me or understand where I'm coming from? They never take me seriously. It's getting worse than just throwing up and gaining weight now. She's getting more and more tired every day, and her muscles are getting sore. She gets back pain and neck pain all the time, and she keeps waking up in the middle of the night with leg cramps. She's been taking me on more walks to try and fix all her muscle pain, but it doesn't seem to be helping. She just steadily gets worse. A few days ago, we went to see my grandparents, my mom's parents. I tried to tell them something was wrong, and they didn't understand what I was talking about. They just didn't get it. My mom and dad were acting normal around them, pretending everything was still the same. And my grandparents just bought it. They just believed them. Why would they lie about this? I think my mom's sick. Why would they keep that a secret from my grandparents? Everyone thought I was acting crazy because I could smell what they couldn't. We had dinner there at my grandparents' house. My grandpa made dinner, so everyone got to eat the same old foods that we used to eat. Nobody had to eat any of the new stuff that my dad keeps making for my mom, and nobody got sick from it, although I could tell my mom still looked a bit uncomfortable. Did this food actually make her sick too, and she's just hiding it? Or was she already feeling sick before dinner? Why is she still pretending that everything's okay? Why would she have to hide any of this from her own parents? Don't they want her to be healthy? I tried to speak up that I thought my mom was uncomfortable, but just like every other time, nobody took me seriously. When we got home, my mom and dad said I shouldn't have acted so weird around my grandparents, that I whined and complained too much, and my grandparents were going to think something was wrong with me. But nothing's wrong with me. Something's definitely wrong with my mom. Why is it a secret? Why can't they admit it to my grandparents, me, or even themselves? So my mom took me to the park. I got to see some of my friends, but I was scared to tell anyone about it. Would they just think I'm crazy too? I think they could tell something was wrong with her. They tried to get close to her to see if she was acting any different. And I got mad at them. I didn't want them to go anywhere near her. What if they want to hurt her too? I need to protect her. I yelled at them to get away from her. My mom could tell I was getting upset, and she didn't want me to cause a scene, so we had to leave early and go home. I know I'm not crazy, but I don't know anyone who'll believe me, or even understand what it is I'm trying to say. Why is everyone acting like this? Why can't anyone else see that there's something wrong with her? It can't be that everyone else around me is crazy, right? Everyone keeps acting happier as my mom keeps getting more and more sick. It's not regular behavior. Maybe it is my parents who are going crazy. Their behavior just keeps getting more and more strange. Nowadays, every time they leave the house, they come back with a new toy for me. Are they trying to pay me off? To buy my silence? No, of course not. They're trying to torture me with it. They tell me how cute this new toy is, they show it to me, and then they take it away from me. They hide it away somewhere in a place I can't get to. What's up with that? None of this is right. None of it makes any sense. Why are they torturing me like this? They're not just showing me my own gifts early. It's nowhere near Christmas or my birthday. It just doesn't make any sense. Am I being punished for trying to tell my grandparents that my mom is sick? Am I in trouble for how I behaved at the park? Why is my mom okay with any of this? Does she want to be sick? Are they both behind this? Then just today, everything somehow got even weirder. Weirder than the toys, weirder than the strange behavior, weirder than the lying and the secrets, and somehow even weirder than the smell. It's a new sound. It's faint, but I can hear it. It's a rhythmic pulsing. Kind of like a heartbeat, but lighter, faster. Now I think I am actually going crazy. Nobody else lives here. What could be making that noise? Is there an animal living inside the walls? No, not in the walls. The new sound it's coming from inside my mom. There's something very wrong with my mom. I don't know about her new smells or her new sounds, but she's still my mom and I still love her, and I have to protect her at all costs. But I don't know who I can trust anymore. I know I definitely can't trust my dad. I think somehow he did this to her.
Oh, he did.
So, long story short, my wife is pregnant and our dog isn't sure how to feel about it yet.
That was adorable. So yeah, there was a very quick point in the middle where I was like, all right, so we're getting into smells. Smells are fun. Having just written a 20-page story about someone who could smell different things on different people, I totally get where you're coming from there. And I was going to be like, please tell me this person can't smell death on people. But then it was, and then it became, no, it's smelling something else on this person.
Smelling life.
It's smelling life on this person. Because at first I was like, okay, is this person actually sick? Does this narrator have the ability to pick up on something happening to this person? And then I started to think, oh, okay, they're not using their words. They're not a child. And then I thought about you. And I thought about your wife, and I was like, holy shit, he's writing from the perspective of his dog. Because yeah, what a fucking weird situation for a dog to not understand. I do think, in my head, a dog's frame of reference for, like, time and occupancy are probably weird. Yeah. So it's like, I went camping with my dad. It was nice. I loved the food. And then it's like, I spend all day at home with my dad, but when my mom's not home, I'm really excited to see her. We're not allowed to play anymore. I don't know why that's being the way. It's very funny. It's very funny. Do you feel this way? Now to get into the literal part of your life where it's like, I'm about to have a child. I have a dog at home. I'm trying to take care of my wife. She's going through a lot, about to give birth in a couple months. Like, do you look at your dog and think,
do you know what's going on
in this story? Yeah.
It was so a lot of it is, some of it happened, but it's just exaggerated. Mm-hmm. Like, honestly, the pregnancy has been going great. She hasn't really been sick at all, but just, it's a common thing that does happen.
It's a narrative.
And I tried to it to make it sound like, I guess for the sake of anonymity, when we're making up names, I thought of names for the two characters in this. Uh-huh. So, for the name of my dog, we can call him Shaquille.
Shaquille.
Because it's adjacent to his own name.
Uh-huh.
And then my wife would like to be Quint from Jaws.
Oh, those eyes. Yeah. Black eyes.
So Jaws is like one of her favorite movies, and also
they're playing that at
50th anniversary
for the 50th stuff right now. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and she's really more of a Matt Hooper, the marine biologist fan. Yeah. But I thought it would be funny to contrast Strawberry Shortcake with like the salty food dog.
That's fantastic. So in this situation, Quint is doing fine. Quint is great. And and Shaquille over here is the one. Are they acting odd at all about the precariousness of her situation?
Was at first, and when I started, so when you reached out about us writing our own stories, I was sitting there next to him, and it happened to be like storming, and he's deathly afraid of the storms. So I was like,
most dogs, yeah.
I've never seen someone with more fear in them than
a dog
Shaquille.
In the middle of a storm. Yeah.
So he's just a very anxious dog. So I was like, I want to write a story from his perspective. And then I was like, there's a big thing happening. And we were just at the beginning of like, he's noticing that things are happening, but it's still like, we're keeping it a secret. So we did at one point go over to her parents' house to hang out. And he just kept whining and crying. And they were like, is something wrong with him? And we're like, yeah, I don't know. But he's like, hey, she's pregnant. Look at Quint.
They don't understand what I'm saying. Why? Why don't they understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell them. I'm trying to tell them so much. There's only so many words I could try to tell them in. No, it's funny. I mean, your dog is obviously a very good dog. I've never seen your dog misbehave in any situation. But I feel very similarly about my sister's dog. It's Australian Shepherd, and it's a beautiful dog. It's really kind. It's nice. It greets everyone. It's super happy and likes to cuddle, likes to hang out. But my sister and her husband are in the same situation right now, where nothing has happened yet. But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, when things do, how's the dog going to handle it? You know, how is the dog going to react to these things? Because the dog is their baby.
Yeah.
The dog is the baby until the baby exists. So it's like, do we continue raising this dog like our baby, or obviously our focus is going to have to shift. How is the dog going to feel onto a real human baby? But I feel like most of the time it's a completely copacetic understanding.
Yeah, and Shaq we can tell because he's been around other babies and he's super like chill with them and
very good.
Yeah,
very
the only
good.
thing he has been a bit more like reactive and like protective around Quint. Just on walks and stuff, he can tell that like,
which was already her dog, like before you guys were together.
So they
already
were very
already protective of her, but now there's an innate sense of there's something going on here, and I need to make sure it is good at all times. The only reason I bring it up is because if you ever want to see something hilarious, it's being around my sister's dog when any type of storm is about to happen. Because this is just a big, beautiful dog, but the minute a storm happens, he will climb under any furniture, despite his size. He will get under you, he will get under a desk, he will get under your chair, he will find a way, and then he just sits there and shakes.
Yeah.
He just sits there and has tremors that shake the entire room from that point, and you're just like, man... You're right. I've never seen something as afraid of than a dog in the middle of a storm, which is just...
Because he just doesn't understand what's going on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Think about that perspective. What is happening? They're hearing a sound of like a lion's roar coming from the sky, and it's dark, and it probably smells like there's electrons in the air.
Yeah,
There's probably
like
something that's messing with all of their senses. It's heightening their hearing. It's heightening their smell. They're getting stressed out. It's dark. It's attention, their eyesight. There's just so many different things. An assault of the senses, and we're all just...
It's like an eldritch horror to them.
Exactly.
It's beyond comprehension.
It is Lovecraftian. They look into the sky and they say, will I survive this? And they don't know if they will. It's hilarious. You know, there's a movie coming out.
Good Boy?
Good Boy. I think it's in October or November.
Yeah.
The director had to come out and say, don't worry, the dog doesn't die. Because he doesn't want people to just boycott the movie under the pretense that the dog is going to die at the end of the movie. And I'm like, okay, it makes a good amount of sense. You don't want to upset all of these people that would or would not see your movie. You know, we don't need an Old Yeller or a Marley and Me or a My Dog Skip. You know, we don't need to relive these things. It's always so sad to watch dogs die in any type of narrative. But yeah, that movie's been on my radar for a couple weeks now. So when you come into my house with a story like this, and we sit down and we read it, I'm just like, that's fun. That's a fun perspective. That's a fun thing to get into. So obviously we have your inspiration there. We see your process. It was nice and quick. It was zippy. It had good, structure as it keeps going on. In your own frame of reference, as far as like horror goes, is this just what you thought about? Like, this was the first idea you had, you were sitting next to your dog and you were just like, this is what I want to write about right here, right now? Is the uncertainty of your own future and your own like stuff that you're going through, is that like horrifying to you? Is that where you're sitting at mentally?
I don't think I'm scared of it at all, really. I'm super excited for it. Yeah, I can tell that he's confused all the time. But,
sure.
But, like, personally, it was something that we went into wanting it to happen. We we're reading all the books, we're very prepared, and like obviously there's stuff that you can't prepare for. It's a whole human and they're unpredictable, but
you are the second person on this show, maybe even the third. Let me think about it. Third person on this show during the making of this show to have a child.
yeah.
And each of them have done such a fantastic job with it already. Because Sofa King, Dr. Ankenstein, they both have had kids while this show has been going on. And while I'm not able to get them on the couch to record as much anymore because of the kids,
Right.
I've seen them since the kids have been born, and holy shit, they're both just fantastic fathers. Mm-hmm. And you sit and from the outside, you look at that situation, and I'm just like, I don't know if I'm going to have kids. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to there. I don't think we can. There's a lot of complications there, but it's just like, I'm witnessing something great, something amazing for my friends, and I'm seeing it from this outside perspective, and I'm just like, I'm terrified. So I sit there and I'm like, I wouldn't be able to have a kid, so I hope they're able to fucking handle this. It's hilarious that that's where you wanted to write from. That's like, it's write what you know, obviously, step A, write from a perspective you can understand. But it's also funny that it is a narrative you could spin in so many different directions. I would love for you to write, like, I don't know, like a year from now. I would love for you to write like a follow-up where you're just like, there's a new human here, and they're small, and they're loud, and I don't like it. And
Why'd they bring this thing home?
My parents only give this thing attention, and let me tell you, this thing smells more than either of them ever have. This thing has good smells, this thing has bad smells, and when the bad smells are bad, it's real bad.
This thing smells insane.
I've smelled before, and this thing smells. You gotta trust me. That's really cool.
Thing poops everywhere.
I get yelled at when I do that.
I have to go outside.
They love this thing more when it doesn't. No, it's fucking hilarious.
They don't applaud when I poop.
Oh, that's hilarious. I'm so that's awesome. Is there any other stories, any other little things you want to add about your experience here?
No, I don't think so. I think it was pretty straightforward. There wasn't a lot I could add to it because obviously I couldn't do dialogue or try to reveal too much about what was going on.
There was a point there where I was like, I tried to tell them, and I tried,
but nobody understands me. Yeah, buddy, I know.
Yeah. It's very funny that you wrote a story from this perspective, but I thank you and I applaud you for sharing it with me and keeping me guessing for a lot of that process. And I'm sure our listeners are smart enough to understand where you were going with even in the first couple pages.
And I knew you would catch on right away, just knowing my personal situation.
But at the same time, it's like you probably don't know. One of the first stories I read on this show, it's called Doors. It's the type of thing where it's like, it's written from a very small kid's perspective. And it's about how, in the middle of the night, home invader, they don't understand what's going on, something happens to their parents, and then, the dime drop at the very end is the murderer home invader looking down and saying, good boy, and then closing the door behind them. And then that's when you're like, but I know that this guy took my parents. I know this guy left with them, but I can't do it. I can't open doors.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of the story. So it's like, that was one of the first things I read on this show. Mm-hmm. So when you come to me with this narrative and I'm starting to piece it together, maybe halfway through page 2 or page 3, I'm just like, oh, okay. so yeah, it's very old school creepypasta of you, but at the very same time, it's funny, it's lighthearted, it's sweet. So it's you. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So anyway, on to the next guest.
Hey! Testing.
We're no longer, we're going into it now.
Testing.
All right, he's testing.
Testing volume.
I'm here with, that was good. That was good. There was some projection behind that.
Story reading voice.
Story reading voice. I'm here with Mark Rooster. He's going to be our first reader on today's episode, or maybe the last reader. I don't know. I don't know what order yet, but he's a reader on this episode that you're listening to right now.
What's the best position to be in? Do you want to be first up or last?
I don't know.
Do you want to close the episode?
Do you want to close with
with
a longer story, or do I want to end with a longer story? Because the way I structured the episode was one long person, one medium person, and then like 2 or 3 short persons. So like, do I start with the shorts because the attention span is shorter, and then you get to the meatier stuff as the episode goes on?
Yeah.
Does that make more sense, or do I start with the meatier stuff and hope that people stick around by the time I get to the shorter stuff? I don't know. I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, figure it out.
All that I know is I'm here with Mark Rooster, and we are going to read a story that he wrote. It is titled The Dog.
That's right.
It's titled The Dog. Okay. That makes me think a lot of things, because I've read a lot of stories about dogs on this show over the last, 8 to 10 years, however long
You've
I've
never
been
read
doing
this one.
You're right, I haven't, because you just wrote it.
This is one that I just finished writing this afternoon.
And we will, this afternoon specifically. We'll talk about it afterwards, but how do you feel about it?
I feel pretty alright about it.
Pretty alright.
Yeah.
Well, you're usually hard on yourself, and I tend to really like your writing, so I'm sure we'll talk about it in great detail afterwards.
Alright.
If you're happy to go ahead and take it away.
I'm going to read it, but I don't think I'll listen to it. I don't like to hear my voice, really, on the recording.
You're not the first person to say that, either.
But I'm happy for you to hear it.
I'm happy to hear it. So let's have it.
Please continue listening to the voice.
Mark Rooster is going to read his story, The Dog.
The Dog. Alright, there's 3 sections.
Okay, section 1.
1. Tim waited until he could wait no longer, until his head positively drooped with boredom, frustrated that he wasn't tired enough to just conk out like Leah was doing in the seat next to him, to ask again how much longer it would be. This he followed with, "Why didn't we take a plane? They'd flown to Florida last year to visit Grandma and Disney, and that had been so quick the whole flight felt shorter than an episode of SpongeBob." "You don't fly," his father said, turning around in the passenger seat, "from one town in Pennsylvania to another." "This place is in Pennsylvania," Tim said. "I thought we left Pennsylvania hours ago." His father laughed, and Mom in the passenger seat said, "There isn't much left, Timmy." "You just said 2 hours. Look outside," Dad said, motioning to the prairie they were passing, had been passing for the last 20 minutes at least. "You don't get to see all this from up in a plane." That was true. Tim thought you didn't see much from the plane, but what you did see was pretty interesting. When you went up, and again when you came back down, all the small people, micro machine cars, and toy villages. From a distance, it was all very cool looking. Up close, the same people, cars, and buildings were dull and ordinary. "In this wheat field? It's like a different state where your great-uncle lives," Dad said. "You'll see, or have already. One part of Pennsylvania can seem so alien to another part. Easton's just about similar to Fosburg, the same as Atlanta is to L.A. Tim had been to neither Atlanta nor L.A. If either was as boring as this long stretch of Pennsylvania, he'd happily keep it that way. To his right, Leah sniffled and yawned. She pulled herself off the door and armrest, as with some effort, and asked if they were almost there. Dad smiled in the rearview mirror and said, "Yep," and Tim didn't correct him. He couldn't match his father's enthusiasm for road trips, or at least for this one, it being his first. Dad liked to travel. He was always telling people about a cross-country drive he'd made as a teenager, and then about various other trips, some in cars, some in planes. Tim only cared about destinations. Getting places was super dull. And Mom, quieter than usual, only seemed concerned with some papers she needed Tim's great-uncle to sign. This was a person Tim had heard mentioned only a handful of times and had never met. Before they left home that morning, Tim had asked Mom who this great-uncle Joe was. "He's your great-uncle," Dad said helpfully. "Oh," after a moment. "What did he do that's so great?" "Nothing whatsoever," Dad said. Mom didn't like that. "He's Grandma's brother," Dad said, "and that's called your great-uncle, but he and Grandma don't speak." He paused, then added, "And you can decide for yourself after you meet him how great he is." He looked at Mom when he said it, and she glowered at him but didn't argue. Now in the passenger seat, she was going through some papers again, a huge stack she'd pulled out of the glove box, saying something about how she hoped this wasn't going to be difficult. Tim didn't see what was so hard about signing some papers. Dad had taught him how to sign his own name when he was in 2nd grade last year, and for a while Tim proudly put his mark on just about anything, paper or otherwise, until he got found out putting it on one of the bathroom stalls at school. Caught after the fact, and learned the importance of leaving one's actual name out of graffiti. Whatever these papers were that Mom needed signed, if they were driving hours to get signed, they had to be pretty important, and Tim secretly wanted to meet anyone who gave his mother and father pause. Was this great uncle going to say no to this signing? Would he refuse even though Mom and Dad said he had to? A little while later, driving over the Fossburg Bridge, his father said how nice it must look in the fall, and Mom commented how pretty a town it was. Leah said she had to pee and it was an emergency. Fortunately, they arrived at their destination 10 minutes later. As soon as Dad pulled the station wagon to a stop, Leah was out the back door and running up the wooden steps of the house. Mom called for her to wait for them while Dad stretched his legs and commented that he used to be able to do drives twice as long without getting out of the car feeling like someone reshaped his body into a pretzel. Leading up to the small stack of wooden steps that approached the front patio was a cracked cement pathway done in a circle design so that you stepped across round slabs connected by dirt and overgrown weeds. The lawn was mostly dead, but where it lived, the grass grew in tall clumps. The sounds of barking dogs came from close by, all voices accounted for, small, medium, and larger sized, emanating from back around the other side of the house. Tim liked dogs, but the amount and volume of barking noise caused him to pause. He glanced back at his parents, but both were distracted. It was fine, though. The dogs were on the other side of the house, and Tim didn't see a fence when they pulled up, but there probably was one. He just hadn't been paying attention. So he backed up a few steps, Leah already on her way to the front door, and took a quick look. Yep, a fence all right, chain-linked and ratty looking, but there nonetheless, separating the small front yard from a backyard not much larger. The dog barks morphed into the background chatter as he reapproached the patio and other items grabbed his attention. Tim watched his feet closely as he took the ragged steps, careful not to miss one and fall victim to the enormous insects that littered the concrete circles, the wooden steps, and yes, it's true, the patio itself. Millipedes or centipedes, he knew of each but couldn't tell them apart, and spiders. He stopped cold at the sight of a spider web which adorned the corner of the wooden patio overhang a few feet above his head. Don't worry, Timbo, his father said, appearing behind him, a hand on his shoulder. Just bugs. Spiders aren't insects, Tim said, but followed his father's direction and stepped quickly past the web, ducking his head, though that was not necessary, and meeting his sister at the front door. Leah banged on the door as hard as her 5-year-old fist would allow. The sound it made was louder than if she'd been knocking on the door of their own home. The road was lined with houses, some nicer looking than this one, others perhaps a little worse, and other than birds and the barking dogs, it was quiet. Leah knocked again, looked back at Mom and Dad, repeating that she needed to use the bathroom now. Tim reached her after carefully stepping by any and all millipedes, centipedes, and spiders. Mom, coming up last, told Leah to be patient. Dad had brought his leather bag, what he called a satchel and Mom called a purse, which made Dad frown but sometimes laugh, and in that bag were some important papers they needed this mysterious Great Uncle Joe to see and hopefully sign. The sound of footsteps came from behind the closed door and Tim straightened up. A thought came to him with some sudden force. He didn't like being here. He wished they were back home and this mysterious great uncle had come out to their place in Easton to sign his parents' papers. He glanced over his shoulder, up at his father, and then his attention snapped back to the door at the sound of a lock being slipped out of place. 2. 10 minutes later, Tim and Leah were sitting on separate rocking chairs in their great-uncle's living room. The chairs sat across from one another, and next to the wooden relic upon which Tim sat was a couch that had probably been new when his parents were kids. Tim's chair and the couch faced a television that was on, muted, with silent news playing on its screen. The TV looked new enough compared to everything else in the room, but it did sit on top of an old floor model television that hadn't been new since dinosaurs stomped the earth. To Tim, the living room and the kitchen, the only parts of the small house he'd seen, smelled like Grandma's had. He could just barely remember that. Leah had no recollection of their grandmother. Outside, the dogs barked. A sliding glass door took up almost half of one wood-paneled wall, but the blinds were closed. Muted sunlight made its way in and was indeed the only light on in the room. When they'd entered, Mom flicked the light switch, but Great Uncle Joe flicked it right back off and said there was light enough for them to see by. Tim stopped his chair rocking and slid off and walked over to the curtain. "He said to stay where we are," Leah said. "I know," Tim said, and grabbed one side of the curtain. If Mom or even Dad had told him to sit in those chairs and wait for the adults, either or both kids would have disobeyed. There was a trunk on one side of the room with a pirate-like latch that was undone, also a closet whose door swung open a few inches. There was a trunk on one side of the room with a pirate-like latch that was undone, also a closet whose door hung open a few inches. In short, plenty of things to be investigated by inquisitive 8- and 5-year-olds. But it was Great Uncle Joe, still a mostly unknown quantity, who'd given them this direction, and the man cut an imposing figure from the start. The harried look of his eyes, his disheveled hair and hunched-over spine, he'd stand over 6 feet if he could straighten up. And the fact that he looked about 100, but there was no sense of confusion in his eyes like there'd been behind their grandma's as long as they'd known her. Those things in his authoritative, gruff manner of speaking, even to children he'd only just met and who were related to him, made the kids take the command seriously. Wasn't there just a thread of meanness about the man? Tim hated to think such a thing about a relative, but the old man had something going on behind his eyes that Tim immediately saw, and he thought his great uncle knew he saw it. Leah had needed Mom to get her permission to use the bathroom. She stared right at the floor when her great uncle introduced himself. "What are you doing?" she said. "Want to see the dogs," Tim said. And then there were raised voices from the kitchen. They'd been mostly raised since Tim and Leah were shuffled off to the living room while the adults discussed their adult things, and Mom had closed the door connecting to the kitchen. Tim couldn't hear the contents of their discussion, but assumed it was to do with those mysterious papers Mom needed signed. After some more adult conversation, some of it delivered in hushed whispers so the kids, who had little to no understanding of any of this paper signing business and couldn't have cared less, wouldn't hear. Eventually, Mom ducked into the living room and told them that she and Dad needed to go out for a short bit and would be back in a half an hour or less, and if they wouldn't mind just staying here with Uncle Joe during that time, afterward they'd all go out for something fun to eat. Leah shot Tim a nervous look, but Tim shook his head, silently reassuring her this was just fine, despite how incredibly old and more than a little scary their great uncle appeared to be. And then the front door was opened and closed, and this was soon followed by the sound of the Volvo's engine coming to life, and then Great Uncle Joe was hobbling into the living room, taking care with the one step that dropped it down a foot lower than the rest of the house, walking with a cane. He motioned to Leah with a twisted, long-fingered hand and said, "Sit on the couch," and she immediately complied. Once she'd vacated the rocking chair, the old man sat down and let the cane fall to the floor at his feet. Tim crawled up his own chair, pulling his legs under him, putting just that much more distance between himself and the old man. And his gaze shifted to the sliding glass door again. The curtain covered it completely once more, but the sounds of the dogs barking, which had calmed down since their arrival, still drew him. Great Uncle Joe took a sip of a tall glass filled with ice and an amber-colored liquid. He'd had one of these in his hand when he let them in, but this one was fresh, poured just after Mom and Dad had left. "How many dogs do you have?" Tim asked, his voice just above a whisper. "What's that?" The old man cupped one ear with his free hand. "Speak up, can't hear you." "How many?" I said, "How many dogs do you have?" "1 or 2. The old man winked at Tim, but Tim wasn't sure why. Clearly there were more than 1 or 2 dogs out there, and just now, in fact, 3 distinct canine voices. "I like dogs," the old man said. "Do you like them?" "Sure," Tim said. "We have 2 cats," Leah offered. Uncle Joe grunted at that, took another sip of his drink. "A dog will protect you," he said. "The cat ain't gonna do that." "Can I look at him?" Tim asked. The old man shrugged and nodded his head in the direction of the sliding glass door. Tim stood up, and watching Uncle Joe as if expecting the permission to be suddenly relinquished, he walked over to the door and pulled back the curtain. "Make a person go blind," the old man said, covering his eyes as the sun shone directly on his face, all that friggin' light. Tim mumbled an apology and pulled the blinds mostly closed so that he could peer outside while keeping the living room dimly lit, as his great uncle seemed to prefer. "Most days I don't even look outside till the sun started going down. You'll find that as you get older, shit like sun's harsher than it used to be. Water, too," and he laughed, a short bark like one of his dogs. "Last time I let some idiot convince me to get in a pool, I about couldn't get out," shaking his head. "Won't let that happen again." "I love swimming," Leah said. The old man grunted. Tim watched 4 medium-sized dogs and a larger one he thought was a Labrador, since it looked like his friend Buddy's dog that was half Labrador and half something else. The dogs paced, sniffed each other, barked at something out of his line of sight, likely a person or other animal in the next yard over. A large doghouse sat toward the back of the yard in the shade of a broken-down tree that looked like its last drop of rain had been received more than a decade ago, its branches free of leaves, some cracked, others barely hanging on. The doghouse, which seemed much bigger than necessary, taller than needed for any of the dogs roaming the yard, was aged and cracked itself, and Tim thought he could see its resident, or rather its general shape, but back there in the shadows, out of the sun, it was hard to say for sure. "You had enough of a look yet?" his great-uncle said. "Sorry," Tim said, pulling shut the blinds. The room settled back into its previous dimly lit state. "You got 6 dogs," Tim said, taking his seat. The old man nodded. "Do they all go in that doghouse?" Tim asked. "Boy, you got a lot of questions. You got some kind of dog nut?" Tim frowned. Wasn't sure what he was being asked. "Only one goes in that house," the old man said. "The others come in at night." It seemed to Tim like that doghouse was big enough for at least 3 of those medium-sized dogs, but maybe the one sitting inside of it was much bigger. He imagined a dog as tall as his father folded up in there, legs underneath it, enormous head resting on its paws. He wanted to take another look, see if maybe now he could more clearly make out the image of a dog in that shadow-covered house. The old man took another sip of his drink. "What are you drinking?" Leah asked. "It's booze," Tim said. "Ha!" the old man grunted. "That it is. You want some?" Leah shook her head and Uncle Joe grinned. "No, it ain't for kids. Your father drink much?" Leah shook her head and Tim said, "No, just beer sometimes. He let me taste it once. And it was gross." Another bark of laughter from the old man, who said, "That's right, it ain't for kids." "Why do grown-ups want it?" Leah said. Tim glared at her. Who gave a crap? The dogs were way more interesting than whatever this strange old guy was drinking. "Because, kid, booze helps grown-ups with the pain of being grown-ups." "Oh," Leah said, as if that made sense to her. "Kids don't need it. Everything's great when you're a goddamn kid." Tim sat there in his chair, looking down at his fingers, not sure what to say. Leah squirmed in her seat. Why had Mom and Dad left them with this weird old guy? They said it'd be only 10 or 15 minutes, but time sure was passing slowly in that dark living room. Tim decided he'd ask for a drink, but he only got 2 words out, "Hey, Can," when his great-uncle interrupted him. "So you like dogs?" Yeah, Tim said, "Sure." "Mom won't let us get one," Leah said. "No?" "She won't, but maybe she will soon. Timmy's been asking her." Tim shot her a look as though she'd released secret information. "Timmy," the old man said. "Yeah? That's a baby name. You a baby?" Tim frowned, really not liking this new direction in conversation. "It's Tim," he said. "Yeah, I'll bet," the old man replied. "Kids call you Timmy now, it'll never stop. Even when you're grown, you'll be Timmy." He chuckled, took another sip of his glass. "Dogs are the best friend a man could have," he said then. "You heard that saying before?" "What's a saying?" Leah asked. "An expression," Tim said. "Yup," the old man agreed. And Tim smiled, sat back in his chair, pleased with the affirmation. "It's a good expression," the old man said. Tim thought of something. "You mean," he said, "like, don't shit down my back to tell me it's raining?" "Ha!" The old man coughed a loud one-syllable laugh that caused Leah to climb up her seat on the couch. "Boy," the old man said, "you didn't quite get it right, but I like that. Yes, I do." "What's the real expression?" Tim asked. "It's piss," he replied. "What's piss?" "It's pee," Leah shouted. "I meant," Great Uncle Joe said, "the expression is piss down my back. And maybe that's enough about expressions. Your mom would hate knowing we were talking like this." The look on his face, though, when he said this suggested that although the kids would be reprimanded if their parents heard them using such language, he himself found some enjoyment in it. Tim relaxed a bit, pulled his feet out from under himself, and let them hang off the chair. They didn't quite reach the floor. He'd had a growth spurt earlier in the year, but had leveled off at 4 feet and 1 inch a few months ago, and so far hadn't resumed sprouting upward. "I didn't have no feelings one way or the other about dogs when I was your age," Great Uncle Joe said. "Not even when I was older. Always thought they were a nuisance. You'd go over someone's house, say, to pick up a girl for an evening, and then comes this big dumb beast right at the door, sniffing on you, nose rammed up your balls, looking either like it wants to maul you or hump the stuffing out of you. I had no use for him. Even killed a dog once." He waited for that sentence to settle in. Tim looked at his sister, who'd placed her thumb in her mouth and was looking past her feet down at the floor. "Now, it wasn't like that," the old man finally said. "An accident with the Ford. I had that pickup for nearly 20 years, and all it did was give me a hard time. Because of that dumb Ford, I ran into the dog. Even saw it there and hit my brakes in time, or what should have been in time. No matter, the dog didn't move quick enough, and that Ford's brakes were shit from the day I bought it." "Whose dog was it?" Tim asked. "Oh, who knows?" The old man waved his hand, seeming to decide that perhaps he'd brought up a tale that needn't be told. Tell you what changed my mind about dogs, though. Tim didn't say anything, just waited for the man to continue, hoping that Mom and Dad would be back soon. Great Uncle Joe leaned back in his chair, which squeaked in protest. He took a long sip of his drink and then set the glass down on the TV dinner tray next to his chair. Chunks of ice clinked together, but the glass had been drained of its liquid. Ever been down North Carolina? Tim shook his head. Leah watched him, then did the same, thumb still jammed in her mouth. Heard of it? Both kids shook their heads, and Great Uncle Joe made a comment about kids not learning geography in school, then corrected himself. You kids probably ain't even in school yet, are you? I am, Tim said, straightening up, taking some offense at this. I'm 8 years old. Well, well, and the old man smiled, but it was a mean kind of smile. Yes, I guess you are. Where's North Carolina, Tim said. Few states below here, the old man said, drawing an invisible line in the air with one gnarled index finger. You head south, go through Virginia, West Virginia. You heard of those? Virginia, Tim said. Right. Well, next that is West Virginia. What about East Virginia? Who knows? Another wave of his hand. You might go through Delaware depending on your route. Saying it route, not like Dad who'd say it route. And if you reach South Carolina, you've gone too far. He laughed at his own comment. Tim shifted uncomfortably in his seat. His eyes kept darting over to Leah, who had quieted considerably, sucking her thumb, wishing he suspected the same as himself, that Mom and Dad would hurry up with whatever they were doing and rescue them from this strange old babysitter.
I feel like I relate to these kids heavily. I used to be pawned off on my grandparents literally all the fucking time. And I didn't like all of them, so I get it.
I like mine. I used to go down there myself summers, Great Uncle Joe continued. First couple times I hitchhiked before I had a car of my own, and not that crapped up Ford either. I had a Volkswagen before that bastard came along and ruined my idea of what a vehicle should be. Yeah, I'd still probably take the Ford over the cars they sell nowadays, lousy brakes or not. These new ones collapse, you breathe on them too strong. Dad says they're supposed to, Tim said. How's that now? Dad says they make the cars so they collapse on purpose. Oh yeah? The old man tilted his head back and coughed up a phlegmy laugh. Suppose he's right. The new ones collapse so you don't. Trade-off is, you get in one bigger type accident, your car's done for. Way they used to make them, you could ram two of those boats into one another barely a scratch. Downside is, your face may become part of the dashboard. He thought on this a while, looking amused. Nodded his head and said, Never been a car person. In a way, I missed the hitchhiking once it was no longer necessary. What is it, Tim said? Hitchhiking? That's where you pack up all your stuff that could fit in one bag and stand at the side of the road with your thumb out. Tim curled his fist and stuck up his thumb. Yeah, that's it, the old man said. Just stick it up and eventually, if you're lucky, or unlucky depending, someone will come by and pick you up, take you where you're going, or at least down the road a ways. It was a good way to travel if you had no money and didn't mind taking a small chance a crazy person would pick you up and use your guts as a storage space for his collection of knives. Tim's eyes went wide. The old man laughed and waved that old spotted, wrinkled hand again. Most of the time it was safe, he said. Probably couldn't recommend traveling that way now, though. Too many nuts out there. Uh-huh, Tim said. Anyway, the last time I went down North Carolina, I had that Volkswagen. No more sticking out the thumb. It was all luxury travel for me. That's how I felt anyway, driving down there that summer. There's a town down there along the beach called Kitty Hawk. Used to be Chickahawk a long time ago, hundreds of years back. But then they changed the name 40, 50 years ago. I don't know when the hell it was. You heard of the Wright brothers? No, probably not. Supposed to have been the first people to fly a plane or anyway figure out the basic concept of one. I went down there a few summers. Knew a guy named Ted Appleman who'd give me work. Sometimes something unofficial like, and other times helping out with a guy he knew or some other such operation. Always paid in cash, which I liked, and that wasn't so unusual back then either. First couple times down there I just stayed with Ted, but his place was small and not meant for more than one person, or maybe a couple, and I'd just sleep on his couch. Got a rash my last summer staying on that couch though, and that was the goddamn end of that. Next summer I said I'd be happy to come down again, but would need a place of my own, so Ted set me up with a house set just a short distance from the beach. No other houses or streets in the way of the view either, so I could sit on the porch and look out at the water a couple 100 yards away. Probably that house has been gone for years. You know what? Let me change that. Let me back up here. No other houses or streets in the way of the view either, so I could sit on the porch and look out at the water about 100 yards away. Probably that house been gone for years. I haven't been back to look myself, but don't doubt it's part of a condo or some other damn thing. apartment complex, or what you call them you got these days, Airbnbs or some bullshit. If there's even a 10-yard patch of unbuilt-on beach in that neighborhood, I'd be goddamned. Anyway, that summer I barely even saw Ted. He set me up with this fella named, who knows, it doesn't matter. Some guy also from up north, sweated like hell, I remember that. Every time the man moved, a new drop of sweat appeared on his face. Thought he should wear a hat, all that sweat pouring off his bald head, and I really can't remember the son of a bitch's name. He gave me an itinerary of things to be done around the island, phone numbers in some cases, and others not, and I'd just show up at a person's door with this sweaty guy's reference. He wouldn't call it a reference letter, just his name scribbled on a card, like what a businessman might have if he had a business and wasn't just hiring people out to do under-the-table jobs on locals' kitchen sinks and commodes. It was fine, I didn't mind doing this, but I thought it would probably be my last summer down in Carolina, and that turned out to be true. This house Ted put me in was by the beach, and not even on those, the stilts. I can't think of the right name, but the stilts that prop up a house on the beach wasn't even built that way, so I'm sure it was taken down by a high tide one summer or another. They get weather like a bitch down there. You know about hurricanes? Tim and Leah both nodded. That's the problem with living permanent in a place like that. He sighed. Anyway, that house was nice for a couple months for a single guy with steady income and no plans. I've been down there 2 months, sitting on the beach, doing the jobs I mentioned, sometimes talking to vacationers or locals. I could be friendly when I wanted, if you can believe that. He laughed, and the laugh turned into a cough. After dealing with that, he returned to his story. The water would come up to about 90 or 100 yards from my front porch. The place had a front porch, yeah, not much, but enough to string up a hammock and lay out there nights. When I arrived, it wasn't more than a slew of boards and 3 rickety steps. I tightened up those steps and worked on the porch itself a bit, put up the 2 poles I needed for the hammock I brought with me. Did the guy who gave you the place mind? Ted? I didn't ask him, but he never said nothing about it if he did mind. I think Ted had more taken up his time that summer than what I was doing to his porch. It was that fall, or maybe it was the next one. Guess it had to be the next one. Anyway, it blew his head off. A delayed reaction to finding out his wife was running around on him. And I believe it was the summer I'm telling you about that he got that bad news. He waved a gnarled hand in front of his face as though swatting a fly. That doesn't have anything to do with what you asked me about anyway, so forget I mentioned it. Tim wondered what the old man thought he or Leah had asked. I liked the sun, but I burned too, so I'd try to get done any indoor work I had during the hottest parts of the day and go out and enjoy the beach and the water myself in the early morning and evening when it wasn't so hot. When I worked outside, I couldn't always make my own hours, and that could be a real hard thing sometimes, working out in the sun on a 95-degree day. After that, I didn't want to spend my evening on the beach. No air conditioning in the house either, so I could either lay on the bed in front of a box fan, wave my hands at my face to cool down, or there was a bar a couple miles away that had air conditioning. Nearest neighbors to me were 100 yards or so in either direction, and like I said, I haven't been down that way in years, but I'd imagine nowadays a single house sitting like that on its own without close neighbors would be something of an anomaly. You know what that is? He didn't wait for his audience to respond. Probably they got 100 houses on that one piece of beach all up on top of each other now. All renters, I'd gather. After all, who in hell would be dumb enough to buy a house that more than likely is going to get filled with water first time high tide comes in? He paused, seemed lost in his memories, scratched his chin, picked up his glass, confirmed it was still empty, set it back down. Probably they did something to the beach since then to make it easier to live by. They do that, you know, dig up the beach, take it from here, gesturing with his twisted old hands, put it over there, even dig up the water for Christ's sake. Well, not that they dig it, you don't dig water, but they'll pick up and move whole sections of it. Do you know what I'm saying? Both kids stared blankly at him. He waved a hand in front of his face. I'm getting distracted from the story, aren't I? He laughed. Happens when you're out of the habit of talking to people. He was silent for a minute, and then he coughed into his fist, cleared his throat, and said, the beach was less crowded that summer than the one before or the one before that. I don't know why, it just was. And then one day near the end of my stay, 2-3 weeks till I was to head back up to Pennsylvania, a girl, young woman, walked down along the water with a big dog. I was sitting on my porch at the end of a particularly hot, work-heavy day, drinking a beer I damn well earned, and I looked up and saw this girl down there with her dog. I didn't see them walk up, but they were the only ones on that beach at the time, and even from a distance you could see she was pretty as hell, so I sure noticed her and her dog standing there. She was 100 yards away, but I saw her clear like she was right there in front of my face. like I'd been handed a magnifying glass and looked through it 100 yards out, and she came to my eyes big and clear like she was right there in the porch with me. I don't know how to explain it, and I won't try, but I'll tell you she was stunning, absolutely beautiful. And the dog was huge. You never saw such a big beast. Not any particular breed, but I wouldn't call him a mutt, at least not to his face. He barked a short laugh. Big dark-colored dog, some brown, even some red here and there, but mostly black or a dark gray, color of slightly burned coal. Do you know what I mean? Tim nodded. I like big dogs, he said. You wouldn't have liked this one, the old man said. Scary even from 100 yards away. And no, my vision of the dog wasn't quite like with the girl. I didn't see him up close with an imagined magnifying glass. Could just tell even from that distance that this dog was not like others. Part of me wanted to set my book and my beer down and get off that porch and walk down and talk to that girl. But even as the thought formed in my head, the dog looked at me. Even from a distance, I knew it was looking at me. The girl didn't. She was focused out on that water, just staring off in an unknown distance. I locked eyes with that dog. Don't know for how long. Probably just a few minutes. And after a while, I put my head back down in my book and my beer, and next time I looked up, neither of them was there anymore. I stretched my eyes up the beach one way and then the other, and no sight of them. They walked off, and I read longer than I realized and didn't notice. That or they evaporated right where they stood and materialized somewhere else. Seeing the confused look on the kids' faces, the man smiled and said, That ain't what happened, of course. Smiling bigger now. People don't just evaporate or materialize. Tim grinned because it seemed like the response requested of him. He glanced over at Leah, who was playing with her toes, her legs brought up under her on the couch. The next day, Great Uncle Joe said, the girl and her dog were back. Stayed longer this time. She had a bag and took out a blanket out of that bag and laid down on the beach a while. The dog wasn't on a leash, but it didn't leave her side. Sat there and stared out at the water while the girl lounged on the beach. A couple hours, then they left. And the same the next day. I was out a little later then, after working most of the morning and afternoon on some asshole's house a mile up the beach. I said one word to this fellow about stilts, how he ought to have his house built on those stilts, yeah? He got pissed off and self-righteous on me. I bet that prick's place is washed under by now, probably shortly after that. Wasn't my fault, though, if so. I only painted the ugly son of a bitch. Anyway, the girl and her huge dog were out again that day, early in the evening. I swear the goddamn dog was even bigger than he was the day before. Biggest dog I ever saw. Maybe that ever lived, I don't know. He grunted and said, I stayed out on my porch a little bit. Didn't bother with the book this time, but I had a beer with me. And I just sat there and looked out at them. 100 yards away, and them mostly just staring out at the water. I don't think either of them even noticed me. Or maybe, well, that ain't quite right. The dog knew I was there. He just didn't let on that he knew. And once they got up and left, I went inside. Did you ever see them again, Leah asked. Well, yes, I did. He nearly shouted the words. That's what this is coming to, the last time I saw that girl with her dog. The barking started up again outside, and Tim's gaze was drawn to the glass door, though he couldn't see past the blinds, of course. He hadn't even noticed that the barking had stopped until it resumed. I had that day off. Don't remember if it was a Saturday or Sunday. Probably not, because the beach wasn't crowded like it'd get on those days. I didn't strictly work weekdays either, but I had off this day and sat on my porch a while, reading, drinking coffee in the morning, switching over to beer as noon approached. After a little while, the girl and the dog showed up. Like before, she laid out a towel and sat on it, and she and the dog looked out at the ocean. I decided to move down to the beach myself. I had a towel, which I went inside and got, and then set it just a little ways down from my porch. The girl looked back and saw me as I was setting up. I nodded and waved, but she turned her back to me again, and I don't know if she saw my wave or not. I sat there, read, drank beer, went back in the house and got another one. When I came back out of the house, I saw two men coming up on the girl and the dog. Maybe men ain't the right way to describe them. These were kids, basically. Old enough to vote, sure, but not by many years. They came from I didn't see where, talking loud and for sure taking notice of the girl. At first they were approaching from behind, and then they sort of moved over to the side, looking this way and that like they were trying to figure the best approach. Well, one of them found it eventually, and he got just about 10 yards from the girl and the dog and said, "Hey, beautiful," or some such bullshit. She ignored him, hadn't as much as glanced at either of these guys since they showed up. Dog didn't react either. The two of them just standing there staring at the blue wave. Dog didn't react either. The two of them just sitting there staring out at the blue waves coming in. Making sure none of them were looking my way, I scooted down the beach a little, still keeping my distance but wanting to be close enough I could hear them. I just dragged my blanket down a little. I didn't have a tent or all that crap people bring with them to the beach nowadays. I know a guy, he and his family trek out to Ocean City in Maryland every summer, and he showed me the setup they got. The man brings a whole goddamn refrigerator with him. To the beach! I said, why don't you just stay in a friggin' hotel? You need a refrigerator with you every time you take 10 steps. Shit. Anyway, I just had my towel and I dragged it down a little, watching the woman and the dog and these two idiots who just showed up. For a while, the two idiots just stood there, hands on hips, watching the girl. I guess they couldn't believe she'd just sit there while they were so nearby and ignore them. But that's what she did, looking out at the water and the dog doing the same. You'd think anyone with half a brain in their skull would notice just how Christing big that damn dog was and steer clear. But not these two fools. I think they were stupider even than most folks. The dumbness poured right off them. I could smell it from where I sat. Finally, the men started getting tired of being ignored, and one of them said to the girl, "Want to go for a walk with us?" And she ignored him. And then he took a few steps closer, and when he did that, the dog lifted its gaze from the water at last and turned its head to face him. I told you before this dog was big, didn't I? I might not have even given you the correct impressions. This dog was enormous and bulky too, not some skinny thing with a lot of bones on it. A large, robust beast. You know that word, robust? There's a vocabulary word if you need one. Want to impress your mom or a school teacher. No one else will give a shit, okay? That's what this dog was. Robust and large and beefy looking, like it had something other than just dog in it. Like what? Tim said, his eyes again going to the glass door beyond which barks continued intermittently. Like the biggest damn wolf on the planet. How's that? Great Uncle Joe said. Big old son of a bitch. If a dog like that set its eyes on you, you'd head the other direction and quick. But not this guy. Maybe his friend wasn't as big a fool as he was. That guy hung back. He even put a hand out to kind of steady his buddy, to warn him. I think he mumbled something. I couldn't hear it, but if he did, I guarantee you it was something along the lines of, "Watch that friggin' dog, my friend." But his buddy was too stupid or ignorant, or maybe he just really wanted that girl, because he moved even closer. "What, you can't hear?" he said, leaning down like to get in the girl's face. "You deaf?" this stone-dumb moron said. He said a couple other things then, nothing I'm going to repeat. Unfriendly things, like a man might say to a woman if he was very far out of line. "Do you understand?" Tim nodded and said, "I think so." Leah was staring at her feet. The man said these things, and this time the girl turned her head and looked up at him. The dog did the same, and incredibly the man was not bothered by this. The dog stared up at him from his seated spot next to the girl, and then slowly it turned its head and locked his eyes directly on mine. I was a fair distance away, like I said, but that dog looked right at me as if questioning me. Was I just going to sit there and mind my business and not get involved in whatever the hell was happening here? Great Uncle Joe grunted and waved his hand in front of his face again, once more clearing the air of some invisible cloud only he could see. The more aggressive of the two fellows pushed his point. When the woman wouldn't look at him, he called her some more names. Foul stuff I ain't gonna repeat to you. His friend stepped up then, put his arm out, and touched his buddy on the shoulder. The man shrugged him off, pushed him back a few steps with a shove. The dog watched that. I saw it watching. The girl acted like she hadn't seen, but the man got closer. He shouted at her, said she was a bitch, and screw her and her dog, and then he stomped off. His buddy waited a sec, looking the girl over like to decide if maybe he had something to say. Maybe he was thinking of apologizing even, Christ knows. She ignored him just the same, and eventually he went to catch up with his friend. The girl and the dog sat on the beach a while longer, and I stayed where I was. Had my book in my hands, but wasn't reading it exactly. Every time I looked down at the words, they jumbled themselves up, or I read a few sentences and couldn't have answered if my life depended on it as to what I'd just read. Distracted, I mean to say. He put one fist in the other and cracked the knuckles, emitting a snapping sound that caused Leah to sit up straight, her legs flopping out from under her. Tim had witnessed his father crack his own knuckles once or twice, but the sound that came out of Great Uncle Joe's fingers when he cracked his was much louder, like a thunder bark in an otherwise quiet storm. After maybe half an hour, the man came back. Not the more timid of the two, but the angry one, the one who took all that offense to the young lady ignoring him. He came striding up the beach wearing his jeans and t-shirt. Did I mention that before? Dumb bastard walking along the beach, middle of August, wearing jeans. His friend had on more beach-like clothing, but this guy liked his jeans.
Do you know who wears jeans to the beach?
Who?
To like amusement parks and stuff, totally ill-equipped.
Who?
Where am I?
A dumb bastard walking along the beach, middle of August, wearing jeans. His friend had on more beach-like clothing, but this guy liked his jeans. Probably had little pale white stick legs he didn't want anyone seeing, especially not a girl what looked like this one. So, here he comes strutting his shit down the beach. I saw him off in the distance this time. The other times it was like he just walked into frame like a character in a movie you couldn't see the walking he did before he showed up in the scene. And without his friend, this fellow was somehow more emboldened. You know that word? It means he thought he was hot shit, and no one could tell him otherwise, especially not the girl, Tim said. Yeah, that's right, the old man nodded. He walked on up, said a few things under his breath, and when she and the dog ignored him, he said them a little louder. Nothing nice, you understand, and at this point I was wondering for the second time in an hour if I should get up and approach him, say something. He paused, looked down at his hands. But you didn't, Tim said. No, I didn't. He breathed a long sigh. And once this fellow got done speaking his mind, what little mind he had, the dog did turn its head, held its whole giant body, and looked directly at the man, into his eyes. But this was only after that enormous beast first turned its big black bristly head and set those eyes on me. Like it was daring me to get off my ass and come down there, what was only maybe 50, 60 yards away. Really not that far at all. He paused, lost in memory, one hand rubbing the white stubble on his chin. But I did not do that, he said eventually. And now that dog fixed his gaze on this bumbling would-be Romeo, and somehow the man didn't understand. Maybe if the dog had growled or bared its teeth, showed its strength in some way other than that which was obvious, its size and just the overall fearsomeness of its looks. The guy actually laughed. He pointed at the dog and said, "What's your damn dog gonna do? Tell it to shut up." Even though, understand, the dog hadn't said anything, hadn't made any sound at all. "Or I'm gonna give it a good hard kick right into the ocean," the man said. He followed that up with, "You gonna look at me or not, bitch?" Because the girl still hadn't even glanced his way since he'd come up on her. And then the three of us, and the dog, just stayed where we were, static-like, as if you were watching a program and put it on pause. The guy stood there, hands on his hips like the disapproving and surprised foreman of some machine shop who's just come back from lunch to find all his employees having a circle jerk instead of working the machines. The girl sat in her same position, eyes facing the ocean. And the dog sat where he was, still looking up at that dirty, angry bastard. I won't say the girl was the dog's master, or that one was in charge of the other, but for certain that dog didn't like this man's approach. And why the stupid, grimy shithead couldn't see that for himself, I do not know. The guy went too far, though, unable, I suppose, to keep silent any longer in the face of being so thoroughly ignored. He took another step closer, and at that point I stood up. I ain't gonna tell you no good excuse for why I did it, except that I could not bear to see this scene play out anymore. I saw it all right, though, stood up and picked up my towel and my beer and turned my back, facing my house again, which was only about 30 yards away, but felt like 6 miles just at that moment. I walked maybe 10 steps, and then turned back, not my whole body, just swiveled my head on my neck a bit, and I saw this idiot get into the girl's face. What people call your personal space nowadays, and I saw that dog stand up. Or rather, suddenly the dog was standing. Just as suddenly, the dog's mouth was on that guy's fingers, on a hand that only half a second ago was aiming an accusing finger at the girl. And that dog chomped down on that fucking son of a bitch's hand so hard its teeth went clean through the bone. I let out a startled cry. No doubt my own voice was drowned out by all the sounds coming out of that young man's mouth. Howling and howling. Good Christ. The girl looked at him finally, blank eyes, just taking it in. And the dog sat back on its enormous haunches and watched as the man gripped his broken hand with his good one and stumbled back. You thought he'd fall right on his ass. Somehow he managed to stay upright, just staring at his hand, which was spitting blood like a lawn sprinkler. You ever seen blood squirt? No, probably not. He shook his head. What a sight that was. The old man surprised him by smiling, as though looking back on a favored memory, and not some horrible bloody animal attack from half a century ago. I thought perhaps they hadn't even seen me. The girl hadn't looked my way this whole time, except maybe once, and I don't think she really saw me anyways. And far as I could tell, neither had the man who was currently gaping, eyes wide like fishes, at his hand, which used to have 5 digits, but now only had 2, his 3 fingers between the thumb and pinky severed at the roots. The dog had seen me, I knew that. And before I even realized it, I was on the front porch of my temporary home, already thinking of being back in PA and away from the goddamn beach. And as my hand reached for the doorknob, I looked back once more, and I'll be a son of a bitch if that girl and dog weren't gone. Gone, Tim said. Along with that man's fingers, I suppose. Maybe the dog ate them. I didn't see that, if so. But now on that stretch of beach was just one solitary person. A man who had finally dropped to his knees and was still staring at his mangled hand in disbelief. He was still howling, but it was the silent kind, jaw dropped wide and nothing but hot, shitty air pouring out his sorry mouth. I went inside and shut the door and locked it. Finished my beer. Sat down and waited. And it was 2, almost 3 hours later that he paused, collecting himself. See, I had 3 visits at my door that day and the next, and after the last of those 3 visits, I called up Ted, told him I was damn sorry but had to cut out early on him and begun my way back north. I haven't been to the goddamn beach since. He straightened up in his chair, then slumped again, picked up the glass and tipped it back, allowing some of the melted ice water to wet his throat. He grunted and set the glass back down. What were the visits? Tim asked. Oh yeah, the man said, startled back into his story. First was a cop, of course, and I knew that was coming. He knocked on my door, loud as hell like they always are. I had a few dealings with cops before, and they always knock harder than they need to. Startle you, get you all shooked up before they're even talking to you. I came to the door, but slow-like, preparing myself for what I wasn't exactly sure. But it hit me as I opened the door and took a look at John Q. Law standing there with his ratty blue outfit and tin badge. I didn't have shit to be worried about. This guy barely even looked like a real police. Didn't see a Christing thing, I told him, and gave him a big honest smile. He asked me a few times, was I sure I didn't see a woman and a dog and a man, or maybe 2 men on this stretch of beach this afternoon? No, I said, I didn't see nothing like that. There isn't much developed this part of the beach, I reminded him, not just yet, and some days I'm surprised if I see anyone out there at all. He nodded like he understood, and then he told again, like he'd done when I first started talking to him, that a man had been attacked. That man was currently laid up in a hospital bed, and he'd been screaming and yelling about being bit by a dog that ate 3 of his fingers, and there was a witness, me. Well, I shook my head, put my fingers in the loops of my waistband and looked him in the eyes so he'd see how honest I was being, not flinching away at the truth at all, and I said, I'm sorry, officer, but that man you described has got his locations mixed up. I've been here all day, mostly sitting on my porch, and I haven't seen another soul. Except, I added then, thinking quick, right? Except for a couple of Boy Scouts who'd wandered through just before noon. Immediately, I wondered why I'd made up such a detail. What if there weren't any Boy Scouts in this town? I'd never seen one. The lie just popped into my head. Fortunately, John Q didn't seem fazed by this. He gave me one more once-over and thanked me for my time, asked me to drop by the station if it turned out I remembered something after all. Oh yeah, I told him, I'd do just that. He sighed. Wasn't the end of it, though. I went to sleep that night, better than I expected to, and in the morning got about my business. In fact, I was just setting to leave the house and go up to a church in the northern part of Kitty Hawk and paint the parsonage when there came that same knock as the day before, and I knew it was my law enforcement friend again. He wasn't alone this time, though. He had the man from the beach with him. Ugly, I said to myself. I suspected he was an ugly bastard from where I could see him the day before, and now up close it was confirmed. He was standing just behind the officer and had one hell of a big bandage on what remained of his left hand. I tell you, I was not scared. Can't explain why, except what I'd already decided the day before to stick with my story of having seen nothing. That's why I wasn't scared, I suppose, or why I let out a laugh when I caught sight of the wounded man slinking behind the cop. I don't know, but it came right out, and the son of a bitch knew I was laughing at him because I was staring him directly in his eyes when I did it. Now, this is what the Johnny Law started to say, but he was interrupted by the fingerless man who began shouting and swearing at me. I'd seen it, I'd seen what happened, and I was a lying goddamn bastard, and the bitch had a dog, and the dog was huge, and the dog ate his fingers off, and he went on like this for what felt like almost a whole minute before John Q put up a hand with 5 full digits on it, and said that was enough, he'd handle this. So he and I talked. The man with the missing fingers started up again, so the cop told him to wait on the porch, and he came inside, and I offered him coffee, and we talked. I even tried to speak kind of slow-like, because the idea of that angry man outside itching to hit me or see me arrested, or whatever he was hoping, just made me happy. As I said, I wasn't worried because I didn't have a damn thing to hide. I answered all the cops' questions, all variations on, you sure you didn't see what this guy says you must have saw? And he left, and I shut the door behind him. Got one more glimpse of Mr. Angry, and I did show him my teeth and a nice big smile before I closed that door. What became of that man, I couldn't tell you. Blew away in a high wind and got his ass tossed off the edge of the world for all I know. But I knew even before I finished talking with John Q that I would not be staying much longer. Interesting as all this had been, it didn't sit right with me, and I found I had no desire to spend any more time on that beach, or painting a church or any other damn thing, and no interest in seeing who else might walk up that piece of land in the next few weeks. What was the last visit, Tim said. Huh? The old man had let his mind take him off somewhere only he could see, and Tim's question brought him back to the present. Oh, the last visit, right. Well, that was the following morning. I had my bags packed and was just doing a last walk through the place, making sure I hadn't forgot nothing. Always been a light packer, like I may have said before. I'd already called Ted, and he wasn't happy about me leaving early, but what could I do? Wasn't on a contract or anything official like that, and got paid in cash. He said I still had another pay coming to me, and I told him mail it up to me in PA. I was through. There was no knock at the door, but I had a sense that someone was outside. Can't explain it right, but I didn't hear a thing, just had a feeling, you understand. I went to the door and would have peered through the eye hole if it had one. As it was, I swung the door wide and saw there standing on the porch that black dog I'd last seen on the beach the day before, with that young man's blood still on its muzzle. Up close, I could confirm that, standing on its 4 feet, the dog's head came up to my chest. Biggest goddamn dog you ever saw. You better believe I was shocked, particularly as there was no one with the dog. The girl? Not there. I looked up and down the beach and only could see a couple walking down along the water in the distance. No people close by, just this huge black dog with bristly hard fur. Looked like it had cut up your hand you tried petting it. Not that you'd want to pet this dog. There was something very curious and unpleasant about its stare once it fixed eyes on you. Even if I hadn't seen what I'd seen the day before, I would have crossed the other side of the road to avoid that dog if I seen it coming. I took a few steps back, and I do believe I brought a hand up to my face, covered my mouth, and even whispered a very brief prayer to a God I rarely spoke to, and reached for the door handle. But I missed it and just kept stumbling back into that house while the dog stood there on my porch, its eyes boring right into mine. Tim's own eyes were wider than the tires of his dad's Volvo, and he mumbled, "What did it want?" "What it want?" the old man said. "It wanted me. Not to kill or eat or..." His voice drifted off, then returned. "It just wanted me, and it's had me ever since. And I've had it, I guess you could say, though I've never felt as that dog belongs to me any more than the air and the sky above." "You brought it back with you?" Tim was surprised to hear his sister's voice. Had nearly forgotten she was even there once the old man got into the crux of his story. But she was, and had been paying attention, apparently. Her face looked scared, unsettled, and Tim slid off his chair and went to sit by her on the couch. "Yep," the old man said. "I didn't have a choice. Somehow I knew it. This was out of my hands, and we came back together, and been here ever since." Tim's eyes darted over to the sliding glass door, where as if on cue a chorus of barks cut through the silence. "Oh, you won't hear him," Uncle Joe said. "He don't bark. Never heard him bark once in all this time we've been acquainted. Don't bark, don't even eat." "It doesn't eat?" Tim said. "Not dog food," and the old man let loose a horrible croaking laugh. "He's eaten some here and there. Couple of times he's helped me out with a thing or two, and he's eaten then, but not 'cause he needs to, if you understand what I'm telling you." Tim didn't know if he looked as if he understood or not, but all of a sudden he found that he had no more questions he wanted to ask the old man about the dog or anything else. 3. Dad grumbled to himself as he led the way out the front door onto the porch. Whatever business he and Mom had been about, they'd finished it, and Tim and Leah had waited in the living room while some paper was signed in the kitchen and a final argument conducted with Great Uncle Joe in muted tones so the kids wouldn't hear, and Tim and Leah both had eyes trained on that sliding glass door, though neither got up to push it aside and take a closer look at the backyard while their parents wrapped up their grown-ups' business. Now, walking out to the car, Mom telling Dad, "It's fine, just forget it. What did you want from him?" Without really meaning to, Tim let his feet lead him around the side of the porch, and he gave not one thought to the centipedes, millipedes, and spiders. He walked over to the rusty, broken-in-places fence that separated the front of the house from the weed-strewn backyard, where several dogs ran back and forth barking. He counted them and came up with 5. There was a small brown and white one, a golden retriever like his friend Sam had, some kind of terrier he could tell by the pointy ears, the Labrador like Buddies, and a medium-sized one he couldn't name but recognized. The dog saw him and sent a few barks his direction, but mostly just kept pacing and barking at one another. Tim looked to the farthest corner of the yard, set back in one of the only shaded sections of lawn, just under a small tree. The biggest doghouse he'd ever seen. It was taller than he was, built with slabs of wood that looked almost as old as his great-uncle's house. The wood wasn't painted, and the top of the house formed a triangle, looked like some other material, slate or something, and this was a dull red color. He squinted, trying to see into the house, but could only make out shadows. There was a shape in there, but its outlines were unclear. At the same time, the Volvo's engine fired up. Leah touched him on his arm. Tim jumped and let out a brief cry. "Mom says it's time to go," Leah said. And then his mother's voice coming from the car. "Let's go, kids." Leah tugged on his arm and Tim brushed off her hand, still trying to see if he could possibly get his eyes locked on the resident of that doghouse. His sister squinted as well, put a hand up over her eyes to block the sun and get a better view. Tim shook his head and finally turned away from the fence as Leah said, "Do you think..." But he cut her off. "Don't worry, it's only a story." Leah cocked her head, didn't seem convinced. "He's crazy," Tim said. "Or he was just goofing on us. That dog would have to be 50 years old if it was the same dog. That's just bullshit." Leah turned back in the direction of the car and called out, "Mom!" Tim grabbed her arm, immediately regretting the swear he knew he was about to be called out on. But before he could silence his sister, she shouted, "Mom, can we see the dog?" Tim's jaw dropped open wide. "What are you..." "Mom, Dad," she called again. "Can we go in the fence and see the dog?" His father peered at them through the windshield, then turned to their mother and said something the kids couldn't hear. Before Dad turned his attention back to them, Tim pulled Leah away from the fence, walking hurriedly to the driveway. Dad rolled down the driver's side window and said, "What do you want, sweetie?" "Nothing," Tim answered for her. "Let's go get lunch. I'm starving." He didn't spare his sister a look to see her reaction. See the dog, he thought? Was she crazy? Tim opened the back door of the car and held it for Leah so she could crawl in past him and sit on her preferred side of the back seat. He gave the fence and the yard it enclosed one final look before getting in and then slammed the door hard. "Dad," he said, as his father backed the car out of the driveway. "What's up, Tiger?" his father said. "I don't like it here." "You know," Dad said, "neither do I. What say we never come back?" Mom tapped their father on the shoulder and threw a mock-offended look his way. Leah watched silently out her window as they drove slowly away from Great Uncle Joe's house. And Tim smiled, the most sincere smile of his young life up till then. "I think that's a great idea, Dad." End.
I like that a lot.
Thanks.
I like that a lot. I think you have a knack for dialogue. I think you write fun dialogue. I'm pretty sure I said that when we read Lindsay Lohan, and I'm saying it again.
Oh, thanks.
That's a good story. It's a good story of a story.
Yeah.
That Inception story of a story. What was the inspiration for the story of a story?
Well, when I was down in North Carolina, there was this girl and a dog at the beach, and the dog didn't seem like it really wanted to be there. Yeah. The girl would take the dog out into the water. And
some dogs are very averse to the water, yeah.
The dog did it. The dog followed along. And
because the woman kind of made her.
Yeah. And we were up on the beach a little, and my dad had been there a while. And I probably said, "Oh, look at that dog," like always. And he said, "Yeah, they were here yesterday." And he said, "I don't think that dog likes being here."
Yeah.
And just kind of watched them interacting, this woman and this dog, for a minute. And so I thought of the story from there. And then I thought of a guy telling it looking back many years later.
Yeah, after the fact.
But now maybe it's an old guy talking to a kid or some kids. And then I thought maybe that might be cool, like a Lovecraft story or something where the bulk of the story is a person telling a story. Like there's quotes all
that is very Lovecraft.
Big chunks of dialogue with quotes. But then I realized I was at like page 19 and the fucking story hadn't started.
I did.
The kids were still in the living room getting ready for the story.
I did that with my story. You always get lost in the exposition to set up the actual plot, and by the time you get to the plot, you're like, where the fuck did the thread go? Like, where did I have this? I had to go back and end up doing the same thing. I cut it down. I think I was already on page, like 27 out of 40, and I was like, they're not even in the room yet. I was like, they're not even there yet.
I figured maybe it was okay for this story because then all the stuff with the dog being outside and all is part of the story.
No, I like the
too.
setup.
So
I like the
thought it
setup
might be
because it
good.
reminds me of experiences kids have growing up, being thrust into a so-and-so family member's house, relatively uncomfortable and probably pawned off for a short amount of time. We've all been there. I wouldn't say I have a parent that just kind of, like a grandparent that just kind of sits and spits stories for a long amount of time about things I've never known or witnessed, but I feel like every old person has that wistful ability to do that, so it's very believable. And I liked I liked the way you read it, and I liked the voice, the kind of voice you had for the old man as he just kind of rambled.
Great Uncle Joe.
Great Uncle Joe. What was the idea for this kind of supernatural or mythical-esque experience?
Yeah.
Like where did that come from, and why was that the direction you wanted to go?
I don't know.
It was just a beast. You didn't want to explain it at all.
Yeah,
Biggest dog you've ever fucking seen.
It's open. Like
Yes.
for that matter,
Very.
the woman too is pretty unknown.
And at first, to be totally honest, I was thinking, well, what if she's deaf?
Mm-hmm.
And this is like a service dog. That's actually what I thought. Maybe these men are getting offended because they're trying to talk to her and she has no fucking clue that they're trying to talk to her.
That's more clever than I'm capable of.
Well, I was trying to make sense of it. I wasn't sure which direction you were going. In the past, the stories you've sent me, the stories I've read from you, they I don't mean this in any sort of way, but they give up the ghost almost immediately about what themes we're getting into. Like, your Lindsay Lohan story very quickly is very much so just like, this is a fantastical story about demons and you know, the bride of Satan. And, you know, it's just right off the bat, evil carnies, like, we're done. And so, like, that's the theme. This one had me guessing. I do remember reading like a serial killer in the woods story that you sent me a long time ago, but I remember really liking that one too. But that was very much like, I'm running in the woods, there's a guy behind me, he's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
And I remember being like, no, like, you know that right at the get-go, you're right there, you're in the action, in media race, just like ready to go. This one was like plotting. This one was like, no, we'll get there. No, like, I'm going to tell the story, and the story. And, like, I loved the way that he, like, continuously got lost telling the story, too. There's a great amount of humor here. And I always find your dryness very funny. I mean, everyone finds your dryness very funny. Deputy Dewey thinks you're one of the funniest people in the world because he just thinks your dryness is so funny. Like, he loves playing the games that we play on the show together with you because your wit is brevity. You know?
I appreciate that.
But I think you encompass that in your writing style. I think there's a very you had a succinct idea, but you found a nice way to kind of draw it out and make an interesting experience out of it, because it is relatable, it is interesting, but at the very same time, there's something off there, and the most interesting parts of the stories isn't explained at all. It's what was this dog? Why did it show up? Why did he take it with him? What does he mean that, like, it claimed him and it was just with him ever since? Like, is it in there? Is it in the backyard? I feel like it was there in that huge house and he's just had it ever since. And it's just like, okay, is this a metaphor for something? Am I missing how people, like, hold on to things in their lives, or how people hold on to memories the same way they hold on to, like, physical things? Like, is this a embodiment of some kind of emotion this guy was witnessing being on his own? Who fucking knows? I think you just wanted to write Big Dog, and you did that.
Yeah, I thought about calling it the Big Dog or the Black Dog.
The Black Dog,
something
yeah.
That I think
a little bit more ominous. No, the dog is just as ambivalent. But is there anything I'm, like, missing, or is it very much so just that?
I mean, you
could read into it any way you want.
Yeah, I mean, There's any number of explanations for the actual nature of the animal and the woman. You know,
what's your take on it? Or do you not want to get into it?
Oh, I'm not going to give you my take on it.
Okay.
I can tell you what made me think of it to write it and
and
that kind of thing, but I don't.
You don't want to explain it. You don't want to say. Yeah, we don't need all the answers. That's not what this show is about. This show is about reading. You got here, you read the story, you're like, I'm done reading this story.
I didn't know there was a second part.
Of course there is. We got to talk about it.
Yeah.
What I will ask, and something I've asked other people, is, did you have fun writing it? You said it's been a while since you've written anything.
Yeah, I always have more fun having written than writing. So I had fun.
So once you're done, you're like,
today when I wrote end period.
Yeah.
And I noticed a couple minor things when I was reading over it, but it took me. It was really hard to write this.
Did you start writing something else and then change to this?
No, this was all
all at once.
I started writing.
I forgot who said that. I think it might have been Mac. It might have been.
I had a different idea at first that I only wrote down a couple notes, but I didn't.
Notes that never turned into pages. Yeah,
and then I actually started writing on this at the end of May, and it just in spurts. It took me a long time, and I might not have finished it if I wasn't writing it for this.
Yeah.
If it was just an idea that had occurred to me, I'd have probably.
No, I mean I put a task in front of you, and I said write something, and you did, and.
So I was happy to have
you accomplished that. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I always think you have a good way of, setting the scene from outside the perspective and like telling the story about the person and their feelings and what's happening. It was the first time I had done something like that. But all four of my stories are vastly different in different ways, and I think that you and I hit a similar vibe. Especially for the story that I want to read to you. I feel like you and I, we had a focus, and then we nailed it. We just went with it, just ran, to ground running type of thing. So yeah, I'm interested to see what you think of mine. But, above all else, I want you to keep writing. I love your writing.
Thanks.
I want you to always feel welcome to come back and even share something with me on the show if you're in the mood to write something. I'm telling everyone whose stories I've liked. I need to say that because I haven't read everyone's stories yet with them, and almost everyone has done a fantastic job. I've been really surprised by what people have brought, and I hope you listen to what other people write, or even if I send you mine, that you read what else I've written, because I value your opinion, and
for sure.
And I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say about everyone else's stuff and which one you liked the most. I just think everyone has done something so different. We all just picked something up that we liked or had a vague interest in and just wrote about it, and it was the dedication and the commitment to just being like, this is the story I want to tell, and the fact that people fucking did it. I've had 35 guests on this show, including myself, and I was able to get 20 of them.
That's pretty
including myself. It's more than half.
Yeah.
It's more than half, and some of them, like Deputy Dewey, have gone above and beyond. Like, I wrote 100 pages. I never knew I had that in me. I set out with the expectation to do maybe 15 to 20 per story, and next thing I know, I was already over that, like well over that. So...
mine went longer than I thought by about 10 or 11 pages. I even thought I might write like another real short, like few pages to go along with it that could be called The Cat. But I never came up with more than the opening sentence. I was working on this anyway, so I never would have even got to it. But for a while, the document after what I had written of the dog, after there were a few spaces, it said The Cat by Mark. And then the first line, which was, last night I had a dream that my cat picked me up. And then I didn't know what else happened after that, so I still don't.
Based on real life events by Mark Rooster.
I never remember my dreams.
He had a dream that night where his cat picked him up.
Never remember them.
Oh my god, that's great.
Maybe someday that story will come to me.
Well, I love your writing, and if you write about a cat, I want to hear it.
Thank you. Maybe I will. Any
final closing thoughts?
No, I don't think so. I'm looking forward to hearing your story.
Okay.
Yeah, wait.
Wait, can you say that one more time?
Okay. Wait, so are you trying to warm us up here? Like, is there just going to be like a bunch of gay stuff today?
There's going to be a lot of gay stuff. Partly gay stuff. It's just I will explain after we've read that story.
After we get into it, you're gonna tell us the time you spent on it and the amount of work you put into it.
I will explain the method.
I want to
after the story's
the
over.
method behind my madness.
Yeah, the method behind my gayness.
So I think so. This is the only time to get into it. This is the only time for the 300th that I'm recording multiple people at one time, and I feel like it's because one of you requested it.
Yeah. I think I did mention it because my initial story.
At one point, I think you said you were gonna make both me and Lanky read the story you wrote together.
Yeah. My initial idea was to just make it like a terrible erotica.
The gayest thing ever
and then
written.
you just had to read to each other about the sexual things you were doing to each other.
What if you showed up with the legitimate script to Brokeback Mountain and just had us reenact the entire
It would just
thing?
be a good story.
It would be,
and that wouldn't work.
So can you give me the I can't quit you? Can you give me that right now?
No, well, because
no, I'm asking for.
Oh, sorry.
Whoa.
That's okay. That's okay.
Jim.
Damn it, Jim.
Death, I can't quit you.
See, that's Oscar award-winning calibration.
I'm getting hard
right there.
just listening to that.
Well, you could hold off on being hard because I'm gonna ask. Which one of you wants to go first?
We can do yours first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Lanky has been volunteered. He definitely didn't make any inclination that he wanted to go first.
I thought it was going to be a nice game of rock, paper, scissors, but...
Well, how long is yours?
Shorter than yours, but not by much.
Then let's do yours then.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so...
Which one are we going to get over with first?
No, it's just because... and also I do kind of want to yap about it a little bit at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
we're gonna do pre-talk, post-talk for each of you. I think it's just the reason we were gonna do this together is because we do a lot of things together, like gooning, docking,
edging,
jelking.
Yep.
Oh.
What did I was watching something the other day.
It was me gooning.
Yeah, don't you know Punxsutawney has
I was
one of those
watching-
security cameras inside his house where you can live feed his.
I mean, you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's what his Twitch is.
It's my ding channel, or my ding.
My dingling.
Yeah, no, the what is it? What's the doorbell?
Ring.
I know it's Ring, but I'm like, wait, it's my ding camera. It's like Ring, except it's only it's underneath my
attached
desk.
Under your desk.
Yeah. So you just hear. But then you hear a muffled over the desk.
Detective Tequila just from above the desk. So, listen, when the fucking ding camera. All right, I was watching something the other day. What's it called when you fucking fart in a bottle and you put a balloon over it to try and capture the methane or whatever it's called?
Know.
Or you sell it?
This is new.
No, so you could huff it.
Oh.
What do they fucking call that? I swear to God, fucking Django brought it up one day and I have never... It showed up in something I was watching the other day and I was like, holy shit, other people know what this is.
You were watching videos on how to do this?
No, I was legit watching a TV show on a network and they brought it up and I was like, what the fuck? What the hell?
What the hell?
Oh, those boys are on the Silicon Valley Expressway. That's what that's called.
Yeah, frankly, to be honest, that's what it should be called. It's called something else. I'm sure the comments will fill with wrong answers only.
Are we just all just trying to explain like our side hustles? Punxsutawney just has his damn camera.
Damn camera. I've been farting, and I've been farting in bottles for like 2 years.
Yeah, take that, Party City.
What about you? What's your side hustle?
Oh,
writing stories?
Oh no, absolutely not.
You sure?
Yeah.
After today,
I mean, we'll see. Also,
whatever it is, it's definitely not reading stories.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Thank
my
you
god!
for coming, by the way.
If I'm on Audible, like it's just like this Captain Underpants book. It took him about like 15 hours to finish.
It's a 3rd grade reading level.
Yeah.
35 minutes to read.
I've progressed.
Oh shit!
There's a lot of big words in there.
I think that's why I have no problem inviting you to be a part of like the games that we play, because it concerns little to no reading.
Perfect.
I just need you to sit there and talk about how much you love your wife's huge tits.
Yes.
And fat ass. Isn't that like your...
That is like a fantastic side
You're
hustle.
just imitating real life.
I really...
It's really easy for you.
I don't make a lot of money off of it though. Like I'm just oogling this poor woman, and she's just like, I just like I want to go to IKEA, and I'm like, nice, and then we actually lose money on it. So the side hustle is actually like counterproductive.
You ask her to go to IKEA and like test out seats, but really you're just putting your like head down in the middle of a chair.
Oh no, I got measurements on that.
Oh,
like
okay.
I was just like,
you cut the hole out and then you put your face in.
That is right. The old
yeah, he's the
quagmire.
He's
Yeah.
the what?
He's the jar.
Yeah, you got to cut out the middleman.
yeah.
He's
You gotta get
the
the
jar.
you gotta get the
That's
gotta get
fair.
that jar out of there.
That's fair.
Yeah, cutting out the middleman.
Yeah.
Right. Fucking first rate delivery. So I'm here with Lanky, Lucifer, and Punxsutawney Trill. Here's what I will say. This shouldn't take very long, right? But will it be painless?
No.
I don't know.
No.
Probably not.
Just know, like I understand, like through the years, like we have been making fun of like these dumb amateur stories that have always been popping up.
Yeah.
And we were just like, you know what? We're done doing this. Time to like eat our own soup, if as the kids say.
Or
so,
in your terms, eat your own shit.
Yeah.
Show the pros how it's really done.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because I've been doing this for 9 years come November.
Come.
Nice. Yeah.
So
Pretty cool.
They say no nut November.
Yeah.
I'm saying mo nut November. So listen, been doing this for 9 years. I've read a lot of dog shit. But it's different when it's your friend's dog shit.
Yeah.
So you're not the first people to write purposeful dog shit. I'm happy to announce that Sofa King
Purpose.
came to the show with one of the most retarded things I've ever read in my life, and I loved every second of it, and he loved reading it. So, let's just say that when I.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say, when I opened your emails today and all that I did was read the titles, let's just say that you really carved out a path for expectations.
I'm very excited to know what the title is.
Hey, whoa.
That is okay. That's okay.
But how many of these have you done so far?
So, out of everyone on the show, I got 20 people. And I'm more than halfway through. I think after today, I'll have somewhere between 5 and 7 more people to go. But I already have 2 episodes done, like in the can, edited, everything. I tried going in order to make it easiest on myself, but when it came to scheduling with people, some people were more readily available versus others, so I was able to get some longer stuff out of the way. We look at people like, I want to say, Mark Rooster. He was quick, done, to the point, maybe 30-some pages, really easy. Yeah, I mean, Deputy Dewey wrote like 40 to 50.
Wow.
Get a job.
I wrote 100.
That's great. Well, here's the thing.
I wrote 4 stories that total over 100 pages, but I wanted to do like 1 story per episode with different people.
Well, I kept it simple, as William Shakespeare once said.
Yeah.
Brevity
is Tim.
Otherwise, you're retarded. Otherwise, you're gay.
Brevity is for the gay.
Smart. And long is bad. That's what he said.
Long bad, short good.
I like short, small word. No, I'm glad it's the three of us here because I feel like I kind of wrote this story for the room. You know what I mean? And so I get the I
know
get the
your
impression you probably
audience.
did too. Yeah, I specifically for this room, so I think it'll work.
Yeah, I write for myself. I think because when it comes down to like what people have been tuning in for and what we do and what we support, I feel like people just want to quote unquote be on the couch with us, and that's a lot of the appeal of the show is. I would say, like, more recently, we have, like, more Patreon subscribers than ever. Like, this is the first time, this year is the first time where I'm not paying for the show anymore.
Yeah, cool.
Like, it's almost entirely crowdfunded.
It's a good time to cut it off.
Yeah, no, it's a good time to get canceled.
Well.
The fact that it hasn't happened yet.
I'm thinking of maybe taking a break around the 10-year mark. So if this next year is 9 and then we hit 10, I'll see where I'm at that point. But you know, like you were saying, like it's different reading so many other people's things for so many years and kind of being an armchair critic about a lot of it without putting my money where my mouth is. So it's like when we did like the 16th episode, I was with Django Phillips. We were reading Slender Man. So as dated as the show can be, the 16th episode was somewhere in the first year. So it's like, we were reading Slender Man, and I had remembered that I wrote a Slender Man movie spec script while I was in film school. And I asked him if he wanted to read it, like live there on the episode, and he said sure. And when we were done, he was like, man, that was really good. I liked what you did there. That was... You know, it wasn't overbearing, it wasn't terrible, it wasn't, like, trying to do too much or trying to do too little. It rode the median of what makes that character both terrifying and enjoyable. And I would say ever since then, I've been thinking of something like this. I've been thinking of getting everyone together, seeing who was interested. So it's, 8 years later, I'm asking everyone... if they want to be a part of something where we all come together and write. And you guys are the best example, because you guys are very talented writers.
That's right.
You guys are very experienced, very talented writers who wrote every word of what we're about to read here by hand with one of those really old... feather inkwell pen.
That's right. And then we emailed it to you.
And then you emailed it to me.
And I can read, by the way. I can read. Yeah.
Can you read this?
Why are you bragging? Like every time.
No,
every time.
I just want everybody to know that I can read.
So that's the story. That's where this came from. That's why we're doing this. And I didn't ask everyone who's ever been on the show for one reason or another, but it's like, out of the 25 some people I asked, 20-ish said yes. Some people dropped out. I needed to stick to certain numbers. I held both of you accountable to those numbers, and I'm glad to have you guys here, because I tried telling people
you could tell us whether or not you were glad in like an hour and a half. You know what I mean?
So like 4 months ago, I was like, how much time do you guys need? How much time do you guys want? And then it came to like someone like Deputy Dewey, who was like done in like a month. He was just like bored, and it was something he was able to do like while he was at work, basically, like during his off time. So it's like,
all right, here we go.
Yep. I look at him, and he's, one of the first people done, one of the first people to record, and I'm sitting on other people, and I'm asking, hey, are you done yet?
Just say
Are you going to show up?
See?
You going to show up with something? Or
I told you this guy.
And then it gets to the point where you're kind of like, I don't know if I have time to do this anymore. I don't know if I could do this anymore. I can't do this! So then I say, you know what? No, I'm not going to let you fucking flake on me. I'm going to tell you something really cool right now. run that shit through AI and let me know.
AI actually sucks, though. Like, it's not that
what
great.
did you expect?
To do my job?
Yeah.
Like it usually does?
This is anonymous, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, cool. So that's kind of the joke here today, is that we took some prompts, right? And then we ran it through an AI, and then we fine-tuned it, and then we ran it through another AI, and then we fine-tuned it.
No.
What was the process?
So the process was you first run through AI, and AI's like, no, stop it. Even AI is just like, bro, you don't have time for this.
What the fuck?
No. We're gonna ask Death for another 3 weeks to finish this up again.
Yours is gonna be so fucking sanitized. I already know it because the
AI won't go there?
No, yeah, because whatever you tried to do, the AI was definitely like, "This is I cannot do this."
Oh,
this
no.
is inappropriate."
It fought back.
Oh,
We gotta shut this shit down.
yeah, dude. No, AI does constantly. It's like this is unethical.
If the AI won't goon for me, what's the point of the future?
Yeah. Oh, like here's my problem.
Can't
Like
have the
you
technology.
have. I think it's like the whole like subscription like model. Like with AI girlfriends now, like the only good ones.
No, they have those.
Oh yeah, no, and it's wild. I love watching the collapse of society through AI girlfriends. Like it is fantastic. And like as soon as like they'll hook you, they're like the good stuff's behind a paywall. So it's just like you get this free AI girlfriend that's just like, oh, I'll listen to every dumb autistic thing you have. Yeah, trains. Oh man, I love
trains.
I love when you talk about trains.
Trains are cool,
dude. They're so cool.
Everyone loves trains.
Yeah, it's, like fund SEPTA, just fucking fund SEPTA. Anyway.
That is a good point. They do. Whatever's happening in Philly needs to be fucking sorted out.
Oh yeah, did you hear about that?
I did actually.
Eagles home opener, like the train that went down.
Subway was down.
Yeah, like and FanDuel was just like, you know what, guys?
Good on you.
Yeah. Actually,
this is really good.
Actually, is DraftKings one of your Patreons? I don't.
Shout out DraftKings. Yeah. If you have a gambling problem, definitely continue having one.
Yeah, it's all, one more bet. That's all you need, guys.
Send me your money.
How do we get?
I will double your money.
Yeah, you can find us on Patreon at El Capitan Muerte. Lots of pasta. Yeah.
Anyway, AI girlfriend.
Here's his bank routing
AI
number.
girlfriend. So what you're saying is you asked your AI girlfriend to write this story for you?
Yes, I did. And she's like, oh, God.
She's like, oh, honey, not again.
You need to up your subscription.
How many prompts of Star Trek erotica do you need me to run for you?
She just shows up in like her like shower cap, and she's just like with a rolling pin, like just threatening to beat me through a screen.
I was in one side of my mind, on like one side of that coin, I'm thinking it's like a big booty Latina, like just holding a shoe.
That's right.
Just ready to rip it at you.
Dude, no, there's nothing scarier than a Latina woman holding a sandal. Like that.
Yeah.
That just means you done fucked up.
True. Truer words have never been spoken, and I'm waiting to hear more true words, because we're gonna read Lanky Lucifer's story. The real question is, are you reading it, or are we reading it together, or are certain people reading certain characters?
Yes. So it's going to be all of us.
Okay.
And I have certain parts like highlighted in the story. So
that's nice. I like.
Yes. So yellow. I don't. Okay. So there's two different genres of characters because I went into depth because you know I tried.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I knew a lot about stuff.
Okay.
So is there a title to this?
Oh yeah, that would probably be important. No.
Okay. So I'm gonna say what the title of the file was. Star Trek: The Next Generation Taco.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess we can call it. Of course, this is a parody. Very close to the Star Trek: Next Generation. I guess we can call it. The quest of Taco Bell.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
You know what I like to say.
Smell the bell.
I mean, I do love to say smell the bell. I also like to say
I'm fairly certain that's in here.
That I love to get mouth deep on a chili.
Oh yeah.
That's in the story.
Yeah.
So you art imitates life.
Yes.
What you're saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of art imitating life here.
Wonderful. But I might delete that just to save it for later, but here we go. This is Star Trek: The Next Generation Taco Bell by Lanky Lucifer.
Captain's log. Stardate 41153.8. The Enterprise has successfully undergone improvements at dry dock, and we now embark on our next expedition. We been
Shit.
I love it.
We're off to a great start.
kind of classic
Shit.
You
Picard.
made it one sentence in.
Hey, we been dispatched to the Beta Gastronomica system, where we've received an unusual diplomatic request from the ruling entity, a corporate theocratic regime known as the Bell Dominion.
Fuck yeah.
Our mission is to investigate reports of medical unrest.
The Enterprise glides across the far reaches of the galaxy. The ship is lively and humming with the routine duties. We find Captain Picard, his first officer Commander Riker, Operations Officer Data, Counselor Troy, and Head of Security Lieutenant Worf on the bridge. I'm entirely unfamiliar with this planet. Are they a warrior nation? I crave for a worthy adversary. I crave for a worth adversary.
Oh, God damn
it.
No, then I just was like to Rick.
I love Ricker. Ricker is actually really great. No.
That makes sense.
So you're reading for
I didn't
Ricker.
notice it.
Can I get your best Ricker?
Yeah, what's your
I mean, I pretty much already have a Riker voice.
Yeah.
Quite the contrary, Worf. This system is a proud people known for its leisure and cuisine. You may find a worthy opponent on your third course.
I like that.
Oh.
You are correct, Commander Riker. Their overabundance of spices and sauces have given them a strategic advantage in neighboring planets and has become... with neighboring planets. I'm sorry, that was me being...
That's
No, sorry. A strategic advantage with neighboring planets and has become an economic anomaly in the region.
That sounds dishonorable.
Oh, sounds like someone's not having a great Taco Tuesday.
Ricker smirks at his own joke like an immense jackass.
Data. When are we set to arrive? In approximately 18 minutes, sir. I shall begin preliminary scans. Planet's atmosphere is Earth-like. Life signs consistent with a population of approximately 2.2 million. However, there is a strange concentration of airborne particulates near population centers.
Is that pollution?
Possibly, Commander. Or perhaps seasoning-based airborne compounds.
I sense food.
Classic Troy.
Classic Troy. The Enterprise approaches the planet. It contains impressive structures dedicated to the local artisan food. Bell towers rise, and all structures rise about all structures.
Oh, fuck.
Hard shell tacos decorate the landscape. Rivers of dew trickle down the mountains.
Worf, hail the ambassador. Ambassador of the Bell Dominion. This is the This is the Captain Picard of the USS
This is the
Enterprise.
Captain Picard.
Classic Picard. Requesting permission to beam down to the surface. We have reports.
Ambassador Chet appears on the live feed.
That's awesome. Oh, that's...
Bro, Picard, sup? Yeah, I guess I'm like the supreme chalupa over here. So cool, yeah. So, we got like a few extra chairs. Come on down. I'll have some sick crunch wraps on deck for you there. On deck for you there, Chief. And leave your Baja blasters on your ship. No need for those here. Alright, Chet out. Chet signs off quickly, giving the bridge of the Enterprise an uneasy feeling.
I sense you're uneasy, Captain.
The Picard and Riker reluctantly beams down to the planet, where they meet Ambassador Chet at their central headquarters. Oh, you spelled Riker right this time.
I gotta learn my lesson. AI corrected me on that one.
Good.
This place seems empty. There's only the smell of the bell and all of its spices. Almost like a mass exodus of the population. All these buildings, but hardly anyone in them. What do you think happened here?
We are here for medical counseling. This may be a result of something more catastrophic than we have been originally led to believe.
Bros, thanks for coming all this way. Please sit and let us break bread. Ambassador Chet gifts Riker and Picard with a hard shell taco. What's going on?
You requested us here. You tell us.
Riker quickly begins to grow impatient with the honorable ambassador, but they accept his gift. Oh, right. That thing. Alright, so we had this little situation way back. It was around Tuesday. We had this gnarly, nasty roll through everyone. It fucked everyone up, like, real bad. My buddy knows a guy who knew this dude that was friends with this chick, and she got messed up. My boy broke up with her here because she started farting all the time, and then she died. Totally uncool. It happened to, like, a lot of people here.
Can you tell us anything about how this happened? What caused these deaths?
Oh, man. Yeah, they called it the Grey Puponic Plague. Some say a mad lad in the lab decided to put mustard on a 3-layer burrito. Science went too far. Then the lab-grown plague got all of us. But we're good now. Nobody died from it since, like, Thursday.
We didn't get here in time to save everyone. We could have saved millions of lives.
Now, Riker.
That was really good.
We can't dwell on what could have been. We can only focus on right now and how to prevent this from happening again. Ambassador, what caused the spread of the Grey Puponic Plague? And what is your antidote?
Totally. We think someone fucked around with the spice mixes, and that's why it smells funny these days. But people here just got over it and stopped dying. It was pretty sweet. No antidote, really, just herd immunity from a lab-grown virus. Who needs a vaccine? Really? Pause for fourth wall discomfort. It's kind of like, right, you know when a place has a cool late 20th century aesthetic feel and someone updates it to a bum-ass millennial gray, then gaslights you and tells everyone that it's a great idea and everyone loves it? Yeah, dude. Kind of like those vibes, you know what I mean?
Topical.
Not at all.
Not at all, boy.
And what are the symptoms of this plague? Any changes in skin conditions, emotions, precipitation?
Precipitation?
Any changes in precipitation in the body? Honorable Ambassador Chet, we must ensure we have a firm understanding of what caused this so we can investigate and make sure this doesn't happen again.
Right on. Yeah, sure. So, from what my buddy Axe tells me, the people that got sick and then kicked the bucket were sweating like a whore in church, and then they would have a mean case of the IBS. Absolutely ripping ass. Ain't nobody can hold back them toots. Like whistling through a blade of grass. Even the girls were clapping cheeks in all the wrong ways, and they don't do that. Girls don't do that! Chet begins to become emotional. He rests back in his chair, hand resting against his head. His eyes begin to fill with tears. My girl, Cassandra, we had a good thing going. She was my girl, my main squeeze, my sweet thing, my Mongo drums. We were having dinner, being all romantical, sharing a cheesy gordita crunch. Having a great time. I thought I was going to get lucky, and she'd go mouth deep on my chalupa. But right there, at the dinner table, she let one rip. There wasn't any hiding it under those plastic bed sheets. Yo, she never rips. I've known her for a solid week and a half, and she never did that. Right then and there, I knew she wasn't going to make it.
Sorry for your loss, Ambassador. We need to get this information back to the Enterprise and see if we can create a vaccine.
Captain Picard bids farewell to Ambassador Chet with a culturally traditional choreographed handshake. You honor me, bro. Back aboard the Enterprise. A female warrior would never fart on the battlefield. That would be incredibly dishonorable and gross.
Captain, your decontamination is complete. We have found no traces of the local disease on the away party. After researching it, Data would never say that. Come on, he would never say they. In many cultures, females fart on the battlefield. After researching the infestation, we have discovered their proprietary spice mixture was recently updated to precisely the same time as the outbreak. This may be the cause of the Great Bubonic Plague.
The local population simply wasn't ready for the new ingredients. It would not handle the code red.
Data, can you assure this correlation is the cause? 100%, sir. Analysis on spice mixtures was performed. The Dorito dust on Commander Riker's fingers proves this hypothesis. Very well. Send these samples to sickbay and develop a vaccine for those people. Great work, team. Please lead me to my quarters. Keep me updated on to our progress.
Picard goes to the turbo lift. As soon as the door closes, he lets out a sigh of relief, but can't shake the thought of what else was there to this plague. Was it this simple? He enters his quarters and sits at his desk. As soon as his body relaxes into the chair, he feels a rumbling in his bowels. A sudden uneasy feeling rushes over him. Then, suddenly, Picard lets out a quick but firm fart.
That is how Picard would.
That would be the tight squeak.
It would be a quick but firm one, yeah.
Picard tries not to panic, but another bubbling bruise in his bowels. He cannot hold it back and unleashes a loud, repetitive fart resembling that of a two-stroke engine starting up then backfiring.
That's not like him. See, something's wrong with him now. Beep beep on the comm edge. Picard to Data. Are you sure the decontamination process was complete?
Data speaks over Picard's intercom.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Process was complete after beaming aboard.
Picard whispers to himself.
They must have missed something. I never fought like this.
The captain lets out another cautious toot. In a state of panic, Picard rushes back to the bridge to find Riker.
Where's Commander Riker?
I sense you're gassy, Captain.
Commander Riker is in the latrine, sir. We can hear him from here.
Immense groans and puttering can be heard through the doors and walls of the latrine. Fellow crew members rush to get away from the echoes.
Riker, report! Are you waiting for fart?
Captain! I hate us!
Come on!
Hold on!
Captain!
I hate this. It's just farts. I can't read it. Captain! Freeze.
Captain, freeze!
It appears I've seen it to come down with the Great Bubonic Plague. This is a code red.
Picard to sickbay? Do we have a vaccine yet?
Sickbay responds with an ETA of 3 days.
Fuck.
We won't make it, sir. We must reach out to the ambassador.
Affirmative. Affirmative, Commander.
Ricard's pants rattle with his breaking wind.
Data! Hail for the great Ambassador Chet. But, humble Ambassador, we request assistance as we have caught your people's disease. Please!
Picard lets out another monstrous fart, startling the crew in the bridge. Chet appears on screen. Sup, bros? Oh, sick, dude. Yeah, sounds like you got lost in the sauce. That's bad news for yous. I might have an antidote for you, but you have to do something for me first.
Did you purposely give us the plague in exchange for a favor from us?
Squeaky fart. Yeah, dude. It was the only way I could get you guys to truly help out. So you see, when these venture capital lab nerds created this new flavor mix, they were so confident in it, they discontinued the old recipe. The old recipe is what made us good, man. So anyway, We can't find the old recipe and need your tech to find it.
So, if we help you, you guarantee us the antidote?
Riker's farts are still heard. Yeah, dude, I got you. Our ancestors hid the original recipe from these evil nerds in case something like this happened. It's deep inside a vault under the volcano nachos. I'll send you to the coordinates. Peace.
I do not trust this man, but I have no choice. Counselor, your thoughts?
I sense you don't trust him, Captain.
Very well, Counselor. Such a... I sense you don't like this guy. Very well. Very well, Counselor. Commander Riker, prepare to embark back down to the surface. I cannot risk anyone else getting this plague. We are the only ones who can go to the surface.
Riker lets out one last confident fart before making ready. Riker and
That
Picard,
didn't sound confident at
That
all.
didn't sound, Riker and Picard beam down to the surface. The landscape is filled with jagged, salty rocks protruding from the ground. A sizable mountain spewing yellow magma crackles nearby. Chet calls in to Riker and Picard over their intercom. Looks like you guys made it. The vault is in the Craving Steel Cave, 0.5 kilometer from your position. Find that recipe for us all. Good luck, bros. Picard and Riker waddle to the cave entrance. With every step, the pair cautiously lets out the walking farts.
We'll make it, Commander. We have to make it.
There it is, Captain. Oh, the entrance to the Cravings Cave.
A pair of large quesadillas are the doors, and they part as the men approach. Riker and Picard enter cautiously.
Be aware of your surroundings, number one. We don't know what's in there. Move quietly.
Riker farts and echoes through the cave. Boom! I put an echo on that. Suddenly, wind from inside the cave rushes out, blowing ancient dust and debris at the two men. Picard and Riker gather themselves and find a large ghost entity standing in their way. I am the Crunch Wrap Supreme Leader. I guard these vaults for all those that are deemed unworthy. I have protected the vast treasures of these vaults for thousands of generations. Who are you, and how dare you let yourself in without knocking? Picard and Riker stand tall, unafraid of the entity. They also fart again.
We are on a mission to save our people and yours from the great bubonic plague. Your great ambassador Chet has told us of a new recipe that has killed millions on this world. We need to retrieve the original recipe to bring a cure to both your people and us.
A new recipe? What was wrong with the original? Was it those venture capital nerds? Oh, and let me guess. They wanted to do sale-leaseback agreements on our land. Those dumb cunts. Oh, and let's lay everyone off. That'll help who? I told them this would happen. So dumb. Idiots. Why did they sell this dominion off to the Pepsi Coalition in the first place?
Sounds like the Supreme Leader went to a few Bernie rallies, am I right?
Yes. A new version has caused chaos, but the new recipe maybe have it?
Whoops.
You deem yourself worthy, tiny human. I shall be the judge of that. To do so, you must prove your valor and wits. You will enter through those doors and return. It is that simple.
Very well. We will entertain your request.
Picard and Riker enter the doorway with walking farts. As soon as they cross the threshold, their stomachs feel at ease. They no longer hear the rushing of the wind through the caves, the crashes of the magma, but the door disappears behind them. The room and the air are sterile and quiet. The room is a small dining area covered in millennial gray with advertisements covering the windows. A lone booth sits in the middle of the room and kiosk on the wall.
What is this place? I've never seen a room so utilitarian like this before.
Riker approaches the kiosk.
Captain, look at this. It's a list of their local cuisines. What does one do with this information? It seems so devoid of meaning. I wish we had a person here we could talk to.
That could be the test command. Be careful.
Picard goes over to one of the windows and reads the seasoning adverts aloud.
This scroll reads, "The true fire sauce recipe, forged in the flames of flavor." What does this mean? Commander Riker, find on the kiosk this fire sauce.
Beep, 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 boop, 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 boop. Found it, Captain.
Riker presses the button on the kiosk, and the wall behind them begins to glow an orange-red. The light it emitting from flames flickering around a small packet of fire-hot sauce. Riker slowly reaches for the packet, his hand in the flames of flavor.
My hand!
Riker retrieves the packet and falls back into the booth. The door suddenly reappears, and the Crunchwrap Supreme Leader opens it from the outside. You have been deemed worthy, Captain Picard and Commander Riker. You have successfully escaped my room. Only the boldest can withstand the flames of flavor. Here, I bestow upon you a copy of the original trademarked recipe. Go now. Bring this to Chet and save our people from those private equity retards. Riker and Picard rush out of the room with recipe in hand. As soon as they exit the room and return to the cave, their conditions return now worse than before.
We don't have much time. We need to get to that. We need to get that antidote from the ambassador. Picard to Picard to data. Lock onto Chet's location and 2 to beam to his location. Wet fart. Now, data.
Picard and Riker are beamed to the ambassador's office. The two men are sweating, laying on the floor in fetal position, groaning and farting uncontrollably.
We have your original recipe, Ambassador. We ask you to keep your side of the bargain and provide us the antidote, please. We don't have much time left.
Oh, nice, dude. I'm so stoked you got this. My people to your people, thanks, dude. And yeah, I got the antidote. Here you go. Catch. Chet throws Picard and Riker each a cold, crisp bottle Mountain Dew Raspberry Voltage. They quickly drink the concoction and are immediately at ease. The cool, refreshing taste of Mountain Dew Raspberry Voltage craves their thirst and alleviates their bowels.
Oh, thank you, Ambassador Chet. Very refreshing. Data, 2 to beam up.
Picard and Riker are back on the bridge and return in good spirits and a bottle of Mountain Dew Raspberry Voltage for the whole crew, for good measure and good morale. Everyone returns to their stations.
Where to now, Captain? Hopefully the next journey won't be as eventful as this one.
No, Commander. It will be more exciting. Helmsman, warp 6. Engage.
I thought you said the antidote already took effect, Captain. that one was for you.
That is like the. That's exactly like the episode where like Barkley, he's like a super genius, you know. And then at the end they take away his intelligence, but then when he's like the stinger at the end is he's walking through 10 forward, and then he's like, oh, you know, he moves a chess piece. He's like, checkmate, and then Troy's like, I didn't know you played chess. He goes, I didn't. You know, that's exactly what this is like. Oh, we solved the problem. Sits down. Oh fuck. Engage. Just fucking move on.
You can tell where I ran out of time.
I liked it.
Oh god. Oh, that was so much fun to read. Like because
I
of the
can't
parts.
tell where you ran out of time. Where did you run out of time?
The
okay.
whole thing. Where it's just like, oh shit, how did they get out of this room? Okay. It's an escape room. Got it. Cool. Alright.
Yeah. So, are you a fan of Star Trek?
Oh yeah.
How much have you watched?
I only like The Next Generation and a little bit of Yeah, pretty much the Next Generation is what I stick to.
You ever watch Star Trek Nemesis?
No.
I don't know if you know this,
Is that
but Tom Hardy.
Yeah, I think he's
Tom
in that.
Hardy's in that in Star Trek Nemesis.
He actually is Captain Picard's clone.
Yeah, he plays
Shinzon.
He plays Shinzon. He's the leader of the Remans.
Yeah,
the Reman demons.
And yeah, I don't. Did you know that?
Probably.
I didn't know.
No, you didn't. I know you didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
You're not a Star Trek guy. So.
You actually had to tell me that.
Yeah, well, because you're such a big fan of Tom Hardy, I was like, I cannot believe he doesn't know this fact.
Hardy.
How does he not know that Tom Hardy played Shinzon?
My favorite part of Dark Knight Rises is when he shows up and he's like, "Do you know I was in Star Trek Nemesis?
I played Captain Picard's clone.
I was a clone of Captain Picard.
Before I took steroids.
Shinzon, they called me."
It actually is funny because it's early enough in his career where he does look like a little boy.
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
And he actually looks pretty close to Stewart.
It's because
in that role.
Yeah, it's fucking. It's for retards because they fucking shaved his head. Because if he wasn't bald, we wouldn't have known he was Picard.
That he was Picard.
Because we're like, oh, Picard, he's bald now, so obviously he was bald when he was 20.
Well, I actually didn't. No, it wasn't the Borg. It was the Remans. So the Borg are almost always bald, right?
Yeah.
Aren't the Borg completely like hairless?
Mm-hmm.
That's the idea.
Yeah, but he's there's not really an explanation for it. It's just because they think the audience is too stupid. They wouldn't know that he was Picard unless he was bald.
And
then because the Borg have nothing to do with that movie. It's the Romulans are the ones that make
the
a Picard fucking. It doesn't make any sense. Not to go on a tangent about this, but I will. Why would they clone Picard and then halfway through the plan go, this won't work? So they just turn him into a slave in a mine somewhere.
Yeah.
This is like an expensive project, like a military project, and they're like, that didn't work. Oh well, let's let this 13-year-old boy mine. That'll be profitable for us.
Truthfully, if it was a government of any respect, they would just euthanize immediately.
Yeah, they would just put him in a fucking fire, and they'd just like, that's it.
He'd be alive, and he'd just be, go into this nice room.
Well, especially when you consider that Romulans' weapons, like their weapons just disintegrate people. They don't exist anymore when you shoot them with a...
Oh, right, so it's Control-Alt-Delete.
Exactly, they don't have any feelings, they don't give a fuck.
With a single trigger.
They wouldn't give a fuck about killing a 13-year-old human boy, especially...
So what is the point of the mines, then?
The point is so that they could make a shitty movie.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
They have that in common with 20th Century Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Tom Hardy was open for work.
Yeah.
Well, at that point, I'm sure he was just taking what he could get. Yeah. Now he's a big A-lister with
Allegedly.
Venom. Yeah, Venom.
He's really good in Venom.
By the way, good story. I did like that story, by the way.
That story was good.
Yeah, and I thought, considering I was expecting it to... Now it's like mine is going to seem very, very, cobbled together. Mine is going to seem very cobbled together in comparison because that was actually pretty consistent all the way through.
That had a plot.
Yeah.
Color me surprised.
Well, this one has a plot. Mine has a plot. It's very familiar with plot. Actually.
Sure it does. Yeah, we'll get there.
But yours was actually logically consistent throughout the whole thing. It was pretty good.
So how long is a regular Star Trek episode?
30 minutes.
Is it 30?
No, it's 45.
Is it 45?
Yeah.
So it was cable hour.
Yeah.
With 15 minutes of commercials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so 44, 45. I feel like that was maybe a half hour.
Yeah, you're missing a B plot.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the only difference between what we just read and what would actually happen is it would cut back to some shitty character with Whoopi Goldberg just talking.
Yeah. Oh, don't talk Sean Gyna.
No. I'm just saying that's the alternate. Is that while this is happening on Taco Planet, we're missing something happening on the ship with what's
it would be
name?
What would be like since
what's the kid?
Wesley Crusher. But I would say in this case because the only thing is you should have there was no Beverly and it was like a medical episode, so she should have had at least one line. They probably would have tried to send Data down because it's contaminated
Would he
atmosphere.
not get the shits?
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't.
However...
But he would probably contaminate people when he comes back.
Yeah, but here's the thing. In Season 1, Episode 2, when that infestation of, the sexy virus went on the Enterprise...
Yeah.
Data was infected.
I know that.
He was infected,
because he has pores. Well, that's how he got it.
And he's fully functional.
Fully erect.
Well, that's the thing is that it might not affect him as in, because I don't think he can fart.
Does he have bowels?
Well, he also doesn't eat.
What is the lore on Data's ass?
All we know is that he's fully functional.
There's got to be a wiki for this.
He fucks. He fucks. He's got a cock.
Yeah.
He has holes, but not for shitting.
I don't. I think he could probably simulate shitting. You know what I mean? But he does. It's not necessary.
I do that every day.
Yeah. Well, it's like Data doesn't need to eat. He just does it to socialize.
I sit down and groan for 15 minutes, and nothing comes out every day.
Simulating the process.
Yeah.
To be fair, I guess he does. He does sit down and eat at a table and drink just to socialize more properly. So I guess it has to come out. So I guess he does shit.
The human experience.
It's just whether or not he farts is the question.
Yeah, that's why I didn't write it that way. Not because...
Well, also that doesn't matter. But it's
definitely.
The other thing. So
it was purposeful.
The B plot would be Geordi talking to Guinan about he's having issues with a girlfriend or with a girl he likes. Or something, and then...
But she's farting.
Yeah, and then at the end, there's a fart joke. I would have also said it would have been funny
I just don't understand. I lay down with her in bed, and she just farts. Then and there. Can you explain this to me? Well, you gotta learn to eat those farts, huh?
Geordi.
Oh. No, I would love to see, an actual CBS
Geordi,
writer...
I don't give a fuck.
Right? I want to see an actual grown-up writer, explain to me...
Are you not a grown-up writer?
Absolutely not. Okay. But I am open to work. But how Geordi has, goggles, can, see, all the spectrums. What does Geordi see when someone farts? Someone's trying to hide something in the hallway.
Like a fart on infrared looks like a little cloud coming on someone.
Yeah, there's no hiding farts to Jordan.
Remember someone walked around with one of those at Disney once, and they were like, "Holy shit, this place is full of farts." I was like, "Yeah, of course."
Honestly, you mentioning adult real writers and stuff like that, this is actually more of a consistent episode of Star Trek than Star Trek.
What they put out recently.
Yeah, this is more. This is closer to an actual episode of Star Trek than anything that has been made since 2007.
Who's handling their stuff right now?
Paramount.
No, but the showrunner, what's his
Alex Kurtzman.
Fucking Kurtzman.
Yeah, you know the
dude who fucking beat X-Men into the ground with a sledgehammer.
I'm still looking forward to the Monster Universe.
Oh yeah, Dark Universe.
Yeah, that was fucking Alex Kurtzman.
That was Kurtzman too.
Yeah, that was
when they had Guillermo
Amazing
del
Spider-Man
Toro on fucking dock.
Yeah,
ready to jump in full force into the Dark Universe. They instead said, "Yeah, Kurtzman. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the guy who made Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2 Webs Boogaloo.
Yeah, you remember that funny that even the soundtrack in that movie sucks. The Pharrell Williams terrible soundtrack where in the background you just hear "I'm mad, I don't like Spider-Man."
The Electro song was anger, hate.
You're not my friend anymore. I'm angry. You're not my friend anymore. Also, I'm blue and my teeth are straight again.
Wait, was that Jamie Foxx?
Yeah. Remember he had a gap in his teeth and then he got shocked and he became Electro and his teeth got closer together.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
His superpower.
I go to the dentist on Thursday. I'm hoping they do that to me.
Just hook jumper cables up to your molars.
Superpower.
You'll be fine. So anyway, you spent a lot of time on this. You wrote this
months.
2 hours ago? 3 hours ago?
3 hours, yes.
Yeah, 3 hours ago. That's really awesome, man. I frankly, I'm just happy to have you. I don't care what amount of work you put into it. I don't care if you did or didn't. I'm just happy to have you. That was fun to read, and I'm not going to make you feel bad about it.
Oh, yeah, no, I was not ready for these compliments, but I'm all for it.
I liked it.
Yeah.
No, I did too. I'm not even joking.
It was just good fart humor.
And just for the record, I liked what Sofa King wrote too. Mm-hmm. His was good. It's just it was also fucking stupid.
Yeah. That's fun.
Oh, dumb is dumb is good.
Dumb is fun.
Dumb is also
the two sides of this show have always been ooh spooky, horror, so scared, and then holy shit, this is fucking stupid.
See, as far from my perspective, it's all, oh my god, this is fucking stupid. Because I'm usually sitting on the couch with him. and then you pick for the couch. You know what I mean? You make the right decisions.
That is fair.
And it works every time.
I was gonna say I don't think I've read anything overtly spooky.
Maybe one or two.
No,
but not even super spooky. Just
I really don't. Even when we've sat down to try and read something that was seriously spooky, we find a way to make it not. And that's why I love you guys. All right. So that was Lanky Lucifer. And do you want to talk about it at all?
Yeah.
Is there anything you wanted to get into on that? Like, at all?
Well, I'm just appreciative that you guys recognize that there were 0 plot holes in that script.
Yes.
And typos.
Yeah.
Like that actually went a lot better than I thought. No, like, thanks guys. Like that was actually like a lot of fun.
Expectations for anything, I've realized having done this with, I want to say, like 13 or so people at this point, expectations are always down here.
Hell yeah.
Always down here. So when I end up just kind of liking it, or even liking it a lot, or loving it, it's always, there's only more room to go from there. So I appreciate what you brought here, and it was fun to read, so I can't even say that I had a bad time.
I thought the best joke in that script was going to be the Grey Poupon Nick Plague, but
I did like that.
Yeah, but it didn't hit as much as the Crunchwrap Supreme Leader.
That's good. That is good.
That was good.
And it is good that the antidote was just Mountain Dew. That's awesome. Well, not just Mountain Dew.
Not
Raspberry.
Not even
Voltage.
like you said, the Baja Blasters. That was fun.
Yeah.
But it was Voltage.
Yeah,
Voltage
I
was
had
here,
I had the
which was
Taco Bell
crazy.
menu up on one screen and the script in the other.
Yeah.
And so just
Well, I also like the
snuck in
the
Code Red
cravings
in there,
menu mountains or something. What was
Yeah.
it?
volcano volcano nacho mountains.
Well, what was the craving menu
The
thing?
crave menu.
Oh, the craving menu cave.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The craving
I was like,
cave.
as soon as I saw that, I was like, "That's fucking stupid. That's great.
That's really
That's
good.
I love that."
Hey, I'm a fan. Obviously, I'm hungry now. Actually, so
Yeah,
Swallow the bell.
No, but yeah, no, that was, it was fun. Just don't ask me to do it again.
okay.
What? Okay, so what was your process for making this? What tools did you use? If
Yeah.
any?
I
Other
tried.
than the Taco Bell menu.
It was the Taco Bell menu. I tried using like Chat GPT, but it was useless. So it was basically just 2 bottles of Pinot Grigio.
Okay.
And yeah,
Your imagination.
yeah,
Well, that would explain why it's consistent all the way through because you actually wrote it.
yeah.
Okay. So you actually wrote this. You actually sat down and did this.
Yeah.
No, then that means I'm extraordinarily proud of you. Congratulations.
Thanks,
I
man.
thought you ran this through a machine.
Because you told me to.
I did tell you to. And you're not the only person I told, because there were multiple people that were just like, I don't know. And I was like, just run a prompt through a machine and then expand on it. Because once you have the bones of a structure, if you don't have to do the work on the structure, then you have the beginning, the middle, and the end, and you could just figure it out. Like, if you need a machine to tell you the 3 acts, and then you could actually just go from A to B, B to C, then job is already like halfway done. I'm only asking for 5 pages. You definitely did more than that. So
Well, that's also that is what like ChatGPT and stuff like that, or just other AIs. That's what they're good at. They're not good at writing the story. They're good at giving you.
So they're not going to give you dialogue,
but
they're not going to give you
not properly. You would have to do more instruction. So like for what you're saying,
Are
it's
there
like, give
different
me,
machines that do stuff like that though?
I think there are language models that are better or worse at that. But I think what primarily right now, what it's best for would be like you're saying. It's like, I don't know, like give me like a short description of like a narrative arc. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you build on that, and then you say like,
Here's a character, here's a plot, give me a structure.
and then you say, here's the scene, give me a script. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's like
So you could take it'll take the information you supplied.
Yeah.
It'll remember that for the next prompt, so you could just keep details.
So it attempts to stay logically consistent based on the context that it already has, but it's not good at saying like, do this and then give me 5 pages. It's like, give me like several paragraphs at a time, and then you say that's not good, change this. That's not good, change this.
Yeah, so you're
and then
able to go in and fine tune.
So it's like
that point
I'm not
forward.
going to say it's like work because obviously it's 1,000 times easier and faster than actually writing, but it is like it's still like hours of writing if you wanted to do.
So
like
you
a
start
thing like
off
that.
with a leaf blower, then you get down to a rake, and then you get down to a shovel, and then you have like a comb at the very end. You could like fine tune from there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get to Punxsutawney Trill next. And is there anything, before we get into your story, anything you want to preface with? Anything you want to talk about?
No, I think I'll let it speak for itself.
Is
for the most part.
Lanky reading anything? Or
Yes. So
Okay,
there.
so we are going to share.
So yeah, we'll have to. I would recommend we each have one because I do. First of all, I'm just going to apologize. His formatting was much nicer. This is a little bit more confusing.
Do I need a pillow over my lap?
And, you might.
Okay.
But then I have an idea of who you guys should read for, and then we'll go from there.
That's your cocker.
Oh, my cock's bad for a day.
Cockers.
I'm having a cocker bad fur day in my pants.
Oh man! Oh, sponsored by Manscaped.
So look at the title there: Saddam's cool fanfic.
That is the title, yeah.
Yeah. So when we're done here, I'll give you guys the method to the madness here. But
you sent me an email called "Very Neat Story."
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
And then what was the body of that email?
I found this.
Yeah. ...
I found this.
And then it's just a file called Saddam's cool fanfic.
Saddam's cool fanfic. All right, you want to take it away?
Yeah, here. So
So there's a horror romance, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, got it.
And this is. I think it's important that I read this because this is something I've been holding on to for a very long time, and I was kind of worried to share this with anybody. But
so I should definitely put this on No Sleep.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You see this intro here?
Guys.
I was always hesitant about posting this. It seemed so outlandish, and I just assumed everyone would just say I was lying. But this is 100% true. I found a pretty unique script, which seems to be very similar to a popular movie about street racing from the early 2000s. Now, what's so unique about it? Well, you'll see. You'll find out soon enough. But all I can say is that I found this on Saddam Hussein's laptop when I was backpacking in the jungles of Iran about 20 years ago.
Do they have jungles there?
No, they have mountains.
That's a joke. I fucking hate those intros for all these things. Yeah.
No, I know.
No, that's what's so funny.
I went to an estate sale and I bought a backpack, and in the backpack is a journal, and in the journal they wrote this horrifying story.
Well, that's why I was
about a frog in a hole, the bump on log in a hole in the bottom of the sea.
I was like, what would be the dumbest, all I can say is that I found this on Saddam Hussein's laptop when I was backpacking in the jungles of Iran about 20 years ago. Could it be Saddam Hussein's fanfiction? I guess we'll never know now. But it was definitely Saddam Hussein's fanfiction. I'll read the intro here. So, on the Radical Highway outside Central City, a crew driving 3 modified Rascal mobility scooters hijacks a semi-truck carrying tens of dollars worth of VCRs before fleeing the scene. CCPD officer Boran Ronica is assigned to a joint CCPD-FBI task force to investigate the hijackings. As part of his cover, Boran works at a performance parts shop owned by Harry and begins infiltrating the local street racing scene, focusing on Cody Moodertint, a well-known street racer suspected of involvement.
So, you know how everyone's worried about AI in the future taking over the arts and taking over the industry? Soon we'll get to the point where you could put a prompt into a machine and it'll spit out an entire movie. In my head, I saw 3 action stars on top of rascals, where one person is driving and another person is on the back just holding on to it, and they were so seriously going 40 miles per hour behind a truck, and one of them jumps off and grabs onto the back and starts blowtorching into the lock.
Hell yeah!
And I'm seeing it, as it's happening.
This could be the new Mission Impossible. So I will read at the beginning of each scene, because I don't think we have to read the whole thing, but just scene one, Happy Harry's Garage. So this is the interior of Harry's performance parts shop, and this is Harry and Boran. So take it away. I will be Harry.
The shop is cluttered.
Yes. Yep. So Harry runs this, right? So Harry, smiling broadly. I didn't have to read that. Sorry.
You skipped the part where it describes the shop.
Yeah.
Should we do that? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, read all that.
So the shop.
You wrote it. Let's read it.
I know I did, but the thing is, I only did it for consistency when I was writing it, and then later
I
was
still want to hear.
"Will I read it?" Okay.
Yeah.
So
set the scene.
Okay, so the shop is cluttered with car parts. Posters of muscle cars and oiled-up men adorn the walls.
See?
Okay, that is. Oh, you're right. That I should have read that. Yeah, Harry is organizing spark plugs. Harry, he's in his 50s, wearing grease-stained overalls, and he has kind eyes. He's organizing spark plugs with Boran, a man in his late 20s, trying hard to look casual in mechanic clothes. So Boran enters. I'll be Harry here. Hey there, you must be Boran. I'm Harry, but everyone calls me Happy Harry because, well, I smile a lot. Boron nods, looking around nervously.
Hi, Mr. Harry. I'm here for the job. My boss said... Wait, my other boss... No, the police chief isn't really my boss today.
Harry waves dismissively, chuckling. Don't worry about that stuff. Here, you're just Boron the new guy. And call me Harry. So, tell me about yourself. You like cars?
Oh man, yeah. Cars are so cool. Especially fast ones. Like, zoom, vroom, vroom. I used to play with toy cars all day when I was little. Then my boyfriend Derek got mad because I spent more time with my Hot Wheels than him.
Harry laughs heartily. Boyfriends, huh? Hey, tell me about it. My husband Gary says the same thing about me in the shop. But hey, cars never break your heart, right?
Right, especially when they break down. That's sad.
True enough. Alright, let's get started. First rule, always double check the oil levels. Can you remember that?
Double check the oil. Got it. 1 check. Then another one. 2 checks. Because 2 is better than 1.
Exactly. Good count.
Exactly. Good counting.
Good counting. Second rule, when customers come in, try to listen real careful. And listen real careful. Sometimes people talk too fast or use big words. If you don't understand... I forgot that this is how I wrote this. God, I'm like going lightheaded. This is so good counting. Oh my God. If you don't understand, say, can you say that again slower? It's okay.
Can you say that again slower?
Sometimes people talk too fast and use big words. Sorry.
Okay. Slower, yes, because sometimes word go whoosh in my ears and then poof, gone.
Perfect. Now our main... Oh, fuck. Our main customer is Cody.
Moofertint?
Mootertint.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, our main customer is Cody. He comes every Tuesday. Big guy. Drives a sweet black Dodge Charger. Oh, fuck, I forgot to change that. Drives a sweet black Rascal scooter. He's the best driver ever, but the cops think he does bad things. Hijacking trucks. They asked us to watch him, but Boron, between you and me, Cody helped fix my van last winter when it broke down. He's nice. Just maybe confused sometimes.
Confused? Like when I forgot to wear pants to work once?
Kinda. Anyway, when Cody shows up, be extra helpful. Ask him what he needs and write it down. Don't stare, though. He gets grumpy if people stare.
What the fuck? Staring is rude. Mommy taught me that.
Mm-hmm. Abi, Boron looks thoughtful. Harry, what if Cody finds... Oh, that's you.
Oh, Harry, what if Cody finds out I'm a cop? Will he hate me? I don't want anyone to hate me.
As long as you're honest and kind, nobody hates you. Even undercovers need friends, right? Besides, you're working here now. You're one of us. Boron beams.
Thank you, Harry. I promise I'll be super good at spying. Wait, did I say spy? I mean fixing cars. Oil checks. Yay!
Harry shakes his head fondly as Boron starts arranging wrenches with intense concentration. Alright, so that's the end of scene 1.
We barely got through that.
There's only 10 scenes, don't worry.
Okay.
Scene 2.
Oh, God.
Mootertint mix-up. I'm not going to read the summary there.
Okay.
But yeah, so we are in the interior of Mootertint's market and cafe. Retro diner booths. You can read for Amy. Amy wipes counters while humming Taylor Swift. Neon pie special sign flickers. Boron enters nervously.
Hiya. You look strong. Like a fireman carrying kittens up trees. Want pie? It's blueberry bacon.
Yeah, pies rock. Manly pies. I bench press one once.
He flexes quickly. Amy blushes. Suddenly, door slams open. Vance storms in, followed by Looney, Jerry, and Lottie, clutching a spark plug. Amy, who's Mr. Bench Press, smells fishy like cheap cologne and secrets. And we could be Jerry.
Oh. Or bacon pie. Can I lick the counter?
And you could be Lottie.
Focus, Jerry. That guy's eyes scream, I own rainbow socks.
Nuh-uh. Rainbows scare me. Lightning comes next. Very straight lightning.
Looney squirts ketchup on a Jerry shirt. Chaos erupts. Oopsie blood. Ketchup fight. Ketchup flies. Vance shoves a syrup bottle off of the counter. Boron slips, crashing into Lottie. She brandishes her wrench.
My spark plug! You dented its feelings.
Poser alert. Bet you kiss boys behind Arby's. Brief slapstick brawl. Jerry gets tangled in napkins. Looney slides on pie filling. Vance tackles Boron. Post-fight, wiping ketchup off of his face. Listen here, you little F-slur. Get lost, for I revoke your man card. Go cry into a Fatburger cheeseburger meal for $15.95, and that fixes everything. Vance hands Boron a greasy coupon. The crew nods solemnly. Boron stares at the coupon, defeated.
Do they have rainbow sprinkles?
Sprinkles are kinda gay, though, right?
End scene. Scene 3. Rascals and Racers. We're at the exterior of the abandoned Kmart parking lot at night. Christmas lights strung between shopping carts. Crowd gathers around Chalk's starting line. Boron putters up on a rascal scooter covered in flame decals. Spills nachos laughing. That's what Vance is doing. Look at Captain Slowpoke. Bet you that scooter runs on AA batteries.
She hits 12 miles an hour downhill. Got turbo cupcake holders.
Cody casually rolls forward on a tiny bike with spinning rims.
Aw. Cute wheels. But my granny walks faster than that thing. Left wheel's wobbling like jelly. Need duct tape?
No. This baby's legit. I bet my whole scoot. If I lose, you can take her. Oh, high stakes. What's Cody betting?
My pudding cup stash. Banana flavor. Serious business.
The crew looks around at each other whispering. They all know how prized Cody's pudding cup stash is. And then I guess I'm Looney. Racers ready! So on the track, at the chalk finish line, a pothole filled with glow sticks. Looney, I don't know who's Looney. I'll be Looney, I guess. Again. Go! Cody pedals leisurely. Boron jams the scooter throttle. It whines like a dying hamster.
Flame decals active. Zoom. Wait, what? Why is it beeping?
Oh, I guess I'm fast. Beep beep, homo. That thing sounds like my boyfriend's toy when the battery dies. Sudden sputtering. Smoke pours from under Boron. The scooter crawls to a halt.
No. But I got the flame decals.
Flames aren't real flames, idiot. Just stickers.
Cody crossed the finish line eating pudding.
Wee. New scooter smells like Bengay and dreams.
That was AI. I'll just say that. I thought I changed that. Told ya, should have raced a real machine like mine. Vance honks the horn on his tricycle.
But she had decals.
Rest now, sweet chariot. You're in better hands now.
Pudding beats decals any day.
Boron sadly hands Cody the keys as Looney drapes a second-place ribbon made of paper towels over his shoulders. And we have Scooter Showdown, Scene 4. We're at the exterior of the abandoned Kmart parking lot still at night. Red-blue lights slice through darkness. Pandemonium as crowd flees. Jerry trips over discarded foam finger. Alright, you can be... You're Officer Glitter.
Okay. Freeze, speed demons! This is a code rainbow violation.
Surrender peacefully, or don't. Chases make for great cardio. Boron drags Cody toward the alley. Cody clutches the rascal scooter keys.
Quick, hide behind those haunted shopping carts.
Can't run. Pudding-induced coma.
In the alley behind a dumpster, horny Jan steps from shadows, chewing tobacco. Luntz smashes fist into his palm rhythmically. You could be horny Jan.
Oh, can I?
Not you.
Well, hello, Sparkle Butt.
He's straight.
Oh, okay. So he's just horny.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He's not. Straight people are horny.
Well, hello, Sparkle Butts. Lost your Barbie car?
Grunt smash.
Back off, Jan. This scoot's mine, fair and square. Won it with banana pudding magic.
Jan spits tobacco juice onto a scooter seat. Luntz picks up a crowbar.
Street rules say finders keepers, and we found a piñata.
Don't make me activate my dad strength mode.
Luntz whacks the scooter with a crowbar. Plastic splinters fly. Boron yelps. Crunch, beep, wheeze. Dying scooter sound.
Whoopsie. Looks like someone forgot collision insurance.
Police spotlight sweeps the alley. Officers pose dramatically.
Freeze! Is this a hate crime or an improv night?
Horny Jan and Luntz run away as Officer Glitter yells down the alley.
My flame decal queen, reduced to Legos. You owe me a 10-second scooter. 0 to 60, or I tell Harry on you.
Best I got is 3 dirty Skittles right now. Deal?
Boron and Cody run back to Cody's house, evading the police.
Still owe me that scooter, Boron. Maybe rocket powered this time.
End scene. Scene 5, romancing the scooter spy. So we're at the interior of Cody's garage during the day. A dismantled rascal scooter lies amid pizza boxes and spark plugs. Boron staggers in, dragging a 3-wheeled mobility scooter spray-painted with shaky flames.
Behold, the Ferrari of senior transport. I found it behind the Olive Garden.
Perfect. We'll make her fly in 10 seconds. Add rockets. Rockets fix everything.
Why are you standing like a flamingo at a dog show? Trying to impress somebody? Somebody girl-shaped or maybe guy-shaped?
Oh, just practicing good posture for lifting heavy man things like trucks. Speaking of trucks.
Internal bleeding. Needs a peacemaker and 5 prayers. This thing is gonna take forever to fix.
Enter Amy. She bounds in, waving popsicles shaped like dinosaurs. Immediately latches onto Boron's arm.
Babe, I brought Stegosaurus treats. The green ones match your eyes.
Boron chokes on a popsicle stick while steering Amy away from eavesdroppers.
You're so pretty. Like a semi-truck headlight. Has Cody mentioned highway ventures, big vehicles, illegal life choices?
Adventures? He borrowed Dad's riding mower last week, but that's about it.
Quiet time's over. Why's lover boy grilling you, Ames? Sounds like a cop interview.
Oh, nuh-uh. dancing. Just dancing. Not interrogating. That's it. Seriously, though, any midnight drives, U-Hauls, felony-flavored errands?
Midnight? Cody sleepwalks to the fridge, calls salami the forbidden treasure. Wait, are you using me?
Garage falls silent. Looney stops eating cookies. Lottie pauses mid-sledgehammer swing.
Using? No, I adore your elbow dimples and brother stories. Tell another.
Oh, okay. Well, everyone buys Boron's act.
That sounds good.
They go back to what they were doing, with the exception of Vance, who remains suspicious.
Story time can wait. Test drive time. Hop on, Boron. Let's break the law of physics.
Cody revs a hairdryer rigged to the engine. Sparks fly as Boron climbs on with Cody.
Don't be too crazy. If you hurt my brother, I'll friend zone you so hard.
The scooter lurches forward, dragging Boron toward a wall of tires. He screams, half terror, half panicking, with his nearly blown cover. End scene. Scene 6. Garage Gambit. This is the interior of Horny Jant's garage at night. Moonlight slices through grimy windows. Boron trips over a ceramic gnome, sending a garden hose nozzle flying.
What the hell? I thought it was a snake.
Suddenly, headlights flood the garage. Doors creak open. Cody and Vance enter, squinting.
Boron, that you hiding behind Jant's prized flamingo? Thought you were smooching Amy.
Sneaking around? Pathetic. Here to plant bugs? Steal Jant's toenail collection? Confess.
Ow! Oh, ow! No. Totally doing recon for race wars. Scoping Janet's ride.
Vance lowers his rake skeptically. Cody tilts his head intrigued.
Race wars. Intel? Genius. What'd you find?
His riding mower got NOS tanks. And this... kick the tarp out of the way, hold on. Secret weapon storage.
The tarp slips, revealing stacks of shrink-wrapped tablets and gaming consoles. Whoa, PS5s, iPads, VCRs? Explains why Jant bragged about buying a solid gold hedge trimmers. He must be making a killing.
Thought these looked familiar. Like the ones stolen off that busted semi-truck last month.
The semi-truck robbery? You recognize them?
Oh, hold up. Why do you care about some old truck? Focus. How many horsepower in that weed whacker mower? Or about that weed riding mower? What? That riding mower.
I'm a weed riding mower.
Horsepower? At least 7 billion. But back to the truck. Did you maybe borrow it for a joyride, hypothetically?
Me? Nah. Trucks scare me. Jan definitely robbed it, though. Saw him park it behind Nacho Daddy. Definitely horny Jan.
Headlights flash outside. Engine growl approaches. Scram! That's Jan's monster truck. He'll turn us into sidewalk pancakes. It's Jan's monster truck. Is a stupid fucking sentence. They dive behind toolboxes as the garage doors grumble open. Boron pockets a tablet as evidence.
Race wars saved my butt.
End scene. That was tension-filled. Did you feel that? That was.
I did.
I really
I
thought something was going to
time.
happen there. I thought that was going to be bad for Boron.
Puckering.
Thank God he talks his way to that one. So anyway, so scene 7, ultimatums and unraveling trust. This is the interior of the police headquarters, Rainbow Command Center, during the day. Wall screens show maps dotted with glitter pins. Chief Nader practices ballet spins beside evidence board titled Operation Angry Trucks.
Proof! Horny Janet's garage was stacked hotter than a bodybuilder in a sauna.
Affirmative. Mobilizing tactical glam squad. Prepare for pajama protocol.
Justice 2-2 activated. Let's bag us a VCR bandit. The exterior of Jant's trailer home, minutes later. Inflatable dinosaur lawn ornament deflates slowly. FBI agent Kibbles kicks the door open. Jant sits in a kiddie pool while eating instant noodles.
My noodle sanctuary! Get out of here!
You're busted for illicit electronics hoarding.
Illicit? Them's my scratch-off prizes. Want 'em fair and square. Check ticket, bingo, butt 6969.
Kibble scans ticket stub with jewel-encrusted reader. Grimaces.
Verified. Legal acquisition. Your evidence is worth less than these noodles.
Back at HQ, later. Boron rocks in the fetal position under his desk. FBI agent Kibbles slams his fist, scattering sequins.
Truckers are arming up. Larry Log Carrier mounted a heavy machine gun on the hood of his truck today. You've got 36 hours to ID the real thieves, or highways become war zones.
But Cody's crew wouldn't. He collects ladybug stickers and names his spark plugs. Plus, he told me he was afraid of trucks.
Reality check. Criminals collect ladybug stickers too. And he probably lied about being scared of trucks to throw you off. Follow the trail or you're finished, Boron.
Screen flashes. Live feed of furious truckers wielding heavy artillery. Welding heavy artillery onto their bumpers. That's so stupid. They're mounting machine guns on the front. They're putting artillery in the back.
Oh man, that hugging scooter. Okay, I'll check. Chody. Okay, I'll check Cody's alibi again.
Good boy. Bring donuts. Suspecting friends taste better with sprinkles. Boron exits. Camera lingers on a crumpled note in his pocket. Amy plus Boron forever? He rips it slowly. Smash cut to black. Sound of broken heart necklace hitting the floor. Wow. This is emotional. Alright, end scene.
It's a roller coaster.
Scene 8. Race Wars Reckoning. The exterior of the Race Wars track during the day. Derby cars made of shopping carts and go-kart parts. Jerry straddles a diamond-encrusted unicycle next to Jant's diesel-smoking Zamboni. I'll be the announcer here. Ladies, gents, non-binary pals. Pink slip death match. Jerry's unicycle versus Jant's riding mower.
After I win, I'ma mount that unicycle on my wall, right next to your dad's tears.
Flag drops. Riding mower lumbers forward. Jerry pedals furiously. Hits oil slick, spins widely off track.
Oh, fuck, what is Jerry's character? We'll figure it out. Dad, no! Retreat!
He pedals into the sunset on his dad's unicycle.
Cheating liars, especially Cody, snitched about my legal electronics. Where's my apology balloon? The cops raided my noodle sanctuary.
Cody emerges from pit crew tent, eating cotton candy.
Balloons are for babies. I ain't never been a snitch.
Jant throws mic stand, hits Letty's wrench pile. Full brawl erupts. In the fight chaos, Vance pelts Jant with glow sticks. Boron shields Amy as debris flies overhead.
Is Cody really a narc? No way.
Of course not. Jant's just salty about his noodles.
Exterior scrapyard night. Full moon. Cody's crew loads crowbars into a graffiti-covered ice cream truck. Boron and Amy hide behind a crushed one. Okay, it should have been behind bushes. Sorry. I don't know why the fuck that. Anyway, they're hiding behind the bush.
Tonight's score. Tamagotchi semi-truck on Radical Highway.
Just dwarf now.
What?
It's true. My brother's the truck thief. But why didn't you tell me?
Boron takes his breath. Tears upon his button-down shirt reveals hidden pride pin beneath.
Because I lied about everything. I'm not straight.
I'm gonna isolate that.
Pride
God
pin
damn it.
glints.
I befriended you to investigate Cody. I'm supposed to arrest him, but he gave me mittens when my hands were cold.
Are mittens code for love?
Yes! And I can't let him crash tonight. Help me stop the heist, please.
The ice cream truck engine roars. Cody honks clown horn twice, the signal.
Okay, fine.
The sound of distant semi-truck horn dying mid-toot. Scene 9. Tamagotchi tragedy. The exterior of Radical Highway at night. Tamagotchi semi-truck fishtails. Cody's ice cream truck blocks its path. Looney throws glitter bombs at the windshield. Back off, freaks! Gunshots ring out.
Pew, pew.
Windshield spiderwebs.
Pew pew.
Ow! Batman popped Mr. Beepy! Holds up shot Tamagotchi.
Medic! We need band-aids ASAP!
Truck rams Lottie's vehicle into guardrail. She crashes through a slow down sign.
Retreat! Abort mission! Save the Tamagotchis we grabbed!
Boron's sedan screeches in. Amy leaps out, sprinting toward the chaos.
Cody! Stop playing Grand Theft Auto for real!
Officer Boron requesting medevac. I've got a man down, repeat.
Cody freezes, hearing officer. Ice cream truck idles mournfully.
Boron's a cop, but he laughed at my fart jokes. Betrayal!
Looney pulls wounded Vance into the bushes. Lottie limps after Cody. Amy hesitates, looks at Boron's outstretched hand, but then follows her brother. Sirens wail in the distance.
Stay awake. Tell me about Mr. Beepy's favorite color.
Then, the exterior of Cody's trailer home later. Broken toys litter the yard. Light flickers inside. Boron approaches, badge gleaming.
Come out, Cody. It's gonna be fine. They have Puddin' in jail.
Door flings open. Jerry tumbles out, tear-streaked, clutching unicycle wheel.
Save me. Jan says I owe him my daddy's unicycle. He's coming with.
Brat, brat. Drive-by gunfire shreds porch light. Jerry jerks, collapsing.
That's for getting my noodle sanctuary raided, bitch!
Noodles homo, yes. Boron drives over Jerry. He drives over and that's fucked. Or he dives over. I'm like, wait, that doesn't sound right. Boron dives over Jerry. Blood seeps into rainbow Crocs. Cody watches from the window, trembling.
Tell Daddy I finally balanced.
As he clutches his unicycle. Boron cries out, cradling Jerry's body, screaming at the sky. Inside the trailer, Cody drops to his knees and Amy wails. Red lights wash over Boron's blood-soaked police badge. Scene 10. Scooters and sacrifices. In the rain-slicked industrial district, abandoned warehouses loom and the train horn echoes. We're at the exterior of the industrial complex at night. Two rascal scooters streak past chain-link fences. Ahead, Jant's riding mower crushes two trash cans. Luntz hurls fried chicken bones backward.
For Jerry's unicycle and Mr. Beepy!
Swerve left. Pin them by the rubber ducky factory.
Cody veers hard, ramming his scooter into the riding mower. Metal shrieks. Riding mower lurches sideways, plows into the inflatable duck display. Luntz is ejected into the duck pond. Oh yeah. Grunt, drown! Help!
This ends now, snitch twins!
Boron aims. Suddenly a flashback. Jerry dying. Vance's Tamagotchi beeping weakly. Finger trembles on the trigger.
Balance the scales, Jant.
Bang! Jant staggers, drops his shotgun, slides down the duck bill. Slides down the duck bill into the pond. Still.
He looks nap ready.
Now, at the quarter-mile stretch, train crossing lights blink red. Barrier arms descend. Distant horn wails.
Go, go, go. Beat the choo-choo.
If I win, you owe me 10 10-second cards.
Thank you.
Shut the fuck up.
Scooters wobble neck and neck. Boron's pride pin catches the light. Train thunders closer. The sound of wheezing engines versus the deafening train horn. They dart under the barrier milliseconds before impact. The train whistles past behind them.
We beat Thomas the...
Wham! Cody hits a pothole. His scooter cartwheels, lands upside down in a dumpster overflowing with plastic ducks.
Legs feel extra wobbly. Like banana pudding.
Boron parks beside the dumpster, pulls out cuffs but hesitates upon seeing Cody tearing up.
Arrest me. Jail snacks suck. But Jerry deserved justice.
Justice isn't steel bracelets. It's remembering Mr. Beepy's birthday. Here are my scooter keys. Take mine.
But your cop job, your shiny badge.
Just gonna take my badge off and put it on the pavement. Badges rust. Friendships recharge. Go heal, Vance. Name a Tamagotchi after me.
Cody crawls onto Boron's scooter, starts it with the duct-taped ignition switch. Boron turns toward approaching sirens.
Next race, I'll wait at finish line. With sprinkles.
Boron smiles faintly as rain washes blood from his hands. Lights of cop cars bloom behind him. And when we fade out, as the scooter taillight vanishes down the alley. So it's a totally original story.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, it's the type of thing where, like, it makes me wish I was really good at AI generation.
Yeah, to make that happen.
So that I could get, like, the Vin Diesel eating too much spaghetti or too much gasoline or something, and just put him on a scooter and have it just do all of this shit that
That'd
you're
be so
describing.
good. So just a little bit of info here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the lore?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so this was nearly 100% AI generated.
Okay.
There's parts where you could definitely tell, but the thing is, what I fed it, and that's why the intro was making me laugh so much, because I was reading it, and so basically I did it scene by scene. I gave it a description, and then I also gave it context that I wanted it to focus on.
Did you like copy and paste like from the Fast and Furious like wiki or something?
Yeah, I just took a Wikipedia. I took the Wikipedia story synopsis.
Yeah.
I changed the names and I changed the story a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I gave it. I used DeepSeek, and I gave it additional context before each time, and I said, give me a script with dialogue based on the following scene, and then used I did it like 2 sentences at a time. This is the important bit here, is that the context I gave it every time was that everyone's gay. Everyone is gay except for Horny Yant and Amy.
Okay.
And so a big part of it was Boron pretending to be straight so he could get in with Amy's good graces.
Yeah.
And then the other thing was that everybody was retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is what was so funny in the beginning, because I was like,
especially Luntz.
Yeah, well, Luntz was 1000% retarded, but the funny thing is just like, people talk fast, and they say big words. Just ask them, can you say it slow? That whole first scene was the funniest thing, because I didn't realize how it would sound coming out. It's like written down, I'm like, this is funny. But like, then when it's said out loud, it's like, oh, he's talking to a fucking 10-year-old or like an 8-year-old. So anyway, so that was the context. Everybody's gay and everybody's retarded.
I love that.
Yeah, and then so it's basically that was the whole thing.
You're a
It's
regular old Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh yeah. So, well, I didn't gender swap anybody. So
yeah, you're right. You didn't make it.
But I did make them gay.
You didn't
so
make it
it's,
lame and gay.
Yeah.
You made it gay and retarded.
Yeah,
which I appreciate.
Which is like way better.
It
but
is
it's just
way better.
The thing is, so
honestly, Star Wars should have learned.
Yeah, they should make everybody retarded. I mean, it is
and gay.
But yeah, the so when you were saying before, like when you tried to use ChatGPT, that's what I was wondering is like what it would refuse, because for me, I like in order to get around some of it, DeepSeek is uncensored, so like they're not that bad, but it still will not, like, it's not going to intentionally make fun of retarded people. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. So it basically it changed the context to be like treat them like children, essentially. You know what I mean? Which is why it did all that. But I also like it just there were certain things it didn't want to do. You know what I mean? But it did say F slur, which is interesting.
F slur. Yeah.
But anyway,
it makes it funnier now that I know you did not fine tune this at all.
So I rewrote parts of the scenes for more like logical consistency.
Okay.
And for callbacks, like it didn't follow up on like the banana pudding thing. It didn't. I included the fact that he said he was scared of trucks. You know what I mean? So like there was a yeah. It's like because I was like
okay, so minimal, and so it's like a 90-10.
Yeah, it was just stuff to like so there could be a callback to that later. You know what I mean? Because otherwise there wasn't. It doesn't do a good job doing that. You know. But anyway, the names, if you couldn't tell already, they're all anagrams for the names. Or Boron Ronica is Brian O'Connor.
Oh god.
Cody Mooderton is Dominic Toretto. Amy Mooderton is Mia Toretto. You know, and then the rest of them instead of Vince, I made him Vance. And then there's Leon was Looney, Jesse was Jerry, Letty was Lottie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you know who Horny Jant is?
That's with the Asian guy.
Johnny Tran.
Yeah.
Well, so what I did was I just put their names into an anagram generator, and I just looked up and I just saw for Johnny Tran. I was like, I just saw horny, and I was like, I've got his name's horny. You know, and I just have to figure out the way to make the rest of it.
Oh man.
But anyway, yeah. So that's that.
I gotta say, I wish it was gayer.
Yeah. See, that's the thing too.
Surprisingly, it sanitized it a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
It didn't keep it as gay or retarded as it could have been.
Definitely.
You led us on to believe that like this was going to be like erotic.
No. So my original idea was
my context is Saddam Hussein we're talking about here. So like it would be a lot more gay.
Well, that's why
and a lot more retarded.
He is notoriously gay and retarded. Yes.
Well, Saddam was very progressive. So a gay guy would just be a normal character. That was
you're flipping the script on us.
Well, that's what's so funny about it too. To me, was that like nothing is like overt. You know what I mean? It's not like offensive in that way. However, it is kind of offensive because whenever they introduce like a gay character, they're played for laughs. Like the gay cops, it's like they're shooting glitter everywhere. It's like Code Rainbow. That wasn't me. The AI did that, and it's like, how do we make a comically slapstick gay character? And they just did like a 90s gay character.
I did pick up on that.
Which is kind of funny. And but to your point, though, the rest of the characters, I did say every character is gay except for Amy. And they were... Oh, I also made Johnny Tran straight, because I was like, I thought maybe if we just made all the villains straight, maybe there would be some, some stuff
you
that
corrected me.
build up.
You were like, no, Horny Jan needs to be played.
He needs to be straight because the straights are the villains. Yeah.
Okay.
So
fair.
Yeah, and so like even the cops were gay because Brian's a cop, or Boron. Sorry. So it didn't go as far.
There's so much thought involved in this.
I thought it was funny the way it came out, and one of the reasons I didn't tweak it too much is because it came out very childlike. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like some of the things, like
simplified. Yeah.
I did remove a lot of stuff where it just was like did not make any fucking sense. Like it would just say stupid shit, and I was like, that's retarded. Like actually retarded.
Did you use like what specific? Just that specific source is the only one you ran it through?
Yeah. So I use DeepSeek, and that's the AI that uses it'll give you it's like Grok actually. It'll give you like what it's thinking about, and then how it comes to the conclusion of like what the answer is. It's probably not the best for this, but at the very least, I could see what it was rejecting. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
So I would know it's
through
like
line, you have a thread.
yeah. If I put in anything that was too deemed too offensive by the AI, then I would know that was the case.
Sure.
Whereas like other times it'll just ignore that and then continue as if I didn't say it, like
Sure.
ChatGPT does sometimes. Sure. But anyway, no, there was an attempt for some logical consistency, but there was a lot of just random nonsense. But I do think parts of it ended up pretty good, but other parts were just.
Oh, I liked it a lot. I will say, I liked Lanky's spec script more.
Yeah. No, so do I.
But I think the concept of your story was funnier. Because I really do want to run, like, I'm gonna wait like 10 years for the technology to advance, and then I'm gonna run this exact copy on this email that you sent me through a generator somewhere. I'll spend tons of time, too much time, recreating shot by shot dumb, stupid looking Vin Diesel on a fucking rascal trying to, like, kiss dumb-looking, dead Paul Walker as they try to rob a truck. I'm gonna make that happen.
Hell yeah.
You better copyright this now.
I know, right? They're stealing my ideas. Jeez.
I feel like at this point, both of yours, like, we could make like movies off of both of these concepts, and they would be hilarious.
Well, it's funny because I do unironically think that the Star Trek script is actually closer to Star Trek than actual Star Trek now.
Well, as an actual fan,
yeah.
But
fair.
I just like the idea.
I think we might get sued by Universal. Because
because you were defaming Captain Picard by having him fart.
No, you're fine.
Oh.
I'm talking about Vin Diesel's going to find us and
the
shut
executive
down.
Producer.
Vin Diesel's going to shut down our show.
Oh.
It's going to be because
he's actually a Patreon.
He lost a fight in the spec script.
So what did I hear the other day? Oh, okay. It was the last podcast, guys. So in the middle of like a recording, they were like, "Oh, do you know that there's like gay fanfic about us?" And the one co-host was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, there's gay fanfic about us." And like, we're not even like fucking, we're like making love. And it's like hilarious. I'm like, how do you think Vin Diesel feels that stuff like this has to exist? You know, like, you ever ask yourself like about like a popular person, celebrity, whatever, like, they have to know like the rules of the internet.
Yeah, Rule 34.
Like Rule 34, like, you have to understand that there exists. It's like, do you think Daniel Radcliffe has read My Immortal? Do you think Tom Felton has? Like, I would love to hear both of their opinions on how fucking...
That's actually flattering. That's how you know you made it.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, like, what if all of a sudden, like, someone
wrote a Lotsa Pasta gay fanfic about me and maybe Frowns?
Oh, it ain't. Yeah, that ain't fanfic.
That's real.
That's just
real.
That's just non-fic.
Yeah, you could go listen to those episodes. Frowns doesn't shout out his OnlyFans, you know, every 10 minutes for no reason.
Yeah, his ding cam.
Punxsutawney Trill over here.
Ding cam.
Ding cam.
But no, so with the with the Saddam's funny fanfic. No, I think. I don't think that if I would have written like conceptually Fast and the Furious, but everybody's gay and retarded. Like if I wrote that, I don't think it would be as funny, because I think, to me, like, yours is funny because it's a parody. This isn't really a parody. It's like, what if
it's funny
this?
Because you ran it.
Yeah,
through
exactly. The concept of like, what will the AI, like, how will they interpret this? And then what is the result, and then just fixing it a little bit. And I think that's what I like about AI. Like, again, it's not replacing fucking writers yet. You know what I mean? And even then, a writer has to go through it. You know, even if they did use AI. But the reason I like AI is because it's funny for stupid shit.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what this is about. As stupid as it gets.
Exactly.
I forgot. I wanted to make like an AI generated song that would have been in the title. Like the intro or something for the movie.
Would it just be Gasolina?
I don't know. I think it would have been... Either way, they would have been retarded.
Gasolina.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very happy. Like this, like episode, we have like absolutely generated about like 13,000 metric tons of CO2 by spooling up AI data centers just for us.
They got the diesel trucks out front.
That's right.
I'm really proud. I'm proud of both of you today.
Oh,
You didn't let me down.
next time.
You okay?
There's still time.
Yeah.
still
Hold on.
Yeah, so I appreciate both of you for being here. Thank you so much for joining me, Lanky, Lucifer, Punxsutawney, Trill. As always, just fucking hilarious. Always a pleasure. What'd you guys think about this writing special? If you could summarize some brief thoughts. What is your involvement here?
It was very nice, like getting out of like our comfort zones because we're not the creative types.
That is the funnier perspective.
Oh yeah, and so it like inspired me. So now I have these thoughts around my head, and I want to do erotic fan fiction of Captain Death fucking Sofa King. Okay. Because nothing's funnier.
I think he'd like that.
Nothing's funnier than fucking a couch.
See, this is what happens.
That's true.
He has a little bit of the creative bug, and he's already trans. You know.
Any final thoughts for you, punks?
No, I like this. This was cool. It was obviously very stupid.
Yeah.
Which is like exactly what I like. You know
Yeah.
that. No, and I thought this was fun. I wish I had better time management skills. You know, but so
it is what it is.
That's not a criticism of the show.
It is what it is.
1,000% on me.
I've been continuously impressed with what people have been capable of, and I've read some stuff that I am genuinely surprised by. So I'm excited for people to continue listening to these. This is the second out of the 6 episodes that are coming out, so hopefully everyone just stays tuned.
Hell yeah.